Tantor Audio presents When Britain Saved the West, The Story of 1940, by Robin Pryor. Narrated by Sean Grindell. Introduction. From the perspective of the 21st century, the Allied victory in the Second World War seems inevitable. It is clear now that the enormous productive capacities of the Soviet and American war economies were bound to overthrow Nazi Germany eventually. And we know now that if there had been significant setbacks in this process, the atomic bomb in the hands of the United States would have settled the matter sometime in 1945. However, none of this was apparent in 1940. In that year, Stalin was supplying Hitler with enormous quantities of war material. The United States was steadfastly neutral, and the atomic bomb existed only as an equation on the back of an envelope. In 1940, the only major power fighting Germany was Britain. Had Britain collapsed and Europe become Nazified, the future of the West would have been very bleak. This book, then, deals with that period when Allied victory looked anything but inevitable, a period, indeed, when the war might have been lost. There are some excellent books on Britain and 1940, but most only deal with one aspect of the war. Stephen Bungay on the Battle of Britain, Juliet Gardner on the Blitz, John Lukacs on Churchill. There are some more general studies. There is Lawrence Thompson, 1940, Year of Legend, Year of History. This is an excellent book, but it is dated and was written at a time when many official records were not available. There is also the bilious effort by Clive Ponting, 1940, Myth and Reality, which attempts to destroy myths but manages to mangle realities that were never mythic in the first place. A more modern study by Malcolm Smith, Britain and 1940, History, Myth and Popular Memory, is a good social history of the period, with an interesting chapter on the influence of 1940 on subsequent British history. But it does not address the military and political issues that are the focus of this book. In this book, I want to approach the period from a slightly different angle. Here, I will consider only those crises in 1940 that had the potential to affect the existence of Britain as an independent state. This approach focuses attention on the possibility that if events had played out differently, Britain might well have been defeated or reduced to servitude. Many events that happened in 1940 have, with this emphasis, largely been excluded. Some of these events are of minor importance anyway. Nothing much hung on the success or failure of the Dakar expedition in July of that year. The Western Desert, while it was to become significant, had not yet attained that stature by 1940. Other exclusions require a more detailed explanation. The Norway campaign has found no place here. The chapters were written, but then reluctantly discarded. The war in Norway certainly served as a reminder to Britain that the Navy would find it difficult to operate without air cover, especially at a distance from British shores. It also exposed some shocking incompetence in military planning and war-making machinery. But the loss of Norway did not affect Britain directly. Its importance to this book, and why a little background is given here, is that it brought on a debate that ended with the ousting of Neville Chamberlain as Prime Minister. Another important exclusion is the Battle of the Atlantic. It was underway in 1940 and 1941, and Britain was starting to feel the pressure of the cargoes and ships lost to submarines. But the battle had not entered the deadly phase of 1942-3. It is dealt with to the extent necessary in the chapter on Britain and the United States, with which the book concludes, because it did affect relations between the two states in our period. The subjects dealt with here are only those that threatened to end Britain's role in the war, one way or another. These are numerous enough. I start with a depiction of the Chamberlain government, which, by the lacklustre way it waged war, was in itself a danger to Britain. Then I proceed through the political crises of May 1940, the replacement of Chamberlain with Churchill, and the attack on Churchill's policy by Lord Halifax, and, on occasion, Chamberlain. The next crisis concerns the fate of the British Expeditionary Force, BEF. Would it manage the only manoeuvre left to it, a retreat, and would it return to Britain? Then follows the threat of a Nazi invasion and the Battle of Britain, which are in many ways, but not all, interrelated. Finally, the ordeal of the Blitz is investigated to examine how close British morale came to collapse, and whether the Germans were making serious inroads into Britain's war-making capacity. There are also two large issues regarding Britain's ally, France, and its putative ally, the United States, to be dealt with. Did Britain, despite Dunkirk, make every effort to aid France in the campaign of May-June 1940, or was it merely concerned with its own defence? And how was it that Churchill's pleas for America to enter the war fell on deaf ears? In the course of these chapters, the question of whether Britain did fight this period of the Second World War alone will be addressed. In shaping the book in this fashion, I also seek to draw attention to two other issues. The first is the nature of the war had Britain been defeated or withdrawn into a sullen peace with Hitler. Without delving too far into speculation or counterfactual history, I find it difficult to imagine what might have happened. Would Hitler have defeated Russia without Britain to contend with? Would an American reconquest of Europe from the Nazis have occurred without an offshore base? Fortunately, it is not necessary to answer these questions to see how important it was that Britain continued the fight against Hitler. By taking this approach, I also want to highlight the nature of the struggle in 1940. Britain was a class-ridden society with many imperfections. It was also a liberal democracy that stood for the rule of law, representative institutions, tolerance or decency, to use George Orwell's word. And Britain was all that stood between Hitler and, at the very least, the domination of Europe. On the other side, the Nazis had stamped out the rule of law in Germany, based their policy on racial hatred, wiped out minority dissent, and excluded altogether groups such as Jews, Romani, communists, and homosexuals from civil society. The war in the West is not usually portrayed in such black-and-white terms. It is not that historians have identified any aspects of Nazi Germany that are laudable. It is more that in 1940 the full horror of Nazi policies had not yet revealed itself. The war in the West is not usually portrayed in such black-and-white terms. It is not that historians have identified any aspects of Nazi Germany that are laudable. It is more that in 1940 the full horror of Nazi policies had not yet revealed itself. But the snuffing out of Poland, Denmark, Norway, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and most of France, was atrocious enough. And the persecution of groups within all those countries was well underway in 1940. This was already not just an old-fashioned war for the acquisition of territory. It was racial war as well. In 1940, the West stood on the brink of oblivion. And perhaps this is the place to say what I mean by the West. It is, in general terms, the group of countries where the state seeks to uphold these values of the Enlightenment: political diversity, freedom of speech, the rule of law, tolerance of minorities. These states are not ruled by religious dogma, but are largely secular in outlook. That these states contain many imperfections is beyond question. Some groups within the West have never accepted the values of the Enlightenment. Aspects of the secular state are under attack at present. The West has also made many egregious errors in the fields of foreign, environmental, and humanitarian policy, any one of which may yet destroy it. But the West has also been the location of Churchill's broad, sunlit uplands, the only region in the world where a relatively decent life can be lived free from fear and oppression. Could it be argued that Germany was still fundamentally part of the West? I reject this view because I believe that it seriously underestimates the almost inconceivable horror lying at the heart of Nazi Germany. Britain was not fighting the land of Goethe, Kant, or Beethoven. It was fighting Nazism. And Nazism was not merely a perversion of the Enlightenment like communism. It was its negation. Hitler well understood this. He often referred to the West in entirely oppositional terms. He did not consider Germany to be part of this entity, nor did he want his regime to be thought of as Western. The sources that underpin the writing of this book represented a considerable challenge. They are immense. The War Cabinet conclusions and those of its affiliated committees, especially the Defense Committee and the Chiefs of Staff Committee, and the papers that are attached to these committees alone would fill a small room. In addition, we have the Admiralty Papers, vital for invasion policy and Dunkirk. The War Office Papers that are also vital for invasion preparations. Dunkirk and the retreat of the BEF, and the papers of Fighter Command, which in their detail threaten to overwhelm any study of the Battle of Britain. For the Blitz, the papers of the Home Secretary Department are voluminous but essential, as are the myriad of diaries and letters of those who lived through it. The papers of the Ministry of Information and those of mass observation are also essential to gauge at least how public officials and professional snoopers thought the people were coping with the bombing. In addition to these official or semi-official papers are collections of private papers of individuals. The huge collection in the Churchill papers is thankfully online, but time-consuming to use. There are also large collections of private papers associated with figures such as Eden, Chamberlain, Roosevelt, and many others identified in the bibliography. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming nature of the sources, I can claim that most of this book is based on their solid foundation. Where possible, I have used original documents in preference to published collections. An exception is the Roosevelt-Churchill correspondence, which has been so expertly edited by Warren Kimball. This study also owes a debt to the labors of many other historians, on whose work I have frequently drawn. Their contribution to this book will, I hope, be obvious. Chapter 1. Half-Hearted War. The dawn of 1940 gave no indication that the year would prove the most critical of the 20th century, the year when it was possible that liberal democracy in Western Europe, and perhaps the world, could have vanished from the comity of nations. The 1 January 1940 marked the 123rd day of war. But since the British and French declarations of war on Germany on 3 September 1939, there had been no dramatic events in the West. In the East, there had been drama enough. Poland, for which the declarations were made, had been wiped out. The German invasion, launched on 1 September, had been spectacularly successful. The Russian invasion from the east on 17 September saw the end of the Polish state. But these events had occurred far from the frontiers of France and from the seas around Britain. Nearer to home, on the 123rd day of war, a Swedish trawler had been torpedoed by a German U-boat. The Luftwaffe had made a number of ineffectual raids on RAF bases in Scotland and the Shetlands, during which one enemy aircraft had been shot down. On the Isle of Man, an old Handley Page bomber had crashed in bad weather into Mount Snaefell, with the loss of 3 of its 4 crew. The day had been, in fact, as bereft of major military events as the preceding 122 days. The war quickly became known as the Phoney or Boer War. This is not to deny the drama of events on the civilian front. In the first week of September 1939, over 800,000 unaccompanied children and 500,000 mothers with babies had been evacuated from Britain's industrial cities. Theatres and cinemas had closed, horse racing ceased, and a blackout had been imposed, which had so far killed more people in road traffic accidents than had died in the armed forces. As for the armed forces, on land there was little to report. The 4 divisions of the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, had crossed to France and taken up their positions in the line in an area around Lille, along the frontier of neutral Belgium. The troops commenced the tasks of digging trenches, fortifying houses, constructing pillboxes and preparing tank traps. In the air, there had been some action. Some RAF bomber squadrons had attacked German naval installations and shipping around Wilhelmshaven. They had been quite unsuccessful. Many aircraft had been lost and no ships sunk. At sea, there had been considerably more action. 9 U-boats had been sunk, far fewer than claimed by the Navy. But already 420,000 tons of shipping, British Allied and neutral, had been torpedoed. More alarming for the Navy, the Royal Oak, a First World War vintage battleship, had been sunk in the supposed safety of Scapa Flow to the north of Scotland, an event that drove the home fleet to seek refuge in Loch Ewe on the west coast of Scotland. The great success at sea had been the attack by 3 small warships on the German pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee. The British squadron forced it into the Montevideo harbour in Uruguay, from which it emerged only to scuttle itself. The cabinet that was running or presiding over this war had been formed by Neville Chamberlain on 3 September 1939. His only startling addition had been to bring in Winston Churchill as First Lord of the Admiralty. Lord Hankey was also added, but to the lowly position of Minister without portfolio. If Hankey had visions of running the war through a series of committees of which he was the secretary, he was to be disappointed. In truth, he was given no job of any importance. The other members of the War Cabinet were the same men who had presided over the failed appeasement policy throughout the 1930s. Under Chamberlain was Lord Halifax, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Sir John Simon, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Leslie Hoare-Belisha, Minister for War, Sir Samuel Hoare, Lord Privy Seal, Sir Kingsley Wood, Secretary of State for Air, and Lord Chatfield, for Minister of the Coordination of Defence, formerly Admiral Beattie's flag captain at Jetland. Chatfield's position sounded important, but there was, as it happened, little defence to coordinate. The War Cabinet was therefore dominated by appeasers. They had declared war, after some pressure from the House of Commons, but the question remained as to how they would prosecute it. At a meeting of the War Cabinet on the day after the declaration, Churchill showed that he was keen for immediate action. Britain had gone to war to fulfill its obligations to Poland, and he thought that every means possible should be employed to relieve the pressure. This could be done by operations against the Siegfried Line, which was at present thinly held. The burden of such operations would fall on the French army and our Air Force. The War Cabinet suddenly realized that they were quite ignorant of what the French intended to do in this situation. General Ironside, the Chief of the Imperial General Staff, CIGS, and Sir Cyril Newall, the Chief of the Air Staff, CAS, were immediately dispatched to France to meet the French Commander-in-Chief, General Gamelin. He informed them that he intended to concentrate a force of about 80 divisions and begin a slow, methodical advance towards the main French fortifications along the Maginot Line. He would then throw out a reconnaissance force to test the German frontier defences of the Siegfried Line. This phase would not be rushed. It would consist of another slow, methodical advance supported by a heavy concentration of artillery. By X Day, which he would not specify, Gamelin would be ready to commence not a full-scale attack, but leaning against the Siegfried Line, whatever that meant. These actions, if they can be so described, as Gamelin made clear, would provide no help for the Poles. He thought Polish resistance would soon be overcome, and that the Allies must conserve their forces for the main struggle, and not be led astray by popular outcry. Gamelin's plan essentially rendered inoperative an assurance he had given to the Poles that the Allies would intervene against Germany in the first 14 days of the war. Whenever X Day arrived, it was clear that it would lie far outside that period. Germany must be beaten, but as it turned out, this would have little to do with the fate of Poland. Back in London, it might be thought that this plan would be greeted by the War Cabinet with an outcry of the type that Gamelin feared. Nothing of the kind happened. There was general agreement that nothing could be done for the Poles. When the French were ready, the RAF would be made available to support them. Only Churchill dissented. He urged that Germany be bombed immediately to relieve pressure on the Poles, but his was a lone voice. The decision for inaction won the day. The sober fact was, of course, that on land the British in the medium term were dependent on the French. The 4 divisions already in France would increase only to 10 by April 1940, hardly a match for the 80 to 90 divisions that France had in the field. This was not a case of the British being caught on the hop. It flowed directly from Chamberlain's pre-war policy. In 1935, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, he vetoed a proposal to equip a force of 17 divisions to be dispatched to Europe on the outbreak of a war on the grounds that the public would not stand for it. When he became Prime Minister, he demanded cutbacks in army expenditure that saw it equipped only for the role of imperial policing. This policy defied all logic because it ensured that whatever the situation in Europe, Britain would have no suitable troops to send, even to meet demands made by a European ally. After the Munich Agreement of September 1938, those demands were being expressed. Pressure from the French forced a change of policy. A regular army of 6 divisions would be equipped for continental war and backed by 11 territorial divisions. After the incorporation of Czechoslovakia into the Reich in March 1939, the number of territorial divisions was increased to 26. But these were only divisions on paper, more of which were created by a committee of the Cabinet, the Land Forces Committee, on the outbreak of war. Now, an army of 55 divisions, of which 14 would be provided by the Dominions, was mooted. But it would not be ready before 1942. These plans were all too late for Britain to have any influence on French strategy on land, a situation with which Chamberlain was very comfortable. What of intervention from the air, as Churchill had suggested? Only in fighters were the British well placed. The squadrons of Fighter Command were being equipped with modern single-engine Hurricanes and Spitfires, equal to anything the Germans had and superior to the latest French types. But fighters were essentially a defensive weapon, and they could only operate with security in 1939 behind the British radar chain that could give warning of an enemy attack. In France, there was no radar. A few squadrons were sent there, but only to provide cover for the BEF. Their purpose was hardly to conduct raids into Germany. A small force of light bombers was also sent to operate with the French, but as the French had no intention of bombing Germany, these aircraft remained idle. In terms of strikes against German industry and communications, it was the bomber force that was important. On the outbreak of war, Bomber Command could muster 272 aircraft. Of these, 30% consisted of the Fairey Battle single-engine light bomber, which could carry just 1,000 pounds weight of bombs. Other types, the Hampden, the Whitley, and the Wellington, could carry up to 7,000 pounds in bombs. But the Hampdens were old, having first been laid down in 1932, and the Whitleys unstable. All was slow. To some extent, this hybrid and obsolescent force was the product of rapid changes in bomber and fighter design in the 1930s. Certainly the air staff realized that their force had many drawbacks. The bomb loads could not crack concreted targets. The force had no long-range fighter capable of protecting the bombers on incursions into Germany. The crews had received little training in navigation, bomb aiming, or even flying, and there were doubts whether the skill existed even to fly in formation, which made a concentrated blow against a target a dubious proposition. What is striking about the British bomber force is that the War Cabinet considered it to be a fearsome weapon of mass destruction. In their discussions, they did not lament that the RAF possessed a bomber force of great feebleness, vulnerability, and inaccuracy, but instead debated whether the awesome weapon they possessed ought to be unleashed against the Ruhr and other areas of German industrial production. This presented Chamberlain with a dilemma. He was determined, for reasons that will be discussed later, to delay an actual shooting war for as long as possible. Initially, he was bailed out by Roosevelt, who just before hostilities commenced, issued a plea to all belligerents to refrain from bombing civilian targets. An Anglo-French declaration accepting the restriction was issued the following day, and Hitler followed shortly afterward with a similar statement. Not everyone on the British side accepted this policy. On 9 September 1939, the Chief of the Air Staff recommended to the War Cabinet that the RAF be used more extensively. He reported that in Poland, the Luftwaffe had attacked not just munitions factories, but power stations and civilian works of all kinds. Chamberlain's response was to consider these reports, and meanwhile to get the Ministry of Information to publicize the type of attacks the Germans were making in Poland. The restrictions on bombing Germany were to remain. Churchill also thought British policy too restrictive, and urged that the synthetic oil plants in Germany be attacked. He, too, was overruled. One might have thought that the massive German attacks on Warsaw on 24 and 25 September would have altered Chamberlain's perspective on bombing. Surely this meant that Roosevelt's appeal had failed and that a new situation now applied. But Chamberlain demurred. The War Cabinet repeatedly discussed the question of what action by Germany would be decisive enough to warrant the unleashing of the strategic bombers. Clearly, Poland did not qualify, but what of an invasion of Belgium? Strangely, although keeping Belgium out of foreign hands had been a cornerstone of British policy since the state had been formed in 1830, Chamberlain doubted that even a German invasion would justify bombing the Ruhr. Even after General Ironside assured him that such an action by Hitler could certainly be regarded as decisive, Chamberlain cavilled. Would bombing Germany, he inquired, make the difference between the success and failure of an attack upon Belgium? Hore Belisha, the Minister for War, came to Chamberlain's aid by stating that from his conversations with Gamelin, he had adduced that the French were opposed to bombing the Ruhr in any circumstances, and that in any case they did not view the invasion of Belgium as necessarily constituting a decisive event. This was surely the time to indicate to the French that Britain placed a rather higher value on the integrity of Belgium than Gamelin, but Chamberlain sided with the French. In the upshot, the War Cabinet came to the utterly lame conclusion that they should inform the French that they indeed had a plan to bomb the Ruhr, but that it would be implemented only if the German invasion looked decisive. In short, they would decide not to decide and wait on events. It would be tedious indeed to follow subsequent discussions on bombing in this detail. Suffice to say that they all tended to follow the same trajectory. 3 months later, Chamberlain was still saying that an attack on the Ruhr in consequence of Germany's violating Belgian neutrality would be a departure from our previous ideas. And Lord Halifax was still supporting his leader by asserting that if Britain attacked the Ruhr, it would be accused of being the first to take the gloves off. In the light of discussions such as these, it is necessary to mention that Chamberlain and Halifax were aware of the bombing of Warsaw and the widespread massacres that had taken place in Poland. The gloves, for those who had eyes to see, were well and truly off. But it would take more than widespread massacre in the East to divert Chamberlain from his inflexible resolve to do nothing. The decision not to drop explosive objects on Germany did not mean that the bomber force would not traverse enemy territory. The bombers would not, however, drop bombs. Instead, they would drop information leaflets. These leaflets were deemed to serve a dual purpose. Their content, generally urging the German people to overthrow Hitler and make peace without annexations, would have an important effect on German public opinion. Moreover, the demonstration that British warplanes could operate over Germany with impunity would lower enemy morale. The War Cabinet were aware of uneasiness in some quarters about merely dropping leaflets when Poland was being pounded into a pulp. But such hesitations were brushed aside, and the leaflet war continued. The leaflets were dropped by the million. But as early as 16 September, Halifax was beginning to doubt their efficacy. Chamberlain, however, considered the program good and useful. Not surprisingly, the Prime Minister's view prevailed. The debate over leaflet drops continued in the War Cabinet for months. By 1940, Halifax had been won over. In a long statement, he assured members that there was evidence that the Gestapo hated the leaflets, and that as the German people were natural readers, the leaflet messages were being spread widely throughout the Third Reich. Despite the tendentious, if not ludicrous, nature of these generalizations, and the total lack of evidence that the German people, after an intense period of reading, were about to rise up and smite their regime, Halifax's remarks were met with polite silence by the War Cabinet. Leaflets had clearly triumphed over bombs. A glance at Bomber Command operations between September 1939 and April 1940 confirms that this was so. During the first 250 days of the war, not a single bomb fell on German territory, except poorly directed projectiles aimed at ships in port, which hit adjacent areas. The records reveal so many leaflet raids that the historians of bomber operations felt compelled to group them into periods to avoid constant repetition. Thus, between the nights of 4-5 September and 23-24 December 1939, there were 22 leaflet raids. Between 4-5 January and 19-20 January 1940, there were probably about the same number, and so on. If, in the 1930s, British policymakers lived in the shadow of the bomber, the German people, in the first 8 months of the war, lived merely in the shadow of the leaflet. With an army too small to influence strategy, and a bomber force that was in most circumstances not to drop bombs, only the Navy remained to Britain as an instrument of war. Here the British were better placed. From 1933-4 to 1937-8, the Navy received the highest percentage of the defence vote. Only in 1938-9 and 1939-40 was the RAF given more money. On the outbreak of war, the Home Fleet, the more modestly named equivalent of the Grand Fleet in the Great War, had in British waters 8 battleships, 2 battle cruisers, 4 aircraft carriers, 3 cruiser squadrons, 9 destroyer flotillas, and numerous other craft such as submarines, minesweepers, and trawlers. In addition, the British had 5 battleships and 6 aircraft carriers under construction. Compared with this array, the Germans had 4 capital ships and 2 more under construction, 5 cruisers, 25 destroyers, and no aircraft carriers. Only in submarines were the Germans ahead, for the simple fact that the British Navy and Merchant Marine provided many more targets for them than did the small number of German ships for the British. Certainly the Navy was a less troublesome weapon of war for Chamberlain than the bomber force. There would be no cabinet discussions on using the Navy to bombard Germany, because there were few targets on the short German coastline, and its waters were, anyway, protected by minefields, submarines, and destroyers. Churchill's rather madcap idea that the heavy ships of the Home Fleet could be rendered mine, torpedo, and bomb-proof, and thus dominate the Baltic, had no support either within the Admiralty or outside it. It forever remained in the planning stage. However, there was a way in which the Navy could be used offensively without risking the nightmare of the Chamberlain government, an actual shooting war. The Navy could blockade the Third Reich, denying Germany essential war materials and food. In this circumstance, those leaflets might be read with greater effect. From the outset, then, blockade was the one warlike policy adopted by the Prime Minister with something approaching enthusiasm. Chamberlain was not alone in expecting much from the blockade. There was a school of thought, encompassing military experts from both Britain and Germany, which held that it was the blockade that had brought Germany to its knees in 1918. We now know that this quite misread the situation. Gerhard Hardack and others have demonstrated that if the German people were short of food and other consumables at the end of the Great War, it was the usurpation by the military of the greater part of the resources of the country, as well as the transportation system, that was the root cause. This is not to say that the blockade had no effect in the Great War, or that it was without value in the first 8 months of the Second World War. When it was implemented on the first day of the war, it had an immediate effect on some of the choke points in the German economy. One of the most important was the supply of oil. Oil was a constant worry for the Germans during the whole of the Second World War. Germany manufactured 120,000 tons of synthetic oil per month in 1939-40 and had stockpiles of 2.1 million tons. This, they estimated, represented 5 months' consumption for most of the economy under wartime conditions, and just 3 months for the Luftwaffe. The British had reasonably accurate intelligence on German oil supplies, so their attention turned to the one European country that produced oil in quantity, Romania. In one sense, both Britain and Germany, and for that matter France, faced the same problem in pursuing Romanian oil supplies. All were short of hard foreign currency with which to pay. In the case of the Allies, what hard currency they had went to the United States, which from November 1939 allowed commodities such as oil to be purchased on a cash-and-carry basis. The Germans were also chronically short of hard currency, and were prevented by the blockade from accessing any part of US production. However, they could offer Romania weapons with which to modernize its military. Messerschmitt fighters were therefore exchanged for oil. After the conquest of Poland, the geographic proximity of the German army to Romania induced the government to release more oil. By 1940, Germany was receiving 1.56 million tons of oil per annum from Romania. This was one leak in the blockade that the Allies were powerless to stop. But there was another that was even more important to Germany. Under a clause of the Nazi-Soviet pact, Stalin had undertaken to supply Germany with strategic materials of all kinds. In this way, shortages of other critical materials such as copper, manganese, chrome, and phosphates flowed into Germany from Russia. As Adam Tooze had noted, the Quartermaster General of the German army considered that it was this pact that allowed the conquests of 1939–40 to be made. The economic blockade was thus neatly circumvented. Chamberlain's main weapon of war was a broken reed. Britain's armed forces on this reckoning would take some time to play a significant role in the war. But this still left the Chamberlain government much to do. If anything approaching an all-out effort was to be made to win the war, a redirection of industry and labour would be required towards the manufacture of military materiel, and a huge financial effort would then be required to pay for it. In the event, the Chamberlain government did little to put the British economy on a war footing. Before hostilities commenced, it set up a system of shadow factories, whereby major manufacturers could rapidly convert to war production when the time came. A Ministry of Supply with very drastic powers to require supplies to be delivered and work to be done was also extracted from Chamberlain in March 1939. But the appointment of a nonentity as minister, Leslie Burgin, and Chamberlain's determination that the powers of the ministry not be used reduced it to a hollow shell. The passage of a number of acts, emergency powers, control of employment, and conscription, gave the government almost total control of the flow of labour. But yet again, it was one matter to acquire powers, quite another to employ them. In the case of the Emergency Powers Act, the government never used the powers that it had made available. Regulations could have been drawn up to direct labour to areas required by war, but no such regulations were passed. The Act, therefore, remained ineffectual. The result was that so far as employment was concerned, labour did not flow with sufficient speed into war industries, or, for that matter, into any other industries. In October 1939, the Minister of Labour announced to the War Cabinet the truly alarming fact that since the outbreak of war, unemployment had increased from 1 million to 1.3 million. Nor were the sizes of the three armed forces increasing with sufficient speed. By March 1940, the conscription acts had made some difference. Size of British Armed Forces, 1939–40. September 1939. Navy, 180,000. Army, 900,000. Air Force, 193,000. Total, 1,273,000. March 1940. Navy, 241,000. Army, 1,365,000. Air Force, 215,000. Total, 1,821,000. Increase. Navy, 61,000. Army, 465,000. Air Force, 22,000. Total, 548,000. But an increase of nearly 550,000 in 8 months was only a small step towards the War Cabinet's own target of 32 British divisions ready by 1942, or the interim step of having 20 divisions available by September 1941. Similar situations applied in the Air Force and the Navy. The War Cabinet decided to increase the monthly production of all aircraft from 1,500 to 2,300, and increase the construction of merchant ships from 1 million tons per year to 2 million. These were laudable aims, but as two committees, the Wolf Committee and the Stamp Committee, set up to examine the labour situation reported, there was no hope of any of the targets being reached under the existing arrangements. The response from the Prime Minister was to retain the targets, press on, and hope for the best. The same lethargy was evident in financial mobilization. Various white papers gradually increased war expenditure in 1939-40, from £580 million to £1,000 million. But given that the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir John Simon, was well aware that the costs of war had risen greatly since the First World War, and that 1 year's expenditure in that war had amounted to £2,500 million, these steps were patently insufficient. A number of fiscal measures were proposed by Simon to meet the cost of the war. All were modest. The standard rate of income tax was to be increased from 5s6d to 7s6d in the pound after 6 months. This increase might appear significant, but in 1939, only 3.5 million of the 30 million wage earners in Britain paid income tax, meaning that this would only raise £146 million in a full year. There were also modest rises in taxes on beer, tobacco and sugar, and a small increase in death duties. But in total, all indirect tax rises merely produced £75 million. The only new tax was on excess profits, a tax of 60% on any increase in profits over a pre-war standard. To Simon, these amounts seemed bold and dramatic, but an outside observer immediately recognized the inadequacies of the fiscal measures. John Maynard Keynes, not yet employed by the Treasury, but still an influential voice, wrote to the Times thus: "I do not consider the new burdens in the budget excessive. Quite the contrary. What strikes me about the budget is the utter futility of the old imposts to solve the problem, even when pushed almost to the limits of endurance. Apart from the excess profits tax, the increased taxation comes to less than 5% of our pre-war income." Keynes had realized that the indirect taxes, the old imposts, and the modest rises in income tax would not achieve even Simon's limited goals, and that only a small fraction of Britain's wealth was being tapped for warlike purposes. He went on to argue that as the war would increase both the numbers employed and the number of hours worked by the employed, the budget would actually leave greater spending power in the hands of the public than they possessed before the war. This was the very opposite of what war finance should achieve. He concluded by describing Simon's proposals as mere chicken feed to the dragons of war. In other areas, Simon's measures proved equally ineffective. A war loan raised only £200 million of the £300 million expected, but Simon rigidly adhered to the principle that voluntary rather than compulsory means must be used to pay for the war. Bizarrely, he also attempted to cap the amount that the war would cost, a ludicrous exercise if a country is deemed to be fighting for its existence. Simon's first target was £1,000 million. His second, in April 1940, £2,000 million. But all such targets were futile. If Britain was to wage an effective war, no cap on expenditure could be contemplated. Only in one instance did Simon rise above the traditional budget measures of voluntary loans and small indirect tax increases to raise revenue. In his 1940 budget, he introduced a point-of-sale purchase tax on all goods except food, fuel, and export goods. But all these measures left a £1,000 million gap between revenue and estimated expenditure. This gap brought censure from Keynes, who suggested a scheme for compulsory savings, which was utterly rejected. Simon complained that Keynes' approach would kill the voluntary method, but he was not willing to accept that this method was already terminally ill. Simon's first wartime budget in September 1939 had been received by the House of Commons with virtually no debate. Criticism was muted as members focused on how the additional war expenditure would be financed. The budget of April 1940 did not receive the same polite response. Leo Amery, a maverick conservative, branded the budget as limited and said that the Chancellor was not being honest with the people about the sacrifices the war would require. On the following day, Hugh Dalton for Labour savaged the budget, pointing out its inadequacies in terms of the effort made in the Great War and demanding a levy on capital. But the outstanding speech on the budget was by Clement Davies, a prominent independent Liberal. Davies had been listening with growing exasperation to the dronings of Captain Cruikshank, a Tory of no particular distinction. Cruikshank was comparing the British war effort favourably with the German one, and noting that Britain also had the rightness of its cause, the undragooned beliefs of the people, and the support of the Empire. Finally, Davies could take no more. He interjected that the logical conclusion to be drawn from Cruikshank was, "We are so right, we need not fight." Davies had touched a nerve here. Simon's second budget fell far short of the needs of the war that Britain should have been fighting. Even the crushing defeat suffered by Britain in the Norway campaign of April 1940 had not provided a sharp shock to the Chancellor. Still, only a fraction of Britain's financial resources were being mobilized. Davies concluded his speech by saying that two wars were being waged in Britain, one against Germany and the other against laissez-faire, and that he regarded the latter as pernicious and a foul creed which should be done away with in time of war. Davies was right. This was no way to finance a war against as formidable a foe as Nazi Germany. It was bad policy in the phony war, and it was bad policy when the shooting war started in April 1940. A growing chorus of commentators argued that if Britain was going to prosecute the war effectively, Simon's half-hearted laissez-faire approach to war finance would have to go. The restlessness in the House of Commons was one indication that a growing number of members were becoming convinced that a new approach would only come with a new government. The period of the war under discussion, from September 1939 to April 1940, when, so far as the Western powers are concerned, the shooting war began, presents a puzzle. The Chamberlain government had declared war on Germany, but was only waging it on the margins. It would not bomb Germany. It would not put pressure on the French to use their army offensively, and it was blind to the ineffectiveness of the blockade. Moreover, the government was not acting with the urgency required to increase Britain's war-making capacity by directing labour into industries that would address the deficiencies in numbers and equipment of the armed forces, or by mobilizing the country's considerable wealth. The answer to the puzzle is to be found in the personality of the Prime Minister. Chamberlain hated war, and in September 1939 found himself in a position he had striven for years to avoid, that of being a war leader. His hatred of war resulted in a perspective on the conflict that ran counter to common sense, and, although he certainly didn't intend it, posed a real danger to his country. For in the end, Chamberlain convinced himself that the war could be won without serious fighting, and that its duration would be short. Let us examine these propositions to see exactly why the half-hearted war came to be waged. That Chamberlain detested the war he found himself in is not in doubt. His speech to the people on the outbreak of war was depressing in the extreme. He spoke of how his world had collapsed in ruins, how he had been betrayed by Hitler. Rather than a rallying cry to the nation in time of crisis, this was a cry for sympathy for Neville Chamberlain. Few people that day would have drawn any inspiration from listening to Chamberlain's tired, sad voice. Shortly after the declaration of war, Chamberlain confided to the Archbishop of Canterbury that he found his personal position hateful. A few days later, he told one of his sisters, "How I do hate and loathe this war. I was never meant to be a war minister." He added that he should hand over his responsibilities to someone else. By December, although he was finding the war more hateful than ever, there were no more thoughts about relinquishing office. This change had come about because Chamberlain had arrived at the startling conclusion that the war would soon be over. He had a feeling, he told his sister, that if Britain kept up the economic pressure and continued to mobilize, I reckon we shall have won the war by the spring. Considering that the army was minuscule, the RAF was prohibited from bombing, the blockade was having no discernible effect, the economy was hardly becoming mobilized, this was an extraordinary forecast. Chamberlain was clearly gambling on a collapse of the German home front. He thought this might be brought about in a number of ways. Firstly, there was the effect of British propaganda. We have seen how much was made of the leaflet war by Chamberlain in the War Cabinet. He persisted with this most ineffectual of campaigns, in the hope that enough Germans would be convinced of the iniquity of the Nazi regime to overthrow it. Chamberlain's optimism was reinforced by other factors. Hitler's health was a continual preoccupation for the Prime Minister. In November, Chamberlain was claiming that the Führer had fallen into a state of abject depression, owing to his inability to find any opportunity for doing anything. By early February 1940, he was reporting that Hitler was in the hands of a nerve specialist, on the brink of total collapse. Then there was the possibility that if Hitler did not collapse, the German people would. As early as September, Chamberlain informed the War Cabinet that the long queues of people waiting for food in Germany had been banned because such groups could too easily exchange information on how badly the war was progressing. This view was reinforced by the Romanian Foreign Minister, Viorel Tailia, who reported that the German people were intensely depressed. They could not see how the war could be won, and when the first crack appeared, collapse might follow very rapidly. Perhaps this was thought to carry weight because it came from a neutral source. The French also provided evidence in support. The British ambassador in Paris was told that French sources considered depression in Germany was growing apace, an item that was immediately passed on to the War Cabinet. 2 weeks later, Halifax added that various sources within Germany were reporting depression and discord existing among the Nazi leadership, and that while it would be unwise to pay too much attention to any of these sources, they had a cumulative effect. In other words, it would be wise to pay attention to them. The other group that was depressed in Germany was potentially more important: the army. It is certainly true that at times particular generals talked vaguely about overthrowing the Führer, but these murmurings fell well short of the type of dissatisfaction that Halifax and Chamberlain were peddling to the war cabinet. On 23 October, Halifax announced that a group of generals was extremely discontented with the situation, and that a considerable number of army officers had been shot and a larger number arrested. At the same time, many naval officers had tendered their resignations. A few days later, Halifax stated that peace proposals were being sought from Hitler by some leading generals, and that this had caused great disagreement between the Führer and the military. Meanwhile, Chamberlain was telling his sisters that he had information that many army officers are disgusted by Hitler's brutality, and I guess it takes a lot to shock a German army officer. There were other reasons for someone with Chamberlain's cast of mind to believe that the Nazi regime would be short-lived. A continual stream of peace feelers emanated from Germany and other sources in Europe. That many of these feelers were regarded by Chamberlain and Halifax as worthy of consideration is indicated by the regularity with which they were brought to the attention of the war cabinet. One of the first to arrive came via the British ambassador to Turkey, Sir Hugh Knatchbull Hewson, who had been told by the German ambassador, Franz von Papen, that if Hitler could be removed and a provisional government formed led by Hermann Göring, peace would be possible. Chamberlain was quick to characterize Papen as hysterical and unreliable, but the War Cabinet proceeded to discuss in great detail what such a peace might involve: an independent Poland in agreement with the Soviet Union, Danzig to remain German, the rearrangement of the frontiers of Eastern Europe by way of a conference of interested powers, autonomy, not defined, for Czechoslovakia, and so on. In short, though originating from an unreliable hysteric, the proposal seemed to be taken seriously. Göring was thought to represent a moderate alternative to Hitler, and a man with whom a peace might be brokered. Birger de Leros was a Swedish business acquaintance of Göring, and he had made many visits to London in the days before the outbreak of war, in an attempt to keep Britain neutral. In early September, he held a series of talks with the British Embassy in Stockholm, to the effect that Göring was genuine in seeking peace. The result of these talks was a secret visit by de Leros to London on 28-30 September. During this time he saw Halifax, his permanent secretary, Sir Alexander Cadogan, and Chamberlain. What was said during these conversations remains uncertain. De Leros seems to have been told that words were no longer enough, and that the Germans must demonstrate that they were serious about peace by actions. However, as Christopher Hill comments, the very fact of his access to and apparent intimacy with the highest levels of British decision-making must have encouraged him, and his German interlocutors, a good deal. Halifax informed the War Cabinet of this visit only after the event and reassured his colleagues that our policy should be to hold a stiff attitude in the face of such communications. But he went on to say that he thought that we should not absolutely close the door. Churchill immediately protested. He told Halifax that these German peace feelers might not be sincere, and their real object might be to spread division and doubt amongst us. We must take every step to ensure that we are not deceived. Chamberlain was unabashed by this intervention. He quickly supported Halifax by saying that indeed every door to peace must remain open. Hitler made his own grand gesture toward peace on 6 October, based on Germany retaining its hegemony in Central and Eastern Europe, and arguing that it would be foolish to continue a wasteful war, a bit rich coming from the man who had started it. This so-called peace offer was discussed by the War Cabinet on 9 October. Churchill was the first into the discussion, warning that our reply must be more definite than had been contemplated a few days previously, and that the Cabinet should not attempt to maneuver in order to gain time. Surely a warning shot across Chamberlain's bow. A long drafting process followed, in which Halifax, Cadogan, Chamberlain, and the Dominion Prime Ministers were involved, and into which Churchill managed to insert his views. The result, however, was to some extent at odds with Churchill's preference of outright rejection. Chamberlain told the War Cabinet on 12 October that the draft statement left the door open. If Herr Hitler was, in fact, sincere in wishing for peace. In other words, Chamberlain would, under certain circumstances, negotiate with Hitler, a position earlier in the war he had said he would not contemplate. Hitler's statement was not, however, the last mention of peace. Deleris reappeared later in August with an offer from Goering to attend a conference on the European situation convened by the King of Sweden. Halifax seems finally to have had enough of the murky Swede, and although Chamberlain argued that he could see no harm in such a conference, on this occasion Halifax won the contest. Deleris remained in Sweden, and the King's services were not required. Other peace feelers followed. Deleris returned to London in early 1940 with an inquiry from Goering about what guarantees Britain would require to end the war. Then the British ambassador to the Vatican relayed a message that top German generals were anxious to conclude peace. Nothing came of these peace feelers. Their importance, however, lies not in their content or practicability, but in what they tell us about Chamberlain and Halifax. As much as they distrusted Hitler, Papen, and the rest, they found themselves unable to dismiss out of hand peace negotiations with Hitler, or with one of his gang, or with a group of his generals. In taking this stance, they were courting danger. Neither man had ever taken the measure of the Nazi regime, or the support that it had within the military and German society. There would be no popular uprising or coup, because the majority of the people and of the generals closely identified with the policies of the Nazi regime. Above all, there would be no acceptable peace while Hitler remained at the helm and delivered military successes. The danger with which the British leadership flirted was that some kind of peace might be cobbled up at the expense not just of the Central European states, although they would certainly be its first victims, but of the vital national interests of Britain and France as well. Churchill had grasped this point during the peace offensive in mid-October. He knew that Nazism was not a temporary threat to the West, which could be negotiated away at a peace conference. It was a permanent menace which could only be expunged by military victory. This view was some distance from Chamberlain's thinking. He believed that sooner rather than later, common sense would prevail in Germany. The Führer would either be overthrown or the Nazi leadership would realize that it made sense to give up their conquests and make peace. It followed that Germany must not be bombed, in case bombing welded the masses more tightly to the leadership or discouraged those Germans on the point of rebellion from acting. It also followed that the full mobilization of the British economy was not a matter of urgency. Long-term plans had to be put in place in case the expected end to the war, by whatever means, in the spring of 1940, did not eventuate. But there was no need to inject any urgency into mobilization, because the war would probably be over before the measures could be taken. Chamberlain was therefore only waging total war in the sense that his misreading of the German people and the Nazi regime was total. The half-hearted war was in this reading not only pathetic, it was dangerous. By not fully mobilizing the vast war potential possessed by Britain in order to fight the deadliest foe that had ever confronted it, by adopting a strategy of wait and see and an economic policy of laissez-faire, the Chamberlain government was conceding to Hitler the military initiative and allowing Germany time to remedy deficiencies in its war economy. The longer the phony war persisted, the greater the danger to Britain. As it happened, the first existential threat to the continuation of the British state as a liberal democracy was the Chamberlain government itself. Chapter 2. The Parliamentary Crisis. Churchill Ascendant. 7-10, May 1940. For the Chamberlain government, the shooting war started in the fjords of Norway. Both Britain and Germany had been concerned with Norway from the very beginning of the war. The crucial matter was deemed to be the iron ore trade, which flowed from Sweden through the Norwegian port of Narvik, down the coast to the German Baltic ports. This route allowed the Germans a winter supply of Swedish ore, when the other route through the Gulf of Bothnia iced over. To halt this trade, the British had a number of plans that ranged from laying a minefield off Narvik to force German shipping into open waters where it could be sunk, to grandiose schemes to entice Sweden and Norway into the war on the Allied side, with the consequent halting of the ore trade. The attack on Finland by Russia in December 1939 added an additional dimension to these schemes. The British and French now thought that on the pretense of aiding Finland, their troops could occupy the Swedish ore fields en passant. The main problem for the British was that they could not settle on a particular plan, and their war machinery, which involved 3 major committees and the War Cabinet, was cumbersome and inefficient. Chamberlain was possibly not unhappy with this situation. It bolstered his determination to keep the German people in a frame of mind where no irritation from the Allies would deter them from overthrowing the Führer. In any case, the Germans preempted the British. Just as a minefield was about to be laid off Narvik, the Germans invaded on 8 April 1940. Before the British could react, 10,000 enemy troops were ashore in Norway, supported by several squadrons of bombers and fighters from the Luftwaffe. The British found that in this situation their superior fleet was of limited utility. Around Narvik, which was out of range of German air cover, British destroyer flotillas could take a fearful toll on the German Navy, sinking half its entire destroyer fleet. In addition, the Germans lost a heavy cruiser to Norwegian guns and 2 light cruisers to the British. Moreover, every German heavy ship, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Lützow, and Hipper, was damaged. Central Norway, however, was within range of the German bombers. Here the British attempted landings at Namsos and Anderlassens, the idea being that they advance pincer-like on Trondheim, Norway's second-largest city. These poorly equipped, hastily thrown-together forces were defeated in short order, and in this area the heavy ships of the home fleet could provide no support. The danger from German bombers was just too great. Despite Churchill's messages to Admiral Forbes, eerily reminiscent of those sent to Admiral Carden at Gallipoli, urging that he rush Trondheim Fjord, the Admiral was not to be persuaded. The heavy ships were withdrawn. Luckily for the British, the evacuation of their forces was not opposed by the German Navy, and hardly a man was lost. At Narvik, A confused command structure, partly inflicted on the force by Churchill, led to Allied paralysis in the one area where they had numerical superiority. The town was finally captured on 28 May, but by then the Allies had greater worries closer to home, so the town was destroyed and their forces were withdrawn. A last humiliation was the sinking of the aircraft carrier Glorious during the evacuation. Churchill played an ambiguous role in the Norwegian affair. He was largely responsible for the command shambles at Narvik, and, like most of his colleagues, also underestimated the vulnerability of warships to aircraft. But he was not responsible for the overall military fiasco. His only blemish was to be a member of the War Cabinet that had presided over it. Suffice it to say here that the events which were to follow placed him in an interesting, albeit slightly weakened, position. As a result of the Norway campaign, a debate on the war was called in the House of Commons. Ever after, it has been called the Norway debate. But in truth, it was about much more than Norway. The debate was, in fact, entitled in Hansard, Conduct of the War, and that was a more accurate description. The Norway fiasco itself had served mainly to focus the attention of many members of Parliament on the supine way in which the government seemed to be conducting the war. We have already noted the disquiet expressed by some members over what they saw as an inadequate response on the financial side and the slow conversion of the economy to a war footing. The setbacks in Norway gave the dissenters a new voice. We can detect 5 groups of dissidents at this time. The first was the Eden group that had its origins in the resignation of the Foreign Secretary in February 1938 over differences in approach to Roosevelt and Mussolini. After Anthony Eden's resignation speech, 30 Conservatives abstained on a vote of no confidence moved by Labour. Moreover, 20 of these were younger MPs who had made foreign affairs their area of expertise. However, it was only around the time of the Munich crisis, in October 1938, that this group solidified. Their nominal leader was Eden. There were about 20 of them, and they met once a week at the house of the Conservative MP Ronald Tree in Queen Anne's Gate. Eden's leadership of the group was rather ineffectual, as he was always hoping to return to office. Only on the outbreak of war, when Chamberlain included Eden in the government as Dominion's secretary, and Leo Amery took over as chairman, did the group function as an organized body. As well as Amery and Eden, the group included General Spears and Duff Cooper, and younger men on the rise such as Richard Law, Harold Macmillan, Harold Nicholson, Lord Cranborne, Paul Emery's Evans, Ronald Tree, and J.P.C. Thomas. Later adherents included Captain Bauer, Captain Gunston, H.J. Duggan, A.P. Herbert, Lord Woolmer, Anthony Crossley, and Mark Patrick. A separate but small group around Winston Churchill, Robert Boothby, Brendan Bracken, and Duncan Sandys held even stronger views about appeasement than the Eden group. They saw Chamberlain's foreign policy as little more than subordination to the whims of Hitler and Mussolini. The problem for this group was that from the outbreak of war, its leader occupied a senior position in the government as First Lord of the Admiralty. Criticism of his followers, especially over Norway, was muted. The third group had its origins in the powerful Cecil family. Lord Salisbury, who had long been concerned about Chamberlain's leadership in any future war. In July 1939, he wrote to the Daily Telegraph and the Morning Post, calling for all the best men from whatever political party to be included in a national government on the outbreak of war. He deplored the fact that Chamberlain seemed afraid to include Churchill in his administration for fears of offending Hitler. This group, the Watching Committee, of 28 original members, did not exist as a formal body until April 1940. Its purpose was not necessarily to seek the overthrow of the Chamberlain government, but to monitor the progress of the war. The group consisted of members of both the Commons and Lords, and, in line with its charter, included some who were generally pro-Chamberlain, such as Sir Patrick Spens and Viscount Astor. From April, the committee met regularly and discussed such subjects as the composition of the war cabinet, strategy, and how better to mobilize the home front. In general, the group wanted a small war cabinet consisting of members without departmental responsibility and a more vigorous prosecution of the war. As a Tory grandee, Salisbury had excellent access to Chamberlain. The day after the German invasion of Norway, he met the Prime Minister and warned him of the consequences of failure. Receiving no satisfactory reply, 2 weeks later, the group sent a deputation to Halifax. He, too, was unresponsive. A member of the delegation told Lord Cranborne, Salisbury's son and a member of the House of Commons, that Halifax understands the dangers of the position, but does not seem to have any solutions for dealing with it. A further deputation followed, when Halifax joined Chamberlain in blaming Norwegian neutrality for the fiasco there. Salisbury bluntly told him that he was not satisfied with this explanation. Clearly, the Watching Committee was starting to do more than watch. A fourth group formed after the declaration of war. In November, Robert Boothby convened an all-party group called the Vigilantes, consisting of over 50 MPs, 25 Conservative, 16 Labour, 8 Liberal, and 4 Independents. Their brief was also to monitor the progress of the war. Yet a fifth group was formed by government backbenchers who were serving members of the armed forces. By November 1939, there were potentially 100 Conservatives eligible to sit in this group, although by no means all of them did so. The chairman was Victor Cazalet, an independently minded Chamberlainite who nevertheless had close links with Churchill. Their first foray took place in a secret session of the Commons on 13 December 1939, when several members expressed concern about the outdated military equipment provided to them. Chamberlain dismissed their complaints with contempt. In addition to these 5 groups, a cluster of Conservatives elected before 1914, called the Old Tories, formed an irregular group. They were mostly from a military background and generally supported Chamberlain, but they had joined with Churchill to oppose the India Bill of 1935. A typical Old Tory was Brigadier Henry Page Croft. In his uninformative but nevertheless illuminating memoirs, he makes it clear that he supported appeasement only because it bought time for British rearmament. When war came, he and his colleagues were appalled by British inaction over Poland. He and Sir John Gretton went so far as to send a letter of apology to the Polish ambassador. Gretton also wrote to Chamberlain, begging him to bomb German airfields to relieve pressure on the Poles. When the Prime Minister failed to respond, Gretton told his constituents that Britain might have to look elsewhere for leaders in the great struggle. Here, then, was a group of about 20 to 30 MPs whose support for the Prime Minister was conditional on a more vigorous prosecution of the war, and whose long-term support could not be taken for granted. Estimating the size and influence of the 5 formal groups is difficult. Boothby, for example, was a member of 4 of them. Amory was a member both of the Eden and the Salisbury groups, as was Emery's Evans. Also, some members of Lord Salisbury's group were supporters of Chamberlain. Churchill and Eden occasionally attended the meetings of one group or another, although as members of the government their criticisms were necessarily muted. All told, however, it is probably reasonably accurate to suggest that 80 Conservative MPs were, by April 1940, looking to replace Chamberlain as Prime Minister. Then there was the Labour Party. In the early 1930s, it had been pacifist, or supportive only of collective security through the League of Nations. By 1936, the party had shifted position. Clement Attlee took the lead in convincing members that rearmament was necessary, consistent with our country's responsibilities, a vague enough phrase to allow for many contingencies. As the 1930s progressed and fascism advanced, Labour hardened its position. During the Munich debate, Attlee moved a vote of censure against the government. Added to this was the party's abiding hatred of Chamberlain, whom they associated with the harsh social policies introduced by the national government after 1931. The party's 167 votes in the House of Commons were usually overwhelmed by the Conservative Party, which had 372 members in its own right, as well as support from National Labour, National Liberal, and national splinter groups. Nevertheless, if the Conservative dissidents, of whom Labour was well aware, could be induced to vote against Chamberlain, there was a chance that at least he would be required to broaden his administration. Hugh Dalton was the chief Labour liaison with the Conservative rebels. In his diary on 19 September, he noted, "Government can only be changed if there is a serious breakdown among their supporters, and if, as someone says to me privately, Winston is ready to strike. Not clear that we are there yet." The next 6 months demonstrated that while Winston was not ready to strike, Tory dissidents outside the government were becoming more vocal, and the position of the government was weakening. Dalton established regular contact with Harold Macmillan and was slowly persuaded that a major debate on the war might be an occasion to remove the old limpet. Norway provided that occasion. News of the fiasco was disseminated to MPs through the disgruntled soldiers returning from the campaign, and from those inside the Admiralty and the War Office who knew how badly it had been handled. Before the campaign, a debate had been scheduled for the adjournment of Parliament on 7 May. These debates are routine parliamentary practice and can be used by members to raise constituency matters or to speak on a specific topic. They do not necessarily end in a formal vote. In this case, however, members made it clear that they wanted an open-ended debate on government policy. The ensuing Norway debate was possibly the most important in 20th century parliamentary history. On the first day of the debate, 7 May 1940, 14 members spoke. 6 supported the government and 8 opposed it. Worse still for the government, Chamberlain was the only speaker of substance on its side. The remainder, Page Croft, Lewis Jones, Commander Archibald Southby, Arnold Wilson, and Oliver Stanley, were either totally obscure or, as in the last case, a very bad speaker indeed. On the other side, the speakers were perhaps also not orators of the first rank, but the position in their respective parties of Attlee and Arthur Greenwood for Labour, Archie Sinclair for the Liberals, and Amory, Admiral of the Fleet Sir Roger Keyes, and Lord Winterton for the Conservatives, lent a weight to their statements that was absent in the ranks of the Chamberlainites. In the event, the debate on the conduct of the war opened at 3:45 p.m. with the Chief Whip, Captain Margeson, intoning the words, "that this House do now adjourn." Chamberlain led off for the government, amid general turmoil and many cries of "missed the bus." This was a reference to a speech made by him just 5 days before the German invasion of Norway, when he told his audience that Hitler had missed the bus by allowing the Allies a 7-month period in which they could catch up with the German rearmament. Chamberlain was rattled by the interjections, and his speech fell well below the level of events. Even his most ardent supporter, Chips Channon, thought he spoke haltingly and did not make a good case. In fact, he fumbled his words and seemed tired and embarrassed. The Prime Minister started with the usual praise for the gallantry of the troops, and gave a detailed explanation of the reasons for the evacuations around Trondheim, and the success of the operation in rescuing almost all British and Allied troops. But MPs were in an unforgiving mood. When Chamberlain admitted that the withdrawal had come as a shock to the country, the following exchange took place. Mr. Benjamin Smith, Rotherhithe, and abroad? Honourable Member, all over the world. PM, I see ministers are to be blamed. Honourable Members, they missed the bus. At this point, the Speaker intervened to restore order. Chamberlain resumed with a long rambling explanation for the defeat, which he blamed on the Norwegians for not playing their part, thus depriving the British of usable airfields. This immediately brought renewed cries of "missed the bus." Chamberlain then made a tactical mistake by stopping his speech to explain what he had meant by the phrase, which only served to remind members of the ineptitude of the remark in the first place. The Prime Minister had made a weak beginning, but it was about to get worse. Driven totally onto the defensive, Chamberlain quite improperly revealed that he had been advised by the Chiefs of Staff that he should not have allowed debate on a recent military operation on national security grounds. Uproar followed. Chamberlain then dug an even deeper hole for himself by adding that the country had no idea of the imminence of the threat which is impending against us. A diarist who noted this section of the speech provides evidence that statements such as this helped undermine the standing of the Prime Minister in the country. He wrote, "His pitiful excuses yesterday, muddled thinking and idiotic saying, the people of this country don't realize what they're up against. Don't we? He most surely doesn't know when Hitler is 10 times more confident of victory and believes Hitler has missed the bus. Blasted rot. What a rotten lot of bottom-warming, chair-polishing humbugs." Another diarist also commented unfavourably on this section of the Prime Minister's speech. "It's amazing, the blindness of this man. He seems completely enveloped in the fog of his own complacency, out of which he has the effrontery to say that the people don't realize the seriousness of the situation. Don't realize? My God!" It was typical of Chamberlain that day that the only positive section of his speech concerned Churchill. After noting that the withdrawal from Norway could not be compared in scale to Gallipoli, a snide remark that the First Lord surely noted, he ended by saying that Churchill was to receive more power. He was also the head of the Military Coordination Committee of the Cabinet. But after representations that the system was not working, Chamberlain had authorized Churchill to give guidance and direction to the Chiefs of Staff Committee. For all intents and purposes, Churchill would now be First Lord of the Admiralty and direct the whole military conduct of the war, an anomalous position that, as far as the war was concerned, would result in the Prime Minister occupying a subordinate position to one of his cabinet ministers. We may speculate that Chamberlain made this pronouncement as a sign of his willingness to make changes, but all it did was highlight his own incapacity to run the war. If he hoped to end his speech on a high note, he achieved the opposite. Chamberlain received little help from his supporters that day. The one heavyweight speaker, by dint of his position as Secretary of State for War, was Oliver Stanley. But he had only occupied the position for 3 months, was a poor speaker, and soon became bogged down in operational detail concerning some small actions around Trondheim. It is a good question whether members could even follow this mild and feeble shocking performance. Perhaps they were shocked into consciousness by Stanley's plea that it is not very pleasant to hold office in wartime. Hardly a clarion call from the Secretary of State for War. Eventually, and much to the relief of all, his speech fizzled out with an uninspiring call for greater sacrifice. Lewis Jones and Commander Southby added precisely nothing to the government's case. Both noted that various cabals were forming among members. Both called for national unity. Rich, coming from supporters of Chamberlain, who had on every occasion advised against including the Labour Party in the administration. In addition, Jones managed to insult the public by claiming, on no evidence, that its morale was being sapped by barracking in the House. When Page Croft got to his feet, there was a loud groan from the Labour Party, and they practically rose as a body and left the House. The old diehard did his best for Chamberlain, but his best was never very good, and he ended by saying that, if you are convinced that you can find a better man, then put him there. Hardly a ringing endorsement of his leader, but in keeping with the conditional support Chamberlain enjoyed from the old Tories. The last speaker of the day was Arnold Wilson, an arch-appeaser who should have been helpful to Chamberlain. Alas, for the Prime Minister, he was not. His attack was not primarily directed at the Conservative rebels, but at the trade unions for hampering the war effort, and at the BBC for broadcasting communist propaganda. In summing up, Wilson actually attacked the government for not mobilizing the country sufficiently, for excessive levels of bureaucracy, and for not asking for a greater effort from the people. So ended the case for Chamberlain on the first day of debate. The poverty of Chamberlain's effort, the droning platitudes of Oliver Stanley, and the modest contributions of other government supporters on 7 May opened the door for the government's opponents. Attlee led for the opposition. Although Harold Nicolson called his speech feeble, this is not the impression gained from Hansard. No doubt, Attlee's reedy voice and general lack of presence counted against his speech as a spectacle. However, in substance, Attlee made some telling points. He began by noting the disarray of operations in Norway. There was nothing very original in this, but then he warmed to his task. Attlee complimented Churchill on his great abilities, but complained that in his new appointment the First Lord would be placed in an impossible position. He then said, "I have no doubt whatever in the courage and constancy of the people of this country, provided they get the right lead. But the government will be blind and deaf if they do not realize that there is widespread anxiety among the people of this country. They are not satisfied that the war is being waged with sufficient energy, intensity, drive, and resolution. It is not Norway alone. Norway follows Czechoslovakia and Poland. Everywhere the story is. Too late, I say, that there is a widespread feeling in this country. Not that we shall lose the war, but that we shall win the war, but that to win the war we want different people at the helm from those who have led us into it." Whatever Attlee's deficiencies in delivery, this reads quite powerfully. Chamberlain could not have overlooked the reference to too late, because it was the same cry that his great enemy, David Lloyd George, had used against Herbert Asquith when he lost the Prime Ministership in 1916. Moreover, while chiding Churchill for his excessive optimism over Norway, Attlee placed the blame for the fiasco squarely on the Prime Minister. The sting in the speech was, however, contained in its conclusion. Attlee might seek a national government, but it was clear that Labour would never serve in such an administration while Chamberlain remained at the helm. It would take several days for the old limpet to come to this conclusion himself. Sinclair, as leader of the Liberals, followed Attlee. He was a great friend of Churchill, having served under him in the trenches of the Western Front in 1916. Nicholson thought his speech good, but Sinclair immediately burrowed into the minutiae of the Norway campaign and stayed there. His only telling points were to criticise Chamberlain for politicising the chiefs of staff by making their advice public, to call for the formation of a small war cabinet, and a rather lame plea for a more vigorous prosecution of the war. His speech was an opportunity missed. Greenwood, in general not an inspiring speaker, on this day was much sharper than Sinclair. He began by saying that he had never known the House in such a grim mood. He dwelt on Norway, how it had shocked the people, and how the only successful British operation there had been the evacuation. But wars, he added, are not won by masterly evacuations. Was Churchill making notes at this point? And unlike Sinclair, Greenwood did not confine himself to Norway. He listed failures in mobilization, supply, shipping, and diplomacy. The responsibility for these failures, he concluded, must lie with the Prime Minister and his colleagues. He ended by calling for other men to take their place, and he made an overt appeal to the Conservative rebels by stating that the responsibility for any change lies not with the minority. It lies with the majority, whose responsibilities are far and away greater than ours. The dissident Conservatives were not to disappoint. Colonel Wedgwood, who had served at Gallipoli, called for a government that would take the war seriously. Captain Bellinger, noting Churchill's great qualities, called for the administration to step aside for different men. Winterton had also served at Gallipoli. He made a direct comparison between that operation and Norway, but insisted that he was exempting from any criticism for either operation the First Lord of the Admiralty, who in both cases had been hobbled in his ability to act by lesser men. Thus, strangely, did Gallipoli assist the First Lord 25 years after the event. These were effective speeches, but the main event of the day was to be the appearance of Keyes and Amory. Keyes was an unlikely figure to turn a parliamentary debate. He had a reputation as a war hero, based on the dubious foundations of his insistence that he could have forced the Dardanelles with his destroyer flotilla in 1915, and on his claim that he had blocked the German-held port of Zeebrugge in 1918. Later investigations demonstrated that neither claim was correct. But somehow, Keyes' reputation remained intact. On 7 May, he decided to capitalize on this reputation. He dressed in the full uniform of an admiral of the fleet, complete with gold braid and decorations. This alone was bound to attract the attention of the House. When he began to speak, it is a reasonable assumption that members soon found themselves lost in a detailed exposition of why a Keyes-led assault on Trondheim would have turned the tables in Norway. He ended with an encomium to Churchill. The First Lord had been hampered in Norway, as he had at Gallipoli, and now the whole country is looking to him to help win the war. Nevertheless, it was not actually what Keyes said, but the spectacle his speech provided that made the impression. Harold Nicolson thought it the most dramatic speech he had ever heard. Dalton commented that it was the most striking speech. And even Channon thought Keyes' appearance damning. At the end, Keyes sat down to thunderous applause. More drama was to follow. By May 1940, Leo Amory had emerged as the most energetic Conservative opponent of Chamberlain. His speech reflected the level of despair and anger he felt about the handling of the war, and about the lack of leadership provided by the Prime Minister. His words were all the more remarkable in that he had been a long-time friend of Chamberlain, and, like the Prime Minister, represented a Birmingham constituency. This is what he said: "We cannot go on as we are. There must be a change. First and foremost, it must be a change in the system and structure of our government machine. Believe me, as long as our present methods prevail, all our valour and all our resources are not going to see us through. What we must have, and soon, is a Supreme War Directorate of a handful of men, free from administrative routine. That is the only way. We learned that in the last war. What is no less important today is that the government shall be able to draw upon the whole abilities of the nation. It must represent all the elements of real political power in the country, whether in the House or not. The time has come when honourable and right honourable members opposite must definitely take their share of the responsibility. The time has come when the organisation, the power, and the influence of the Trades Union Congress cannot be left outside. The time has come, in other words, for a real national government. Somehow or another, we must get into the government men who can match our enemies in fighting spirit, in daring, in resolution, and thirst for victory. Some 300 years ago, when this House found its troops being beaten again and again by the dash and daring of the Cavaliers, by Prince Rupert's cavalry, Oliver Cromwell spoke to John Hampden. In one of his speeches he recounted what he said. It was this: "I said to him, 'Your troops are most of them old, decayed serving men and tapsters and such kind of fellows. You must get men of a spirit, that are likely to go as far as they will go, or you will be beaten still. It may not be easy to find these men. They can be found only by trial and by ruthlessly discarding all who fail and have their failings discovered. We are fighting today for our life, for our liberty, for our all. We cannot go on being led as we are.' I have quoted certain words of Oliver Cromwell. I will quote certain other words. I do it with great reluctance, because I am speaking of those who are old friends and associates of mine. But they are words which, I think, are applicable to the present situation. This is what Cromwell said to the Long Parliament, when he thought it was no longer fit to conduct the affairs of the nation. 'You have sat too long there for any good you have been doing. Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go.' As Amory reached the height of his peroration, he gestured towards the government front bench. Chamberlain, as it happened, was not present, but this did not lessen the effect of Amory's terrible words. The Prime Minister heard about them soon enough, but at this stage that was of lesser importance than the effect on the members of the Labour Party who did hear them. Attlee and Morrison had become increasingly impressed by the number of Conservatives who had spoken out against Chamberlain, and by the vehemence of their denunciations. There is some dispute in Labour ranks about exactly who converted the adjournment debate into a vote of no confidence in the government. What is more important is that both Attlee and Morrison at different times decided on this course of action and carried the day with their colleagues. Thus Labour decided that when the debate resumed on 8 May, Morrison would move to divide the House. At 4:03 p.m. on 8 May, Morrison resumed the debate. He asked a lengthy series of questions on Norway, and then turned to Churchill. Is it the case that the First Lord of the Admiralty is being used as a sort of shield to the Prime Minister when he finds it convenient to do so? I am quite aware that the Prime Minister has great confidence in the First Lord. I have been pleased to note that during recent months. But it appears to me that when the government are in trouble, when they are open to criticism on grounds of incompetence, they tend to bring the First Lord into the shop window in the belief that will satisfy public criticism. This is not altogether fair. It tends to place on the First Lord responsibilities which he cannot properly carry, and it is doubtful whether, in fact, the government will allow him to carry. This was an important statement. Here was a senior Labour figure attempting to separate Churchill from his cabinet colleagues. It was also an indication that the Labour Party would have no difficulty in working with Churchill. Morrison then got to the procedural purpose of his speech. I have a genuine apprehension that if these men remain in office, we run the grave risk of losing the war. That would be a fatal and terrible thing for this country, and indeed for the freedom of the human race. We are fighting for our lives. Humanity is struggling for its freedom. The issues of the war are too great for us to risk losing by keeping in office men who have been there for a long time and have not shown themselves too well fitted for the task. And because of this, we feel we must divide the House at the end of our debate tonight. I ask honourable members in all parts of the House to realise to the full the responsibility of the vote which they will give tonight. A vote which will broadly indicate whether they are content with the conduct of affairs or whether they are apprehensive about the conduct of affairs. I ask that the vote of the House shall represent the spirit of the country and give a clear indication that we instantly demand that this struggle be carried through to victory. This laid out the issues with great clarity. Labour had no confidence in Chamberlain, a great deal of confidence in Churchill, and were determined that the war be prosecuted to the bitter end. Chamberlain was stung by Morrison's speech and immediately intervened. I do not seek to evade criticism, but I say to my friends in the House, and I have friends in the House, no government can prosecute a war effectively unless it has public and parliamentary support. I accept the challenge. I welcome it indeed. At least we shall know who is with us and who is against us, and I call on my friends to support us in the lobby tonight. Chamberlain once again managed to strike the wrong note. His appeal to friendship to see him through seemed petty and hardly fitting in a national emergency. As for accepting Labour's challenge, he hardly had a choice. The House would divide whether Neville Chamberlain wanted it to do so or not. His final statement, that those who are not with us are against us, was perhaps the worst of all. It devalued the patriotism of those who sought a better way to wage war, and it was a statement better directed against external enemies than parliamentary colleagues. Whether this unfortunate intervention changed voting intentions is not known, but it was a peevish effort that can hardly have enhanced the standing of the Prime Minister in the House. The other speakers on the government side were as little help to Chamberlain as they had been the day before. Sir Samuel Hoare, who had taken over from Sir Kingsley Wood as Secretary of State for Air, should have made a contribution, but failed dismally, as he got bogged down in the detail of the doings of a single gladiator squadron in Norway. George Lambert made the rather startling accusations that the attacks on Chamberlain were doing the work of Hitler and Goebbels. Sir George Coothorpe, hardly a name to conjure with, added that the vast majority of the country had confidence in the leadership, but he was interrupted by shouts of "No, 1,000 times no," which brought Sir George's intervention to a premature and lame end. Other contributions were mere repetitions of the themes of national unity and supreme confidence in Chamberlain's ability. They were heard in silence by diminishing numbers of MPs. Once again, it was the critics of the government who had the best of it. Duff Cooper, perhaps surprisingly for one who had resigned over Munich, expressed disappointment that Labour had decided to divide the House. But he warned that he would be ignoring the Prime Minister's appeal for support, and that the House must discount much of what Churchill would say in the debate, because, as a minister, he was bound to support Chamberlain. Even lesser lights, such as Commander Bower, made some telling points. He noted that Chamberlain had said that Britain was waging a queer war, and added, "It is not being waged in any queer way by the Germans. The German waging of war is not in the least queer. It is ruthless, swift, brilliant in conception and execution, and it has been courageous to the verge of temerity. We have made it a queer war. The government has made it a queer war by their acceptance of the fact that apparently we consider the enemy must always have the initiative. By our retreat from one position to another, and by our unwillingness to act militarily ourselves." A number of MPs noted Chamberlain's appeal to his friends. Sir Stafford Cripps stated that this selfish appeal made him unfit to carry on the government of this country. Yet it was Lloyd George who made the most telling intervention on that theme. The animosity between Lloyd George and Chamberlain went back to the First World War, when Lloyd George had sacked him from his ministry because of alleged incompetence. Lloyd George commenced by saying that he was intervening reluctantly, which members must have taken with a grain of salt, and then continued, "I was not here when the right honourable gentleman made the observation, but he definitely appealed on a question which is a great national, imperial, and world issue. He said, 'I have got my friends. It is not a question of who are the Prime Minister's friends. It is a far bigger issue. The Prime Minister must remember that he has met this formidable foe of ours in peace and in war. He has always been worsted. He is not in a position to appeal on the grounds of friendship. He has appealed for sacrifice. The nation is prepared for every sacrifice so long as it has leadership, so long as the government show clearly what they are aiming at, and so long as the nation is confident that those who are leading it are doing their best. I say solemnly that the Prime Minister should give an example of sacrifice, because there is nothing which can contribute more to victory in this war than that he should sacrifice the seals of office.'" Clearly, after such devastating attacks as these, Churchill, who was to wind up for the government, represented the last hope that Chamberlain might emerge unscathed. There was no little irony in this situation. Chamberlain had long complained about the overblown oratory of the First Lord of the Admiralty, yet his fate, now to a large extent, rested on the power of that oratory. There is no doubt that the speech represented a challenge to Churchill. Many members who had condemned the government had gone out of their way to exempt him. He must have observed that the 2-day debate had weakened the Prime Minister. The top job was almost within his grasp. Yet he was a member of the government, and must at least seem to give Chamberlain his loyal support. It was a balancing act without precedent in modern British politics. At 10:11 p.m., Churchill rose to a packed house. They had just listened to a scathing indictment of the Norway campaign from the Labour naval spokesman, A.V. Alexander. Members must have been at least half aware that some of the blows landed by Alexander went to the heart of some of Churchill's own actions during the campaign. How would the First Lord respond? Harold Nicolson thought that he managed his balancing act well, by expressing loyalty to Chamberlain, while disclaiming that he really had nothing to do with this confused and timid gang. On the other hand, Chips Channon considered that Churchill had performed a service for the government. He thought Churchill made a slashing, vigorous speech, trounced the opposition, demolishing Roger Keyes, etc. In truth, Nicholson summed up Churchill's speech more accurately than Channon. Its tone was set from the beginning. Churchill noted that many members had deplored Britain's lack of initiative in the war. They were correct, he said, and the reason was our failure over the last 5 years to maintain or regain air parity with Germany. That is a long story, a very long story. Let me remind the House, because for the first 2 years, when I was with some friends, was pressing this upon the House, it was not only the government who objected, but both opposition parties. Here, then, was a rebuff for those out of power who had opposed rearmament, but a much sterner one for Chamberlain, who was in power and also opposed it. Churchill then launched into a detailed deference of the role of the Navy in Norway, and turned the debate, rather awkwardly, to the question of whether a battleship or battle cruiser should have been used to support the destroyers at Narvik. There then followed this remarkable passage, which explains why Churchill posed the question in the first place. Well then, the question about the heavy ship was asked by a very influential person, not a member of the House. Mr. Bevan, who is a friend of mine, working hard for the public cause, and a man who has much gift to help. The question as to why a capital ship had not been used in the circumstances does not really matter. Here was the First Lord of the Admiralty praising the work of the General Secretary of the Transport and General Workers' Union, who happened to be one of the most influential men in the Labour movement and in the Labour Party. Churchill was not engaging in a debate on grand strategy with Bevan, but reminding the House that he had friends in the Labour movement whose gift to help in mobilizing the country was being ignored by his government colleagues. The view of the eminent historian Ross McGibbon is that it is difficult on reading this not to conclude that Churchill intended to offer Bevan the Ministry of Labour in a government he had not yet been asked to form. Churchill was certainly making an unmistakable plea for Labour support. No doubt he had observed that the debate had gone badly for the government. No doubt he knew that if a broad-based administration was formed, it would not be led by Chamberlain, because Labour would refuse to serve under him. No doubt he was aware that he was the main contender for the top job. Why else bring Bevan into the debate? Why else emphasize that he was a good friend? Why else describe him as a very influential person? The end of Churchill's speech was rather an anticlimax. He got into a slanging match with various members over minor points of order, and the whole scene ended in uproar. None of that mattered. The 2-day debate had done its damage. It only remained to count the votes. As members began to move into the yea or nay lobby, a Tory dissident, General Spears, takes up the story. To either side of the opening ahead stood the tellers, one for the government, the other for the opposition. As on great occasions, when the government accepted the motion as a vote of censure, the chief whip, Margeson, was telling for the government and calling out the new total as every member passed and bowed as he went through the opening according to the ritual. The chief whip was an old brother officer, one, moreover, to whom I was indebted for much kindness. It was very painful. As Duff Cooper passed him and bowed to his front, he called 151, and I noted his expression of implacable resentment. 152, he said, as I bowed and went through. 153, 154. The voice was continuing on until I lost it in the general rumour of the house as I regained my seat. No one who was present will ever forget the scene in the house before the figures of the division were announced. The packed benches were so tense that they seemed to be vibrating like taut wire. Then the four tellers appeared, getting themselves into line in front of the table, which carries the mace. The government was not beaten, for the chief whip was on the right. The four stepped forward, stiffly as usual, making their ordained bows. Then Margeson read out the figures. A second's silence whilst their meaning sank in. Then a roar from the socialists. The government majority was down to 81 from its nominal figure of 200. "Resign, resign," they shouted. How are we to interpret these figures? In terms of brute numbers, the government was safe. A majority of 81 was eminently secure in ordinary times. The problem for Chamberlain was that these were hardly ordinary times, and that each time a vote of confidence had been called since Munich, his majority had fallen. After Munich, it had been 222. It was 200 on the December 1938 vote of no confidence, 167 on the July 1939 no confidence motion, and just 116 on the declaration of war vote. Now it was 81. But even that reduced figure overstates government support. Of the 81, Churchill, Eden, and their parliamentary private secretaries, Brendan Bracken and James Thomas, were obliged to vote with Chamberlain, while hardly supporting him. This reduces the majority to 73. In addition, as noted, the votes of the old Tories were probably conditional on a more vigorous prosecution of the war by Chamberlain, something many of them must have thought might not eventuate. If they had cast a vote for the Prime Minister, for at least some of them it might well have been their last show of support. Why had the government majority fallen so far? There is a consensus that between 38 and 44 Conservatives voted against the government. The number who abstained is much more difficult to establish. The two most detailed studies of the vote even disagreeing on how many Conservatives failed to vote on that day. One, N. Smart, claiming 77, and the other, J. Rasmussen, 88. On abstentions, Rasmussen has identified 36, but Smart puts the figure much lower, at 21 or even 10. Most contemporary observers put the figure at 60, and as Smart notes, it is probably this figure that counted, because at the time most people thought it to be true. It was the views of members at the time, rather than subsequent analysis, that had the effect. Certainly the voting had an immediate impact on Chamberlain. Channon reported that he appeared bowled over by the ominous figures. He looked grave and thoughtful and sad. Churchill saw him in his room at the House of Commons soon after the debate. Chamberlain told him he could not go on. There ought to be a national government. Nicholson thought the Prime Minister looked pale and angry. His own view was that Chamberlain can scarcely survive. Even supporters such as Charles Waterhouse, MP for South East Leicester, though outraged by the vote, did not see that Chamberlain has any course but resignation. Nevertheless, by the following morning, Chamberlain, although hardly anyone else, had decided that it was his duty to continue in office. Perhaps he was encouraged by Churchill's words the night before, "Do not take this matter to heart. We have a better case about Norway than it has been possible to convey to the House. Strengthen your government from every quarter, and let us go on until our majority deserts us." It seems odd that Churchill, of all people, would encourage Chamberlain to stay on. But there is not much evidence that this was more than a kind word to a defeated man. Churchill was certainly not of the view that Chamberlain could strengthen his government from every quarter. Indeed, early on 9 May, he had told Eden that he thought Neville would not be able to bring in Labour. the only quarter that really counted, and that a national government must be formed. For reasons that will become obvious, the chronology of events on 9 May is important, but difficult to establish. The next significant meeting after the Churchill-Eden encounter was that between Halifax and Chamberlain at 10 a.m. Chamberlain told the Foreign Secretary that the situation could not continue. He thought that Labour would not serve under him, and therefore the choice must be Winston or Halifax. Chamberlain then made it clear that he favoured Halifax, and that any constitutional problems of a Prime Minister from the Lords could be overcome. But Halifax intervened. The conversion and evident drift of his mind left me with such a stomachache. I told him again that if the Labour people said they would only serve under me, I should tell them that I was not prepared to do it, and see whether a definite attitude would make them budge. If I failed, then we should all, no doubt, have to boil our broth again. He said that he would like to have a talk with Winston and me together in the afternoon. Later, Halifax told his Under-Secretary, Rab Butler, of this meeting. He said that, while he felt he could do the job, a view not widely shared, that if he became PM, Churchill's qualities and experience would surely mean that he would be running the war anyway, and his own position would quickly turn into a sort of honorary Prime Minister. In this situation, he felt that he could at least exert a restraining hand on Churchill as a member of the War Cabinet than as PM. There is no need to take the Foreign Secretary's main argument against becoming Prime Minister all that seriously. The Prime Minister's power is such that he or she is always in a superior position to restrain a subordinate. What seems clear is that when he spoke to Butler, Halifax was by no means certain that he would be a successful wartime Prime Minister, and was already looking for a way out. Nevertheless, there were many who thought a Halifax premiership a real possibility, and a danger. One was the newspaper proprietor, Max Beaverbrook, who met Churchill at around mid-morning. Beaverbrook urged Churchill not to serve under Halifax, whom he thought would only continue Chamberlain's policy of appeasement. Churchill refused to agree with his friend, saying that he would serve under any minister capable of prosecuting the war. In fact, Bracken had told the Labour leaders that Churchill would not serve under Halifax. But when this reached Churchill, he furiously rebuked Bracken. News of Churchill's apparent willingness to serve under Halifax was spreading to other members of the Conservative Party. Eden, who had apparently agreed to have lunch with Churchill, arrived at noon to find Kingsley Wood, previously an arch-Chamberlainite, already there. Eden was shocked to hear Wood advise Churchill to refuse to serve under Halifax, although he would be the Prime Minister's candidate. "Don't agree, and don't say anything," he told Churchill when apprised of the afternoon meeting between the three men. Then, probably in the early afternoon, Halifax endured another uncomfortable meeting, this time with Lord Salisbury. On the morning of 9 May, the Watching Committee had met. They decided that Chamberlain must resign, and that either Halifax or Churchill should construct a cabinet along national lines. Salisbury was deputed to convey this message to Halifax, and reported that Halifax had said that he was too aligned with appeasement, and that in any case he could not run the war from the House of Lords. Salisbury made a polite gesture to try to convince Halifax otherwise, but left with the distinct feeling that Halifax had already ruled himself out. Eventually, the meeting between Churchill, Halifax, and Chamberlain took place at 4:30 p.m. We have three accounts, one from Churchill in his memoirs, one from Halifax in his diary, and a diary entry from Cadogan, with whom Halifax discussed the outcome of the meeting soon after the event. All accounts agree on the essentials. Chamberlain spoke first. He had decided that there must be a government of national unity, and that it must include the Labour Party. Later in the day, he would ask them to join his government. This statement must have come as something of a surprise to both Churchill and Halifax, who had possibly assumed that Chamberlain had grasped the fact that whatever the outcome, Labour would not serve under him. He then went on to say, however, that he was doubtful if he could obtain such an agreement. If he was proved correct, the choice must lie between Halifax and Churchill. Halifax then spoke, either because Churchill heeded the advice of Kingsley Wood and remained silent, or because, for the third time that day, Halifax wished to rule himself out of the running. He said that although the PM said I was the man mentioned as most acceptable, did Chamberlain really say that? I would be in a hopeless position. If I was not in charge of the war, and if I didn't lead in the House, I would be a cipher. In his diary, Halifax observed that his stomachache had returned, and that he rehearsed the arguments he had been making all day. Then Winston, with suitable expressions of regard and humility, said he could not but feel the force of what I had said, and the PM, reluctantly, and Winston evidently with much less reluctance, finished by accepting my view. Only then did Margeson, who had also attended the meeting, note that it seemed that during the day Labour opinion had swung against the idea of a Prime Minister in the Lords. This meeting, therefore, settled the Conservative succession, but only in the event that Labour refused to serve under Chamberlain. He was to meet Attlee and Greenwood at 6:15 p.m., with Halifax and Churchill in attendance. Churchill's account is of a polite meeting, during which the Labour leaders told Chamberlain, not obscurely, that they would almost certainly refuse to serve under his government, but that they must first consult their national executive, which was meeting in Bournemouth. He would receive an answer the following day. Amory, whose account comes from the Liberal rebel Clem Davies, who was in constant touch with the Labour leadership during this period, suggests that the meeting was the opposite of polite. According to Davies, Attlee was flabbergasted to be asked to serve under Chamberlain. Greenwood then took up the running and explained that the Prime Minister was entirely mistaken, and that there was not the slightest prospect of the opposition joining a government under him. They not only disliked him, but regarded him as something evil. Meanwhile, Winston delivered himself of an eloquent eulogy of the Prime Minister's efficiency in the dispatch of business and personal charm to work with, to which Greenwood replied that this was perhaps true enough, but irrelevant to the main issue, which Attlee then flung across the table at Neville in the shape of 2 questions which he proposed to put to the party executive at Bournemouth next morning, viz. Are you prepared to support a government under A, the present Prime Minister, B, another Prime Minister, adding that there was not a ghost of a chance of the Labour Party conference or executive accepting A. This discussion, whichever version is accepted, seems to have settled the succession. Unknown to the Labour leadership, the Conservatives had already decided that Churchill would succeed. Chamberlain, in the almost certain event of Labour vetoing the Prime Minister, that Labour would serve under Churchill also seemed certain, given Margeson's view that opinion in the party had turned against Halifax during the course of the day. It also stretches credulity that Labour would have agreed to a cobbled-up constitutional arrangement that allowed Halifax to sit in the Commons. Nevertheless, the drama had one more act to play. In the early morning of 10 May, the Germans launched their great attack in the west. Chamberlain's inclination was that he should now hang on. He managed to contact Attlee before the Labour leader left for Bournemouth. Attlee gave him the dusty answer, "Not at all. Resignation should follow immediately." The rumour concerning Chamberlain had reached Clem Davies, and he immediately contacted Greenwood, who was already at Bournemouth. Greenwood merely repeated Attlee's message, and Davies disseminated this to anyone who would listen, including the press. Finally, at 5 p.m., the Labour executive telephoned their formal rejection to Chamberlain. He immediately went to Buckingham Palace and advised King George VI to send for Churchill. At 6 p.m., Churchill was summoned to the King, and after what passed for light-hearted banter by the monarch, he asked Churchill to form a government. Churchill undertook to contact the Labour and Liberal leadership immediately, and to relay the names of the new War Cabinet to the King as soon as possible. At last, he was Prime Minister. Chapter 3. The Cabinet Crisis. Churchill challenged. 10-28 May 1940. The German onslaught in the West made the formation of a cabinet by Churchill a matter of the utmost urgency. After returning from Buckingham Palace on the evening of 10 May, he summoned Attlee and Greenwood for a discussion about its composition. They indicated that they both expected places in the War Cabinet. During the next 48 hours, Churchill made various attempts to construct a War Cabinet and an outer ministry. His first efforts listed a War Cabinet of 7, himself as Prime Minister, Attlee as Lord Privy Seal, Greenwood probably as Minister without portfolio, Sir Andrew Duncan as Minister for Economic Affairs, Halifax as Foreign Secretary, Chamberlain as Leader of the House, and Kingsley Wood as Chancellor of the Exchequer. In a later iteration, Duncan and Greenwood were dropped, and Lloyd George was added. But this list may be incomplete, or represent musings on Churchill's part, because Greenwood had already been offered a post, and Lloyd George was problematical because of the mutual antipathy between him and Chamberlain. The final group of 5 who were to sit on the War Cabinet was decided early on 11 May. They were Churchill as Prime Minister and Minister of Defence, Chamberlain as Lord President of the Council, Halifax as Foreign Secretary, Attlee as Lord Privy Seal, and Greenwood as Minister without portfolio. An attempt by Churchill to make Chamberlain either Leader of the House or Chancellor of the Exchequer was vetoed by the Labour members, an indication that their old foe was not to be given too much power. The outer cabinet went through many permutations, most of which are recorded in the Churchill papers. This casts some doubt on the story that the group was selected by Brendan Bracken and Murchison, the chief whip, and then shown to Churchill. The final list in many ways reveals Churchill's influence, especially in the posts offered to Eden, Sinclair, Bevan, and Beaverbrook. The most important portfolios were as follows: Secretary of State for War, Anthony Eden; Secretary of State for Air, Archibald Sinclair; First Lord of the Admiralty, A.V. Alexander; Minister of Labour, Ernest Bevan; Home Secretary, Sir John Anderson; Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Kingsley Wood; Minister of Economic Warfare, Hugh Dalton; Secretary of State for India, Leo Amery; Minister of Food, Lord Woolton; Minister of Supply, Herbert Morrison; Minister of Transport, Sir John Reith; Minister of Aircraft Production, Lord Beaverbrook; Minister of Information, Duff Cooper. The composition of the Churchill government provoked much comment at the time, and continues to do so. In relation to the outer cabinet, it has been claimed that the Conservative rebels were not sufficiently rewarded for their efforts, and that there were too many appeasers, such as Kingsley Wood and Samuel Hoare, left in office. Amory, for example, was furious that these men remained in power, and that he was fobbed off with the India Office, which he regarded as a fairly minor post. However, if Churchill's list is scrutinized dispassionately, it is probably the best that he could do at the time. Wood had been helpful to Churchill in the last days of the Chamberlain government, and even before that they maintained a regular and friendly correspondence. It would not have been politic of Churchill to sweep all the appeasers away in one swoop, and if the posts in the outer cabinet that he gave them are examined, none of them was crucial. Oddly, the Chancellor of the Exchequer also falls into that category. The demands of war meant that Treasury control of the spending departments was loosened, giving the Chancellor much less hold over ministers than in peacetime. Other posts, such as the woolsack, were largely ceremonial, and although it was no doubt galling to see Hoare elevated to such a position in the Lords, it hardly affected the running of the war. In contrast, Churchill ensured that all three service ministers were anti-appeasers, and he gave posts that were of the utmost importance in wartime, such as labour and aircraft production, to staunch supporters, such as Bevan and Beaverbrook. The composition of the War Cabinet was more controversial. The inclusion in it of both Chamberlain and Halifax caused much adverse comment among the Tory rebels and within Labour circles. The view at the time was that Churchill had not been nearly bold enough in his changes and much too afraid of the Conservative Party. Modern scholarship has tended to endorse this view. One authority writing that Churchill was a caged animal, prisoner to Chamberlain's majority in the Commons. Another account states that Chamberlain's position in the War Cabinet was pivotal to the existence of the new administration. There is something to be said for this view. The vote, while toppling Chamberlain, still left a majority in the House of Commons, at least as nominal supporters of the old administration. Chamberlain was also a leader of the Conservative Party, and any government claiming to be all-party would have found it difficult to exclude him. Halifax is a slightly different case. His move away from appeasement has been much exaggerated by his admirers, as his basic acceptance of the Munich Agreement and his hesitations on the declaration of war demonstrate. Nor, as we will see, did the outbreak of war mean that he was entirely weaned from his appeasing ways. Why then did Churchill not replace Halifax with Eden, who was the obvious alternative choice for the Foreign Office? This constellation would have given Churchill a solid block of three supporters in the War Cabinet and effectively isolated Chamberlain. Was Churchill so fearful of his position that he felt he could not take this step? Churchill was certainly solicitous to his former antagonists. On achieving office, he immediately wrote to Chamberlain, noting that he would need his help and counsel, and that, to a very large extent, I am in your hands. He was no less emollient to Halifax, thanking him for the chivalry and kindness with which you have treated me, and signing himself, your sincere friend, Winston Churchill. There is no need, however, to see these messages as acts of a weak Prime Minister. Churchill soon felt strong enough to attempt to impose Chamberlain's inveterate enemy, Lloyd George, on him as a cabinet colleague. Chamberlain, under intense pressure from Churchill, finally agreed to what he regarded as a humiliation, and was only spared this fate when Lloyd George eventually refused to serve. It must be concluded, therefore, that Churchill's subservience to Chamberlain, if it ever existed, was certainly short-lived. As for Halifax, by his own account, he felt himself tied to Chamberlain's pre-war policies, had no stomach, seemingly literally for the top job, and was a self-confessed ignoramus on military affairs. As well as having no position in the House of Commons, He was thus hardly in a strong position, especially taking into account the ever-deteriorating military situation in France. By any measure, Chamberlain and Halifax were finished as a political force. Why then did Churchill include them both in his war cabinet? It seems likely that the Prime Minister took this step not because he felt desperately weak, but because he was sure of his own ability to manage a war cabinet in which, in most cases, he would have the support of Attlee and Greenwood. Moreover, he had strong backing in the press and in the country, something that is often forgotten when the machinations of high politics are all that are taken into account. Furthermore, the move was surely a sensible insurance policy. At least if Chamberlain and Halifax were inside the war cabinet, Churchill could watch their every move. In thinking thus, Churchill may, to some extent, have miscalculated. The Labour ministers had never held office and had little direct knowledge of foreign affairs. On the other hand, Chamberlain and Halifax had either sat in cabinets or held high office for over a decade. Given this disparity in experience, Churchill was likely to hear much more in cabinet from his Conservative colleagues than from the Labour men. During the months that followed the creation of his war cabinet, he must at times have wondered whether Amory and the rebels had not been correct in questioning his decision. The other strand of the weak Prime Minister theory derives from Churchill's first appearance in the House of Commons after taking power, and from the chattering of some die-hard appeasers. Churchill first appeared in the House as Prime Minister on 13 May, when he made his blood, toil, tears and sweat speech, to which we will return. It is the reception accorded Churchill and Chamberlain that concerns us now. Harold Nicolson recorded the scene in his diary. When Chamberlain enters the House, he gets a terrific reception, and when Churchill comes in, the applause is less. Later, Lord Davidson, a Conservative peer, told Stanley Baldwin that Churchill had been received in silence. It seems likely that far too much has been made of this incident. The cheers for Chamberlain probably came from some of his die-hard supporters, cheers that arose out of embarrassment from those who had failed to support Chamberlain on 8 May, and a last hurrah from some for a long-serving Prime Minister. The seemingly lesser enthusiasm for Churchill — we can dismiss Davidson's silence as an attempt to tell Baldwin what he might want to hear — probably derives from the fact that he was still an unknown quantity, that he had not yet had the opportunity to state his policy, and the sheer curiousness of a Tory leader so heartily endorsed by Labour. The final strand of the weak Prime Minister theory originates from two incidents involving some still chattering appeasers. The first concerns John Colville, Rab Butler, and Chips Channon. Colville relates a story in his diary about how the three of them gathered at the Foreign Office to drink a toast to the King over the water, Chamberlain. He recorded the oily Butler as saying, "The good, clean tradition of English politics, that of Pitt as opposed to Fox, had been sold to the greatest adventurer of modern political history. He believed this sudden coup of Winston and his rabble was serious disaster and an unnecessary one. The pass has been sold by Mr. Chamberlain, Lord Halifax, and Oliver Stanley. They had mildly surrendered to a half-breed American." The second incident is recorded in a letter from Lord Hankey to Sam Hoare. "I found complete chaos in government this morning. No one was gripping the war in the crisis. The dictator, Churchill, was engaged in a sordid struggle with the politicians of the left about the secondary offices. NC was in a state of despair about it all. The only hope lies in the solid core of Churchill, Chamberlain, and Halifax. But whether the wise old elephants will ever be able to hold the rogue elephant, Churchill, again, I doubt." It is surprising that these bilious remarks are still taken seriously. On examination, the lineup of dissidents is not all that impressive. Colville was Chamberlain's private secretary, a position from which he might have expected to show some loyalty to his old chief, but hardly a key post. Channon was Chamberlain's poodle, a sycophant and a backbencher of no political account. Butler was an arch-appeaser, probably a defeatist who would reveal his true colours later in the year, and who was, in any case, a mere under-secretary. Hankey was yesterday's man, an important figure during the Great War and in the 1930s, but much to his chagrin, a lightweight in 1940. Even as a collective, this group had absolutely no political clout. Their lack of judgment is even less impressive. It was grotesque of them to claim that Neville Chamberlain represented a clean tradition in British politics. This was a man who did not hesitate to have his opponents' phones illegally tapped, or to have derogatory articles about them written by Conservative Party Central Office, and who used threats of deselection to intimidate them. The chaos described by Hankey can well be imagined. Just before a new administration had taken over, and was struggling to come to terms with the German advance in the West, while still forming a government, his remarks about sordid struggles with politicians of the left can merely be taken as typical bile from a sclerotic man of the right. But to describe Chamberlain and Halifax as wise old elephants is doing a serious injustice to that animal. Old they might have been, but wise? These were the men, after all, who had overseen such diplomatic triumphs as the Munich Conference, who had sat by with such insouciant passivity while Poland was overrun, and had conducted the war in such a manner as to cause a widespread revolt within their own party. Others have suggested that Churchill was in a parlous position, because he surrounded himself with crooks, gangsters, or unscrupulous hangers-on, and despicable jackals. These are intemperate words, aimed no doubt at personalities such as Brendan Bracken, Beaverbrook, Boothby, Amory, and the like. These remarks should not be taken seriously. They either come from politicians at the time who disliked Churchill, or were about to suffer a diminution in their status, or from scholars who have not yet come to terms with the overthrow of their beloved Neville Chamberlain. The men described in such derogatory terms certainly had their share of character flaws, but all were to serve their country well in the Second World War. Those who derided them reveal more about themselves than they do about Churchill. By 13 May, Churchill had formed a cabinet and had staked out his policy position in the House of Commons. He commenced his speech that day by saying, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat." It is these words for which the speech is largely remembered, but of greater importance was this section of it. "You ask what is our policy. I can say it is to wage war by sea, land, and air, against a monstrous tyranny, never surpassed in the dark, lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy. You ask what is our aim. I can answer in one word. It is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no survival. Let that be realized. No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all that the British Empire has stood for. No survival for the urge and impulse of the ages, that mankind will move forward toward its goal." Some regard this speech as merely windy rhetoric, others as bravado, necessary in the circumstances, but bravado nonetheless. These interpretations fundamentally misread Churchill's purpose. At times in 1940, He might use exaggerated language, especially if he was speaking to a foreign audience, and especially if that audience was the United States. But when he was speaking to his own people, which is what he was doing here, he spoke the truth. When he spoke of achieving victory at all costs, and in spite of all terror, and of persisting for however long it might take, he meant it literally. And in so speaking, he had a dual purpose. He was telling the people that this would be a long and bitter war, with many privations. But he was also telling his cabinet and parliamentary colleagues that they must come to grips with the policy just laid before them. There would be no hankering after peace deals under Churchill. There would be no half-hearted waging of war. There would be no compromise with the enemy. By saying this just 3 days after he had assumed office, Churchill was indicating that if any of his colleagues were inclined to oppose him, they would have to argue that victory over Nazi Germany was not a goal for which it was worth risking everything to achieve. They would now have to state why a compromise peace with such a monstrous tyranny would be superior to victory. They would also have to argue against all the evidence of 1938 and 1939 that a bargain struck with Hitler in 1940 would endure while maintaining the British Empire as an independent state. With this speech, Churchill had stolen a march on those who might oppose him. His policy was clear. His opponents, so recently flung from office, had only the failed policy of appeasement to fall back on. During May and June 1940, the War Cabinet met at least twice a day. Their meetings were attended by the 5 permanent members, with others such as the Minister for Air, the First Lord of the Admiralty, the Minister of War, and the various service chiefs in attendance as required. When matters of the highest secrecy were discussed, usually only the permanent 5 participated. The critical meetings for this crisis were, of course, held against the background of the rapidly deteriorating situation in France. Indeed, it is likely that the situation on the front was often worse than was realized because of the confusion surrounding the military operations. Nevertheless, just 3 days after Churchill became Prime Minister, the War Cabinet was discussing the invasion of Great Britain as an agenda item. So there was no doubt that the 5 were well informed about the main tendencies of the situation across the Channel. Meetings dealt with routine matters until 15 May. Then the War Cabinet learned that German armoured columns had broken through the French defences on the River Meuse. In the course of this meeting, Halifax made the first tentative steps towards recommending overtures to Mussolini. At first, the approach he suggested seemed innocuous. The matter under discussion was contraband control, the method by which British warships prevented warlike goods or armaments reaching hostile or potentially hostile countries. One such country was Italy. Halifax had entered into discussions with the Italian economic attaché in London because the Italians were becoming increasingly irritated at the British blockade. Halifax informed the War Cabinet that he had agreed to further discussions with the Italians with the aim of minimizing their annoyance and keeping them neutral. He thought a friendly message from Churchill to Mussolini might help. Churchill agreed, and a conciliatory message was dispatched on 16 May. 2 days later, the Italian dictator delivered a stern rebuff to Churchill. The Pact of Steel with Germany was inviolable. It would guide Italian foreign policy. Meanwhile, the War Cabinet was facing the ever-deteriorating situation in France. Chamberlain, temporarily in charge because Churchill was in France trying to stiffen the resolve of Paul Reynaud's government, was asked on 17 May by the Prime Minister to consider 2 scenarios. What measures might be taken if Paris fell and the BEF had to be evacuated from France? What steps would be necessary if Britain was obliged to continue the war against Germany alone? Chamberlain responded by placing before the War Cabinet a list of demands to be made of the French, including measures to prevent Germany laying hands on their factories and reserves of currency. He also listed the draconian measures, including the total control of labour and property, that Britain would be obliged to institute if it was to fight on alone. Then, on 19 May, the War Cabinet was informed that German armoured columns were approaching the Channel, threatening to split the Allied armies and cutting the communications by which the BEF was supplied. The crisis of the war had been reached with alarming speed. On that day, Halifax detailed his negotiations with the Italian ambassador. He informed the War Cabinet that he proposed revising contraband controls against Italy and that his proposals went very far in the direction of weakening our control. But if we could hold the position vis-à-vis Italy during the next critical weeks, it would be well worthwhile. This proposal did not elicit any comment from members. If Italy could be kept neutral, so much the better. Halifax also mentioned negotiations with Italy at the War Cabinet on 24 May. He read out a telegram from the British ambassador to France, Sir Roland Campbell, to the effect that the French would welcome an approach from President Roosevelt to Mussolini concerning Italian desiderata for remaining neutral. Roosevelt would agree to communicate these demands to the Allies, who would give them every consideration. Again, there was no dissent in the War Cabinet. Roosevelt would be approached. The next day, another line of action with the Italians was suggested. An official at the Italian embassy met Sir Robert Vansittart, formerly permanent head of the Foreign Office, who suggested that the British make a direct appeal to Mussolini about some kind of mediation between the powers. Halifax told the War Cabinet that he thought the idea worth following up, as it might gain time and that it was, anyway, in tune with French policy. So far, Churchill had not made any extensive comment on the overtures to the Italians. Whether he sensed danger in Halifax's pursuit of Italy is uncertain, but perhaps because of the mention of mediation on the part of Mussolini, he now intervened. He said he had no objection to talking to the Italians, but insisted that this be kept secret, since it might be taken as a confession of weakness. At this point, Churchill's position, namely that Britain would fight on whatever impact the Italian reply had on the French, had gone unchallenged. Indeed, he had restated it with some vigour to the Chiefs of Staff at a meeting of the Defence Committee on 25 May. However, now those same chiefs produced a paper that was decidedly unhelpful to Churchill. They had been working for some time on a document with the ominous title British Strategy in a Certain Eventuality, the eventuality that could not speak its name being the fall of France. The conclusions they reached around Britain's ability to fight on in these circumstances were gloomy. The Chiefs of Staff stated that they were unable to say with any certainty whether the Royal Air Force could hold out if the French coast was in hostile hands. They concluded that most of the BEF would be trapped in France, and in those circumstances, once the German army landed in Britain, it would be impossible to drive out. Even their assessment of the naval position was downbeat. At sea, all depended on whether the Navy could be protected from aerial attack, and they had no confidence that it could. Finally, the Chiefs of Staff stated that they could see no path that led to the defeat of Germany short of full American military and financial cooperation. Churchill read this paper on 25 May. It can be imagined that he was appalled by this assessment of Britain's chances. He was also worried that when his War Cabinet colleagues read it, the result might be to induce a move to make peace. He would have to deal with this the following day. That day was to be the most difficult day so far in Churchill's short premiership. He had been informed late on 25 May that Reynaud was coming to London next morning, perhaps to discuss a method by which France could leave the war. he had also to maneuver the gloomy Chiefs of Staff report through the War Cabinet. Over all this lay the question of whether the BEF could fight its way back to the Channel ports. Churchill called the First War Cabinet at the early hour of 9 a.m. on 26 May to consider what reply was to be made to Reynaud. He informed his colleagues that the projected French counter-offensive against the German spearheads had no chance whatever of eventuating, that a telegram had been dispatched to General Lord Gort to this effect, and that ships were being collected for the evacuation of the BEF. In addition, the War Cabinet should face the fact that Reynaud might tell them the French could not carry on the fight. Churchill then announced that in the light of the above events, and in order to meet all eventualities, he had given the Chiefs of Staff new terms of reference concerning Britain's ability to fight on alone. In the event of France being unable to continue in the war and becoming neutral, with the Germans holding their present position, and the Belgian army being forced to capitulate after assisting the British Expeditionary Force to reach the coast, in the event of terms being offered to Britain which would place her entirely at the mercy of Germany through disarmament, cession of naval bases in the Orkneys, etc. What are the prospects of our continuing the war alone against Germany and probably Italy? Can the Navy and Air Force hold out reasonable hopes of preventing serious invasion? And could the forces gathered in this island cope with raids from the air involving detachments not greater than 10,000 men? It being observed that a prolongation of British resistance might be very dangerous for Germany engaged in holding down the greater part of Europe. In fact, the eventualities of which Churchill spoke had been apparent for some time. They were indeed the basis on which the Chiefs of Staff had prepared their gloomy report. Amending the terms of reference to them was simply a manoeuvre designed quite deliberately by the Prime Minister to bring forth a more optimistic assessment. In the new remit, Churchill painted the German peace proposals in the bleakest possible light, while highlighting the dangers to Germany, which he did not specify, of prolonged British resistance. If Britain was to be placed entirely at the mercy of Germany, why not fight on? Churchill was challenging the Chiefs of Staff to dispute this position or declare themselves defeatist. And surely Churchill was seeing events with greater clarity than the Chiefs of Staff. There was no reason to dismiss the RAF, which would fight the Luftwaffe over Britain behind the immense security of the radar chain. Nor was there any reason to question the effectiveness of the Navy in warding off invasion, even without air cover. And the army was not yet trapped in France. It was perhaps a brave prediction to say that most of the BEF could be lifted from French ports, but there was also no reason for the Chiefs of Staff to write off the attempt before it had been made. Finally, the scenario sketched out by Churchill of Germany triumphant was hardly an exaggeration. If Germany were left in control of the economic and financial resources of Western Europe, it would only be a matter of time before Britain was entirely at Hitler's mercy. If by some chance Hitler did make a moderate peace proposal, it would only retain its moderation until the Führer was in a position to toughen it. Churchill was surely correct in seeing that any peace with Nazi Germany would not be worth having. In issuing new terms of reference, Churchill was presumably trying to render the old report obsolete before it could be circulated. Sir Cyril Newall, who was chairing the meeting of the Chiefs of Staff, quickly responded to Churchill's new instructions by saying that, although the service chiefs had prepared a paper on the subject, they would now examine the question again. Halifax, the Foreign Secretary, who had been much affected by the impending crisis outlined by Churchill at the beginning of the meeting, now made the first of his substantial interventions. He commented that a dark picture had been presented. We now had to face the fact that it was not so much now a question of imposing a complete defeat on Germany, but of safeguarding the independence of our empire, and, if possible, that of France. He then went on to inform the War Cabinet that he had talked to Signor Giuseppe Bastianini, the Italian ambassador to Britain. This was unremarkable in itself, as the War Cabinet had instructed him to do so. However, it soon became clear that the discussions had ranged more widely than had been intended. Halifax reported, "The ambassador had said that Signor Mussolini's principal wish was to secure peace in Europe. The Foreign Secretary had replied that peace and security in Europe were equally our main object, and we should naturally be prepared to consider any such proposals which might lead to this, provided our liberty and independence was assured. Signor Bastianini had asked for a further interview that morning, and he might have fresh proposals to put forward." It is obvious that Halifax had departed from the War Cabinet's instructions to address the Italians only on matters concerning Italy and its desiderata for remaining neutral. The Foreign Secretary's introduction of the peace and security of Europe as a whole was merely code. A European-wide settlement would mean that the Germans would have to be involved. Talking to Mussolini in this scenario would soon mean talking to Hitler. Churchill grasped this point immediately. He replied that peace and security might be achieved under a German domination of Europe. That we could never accept. He was opposed to any negotiations that might lead to a derogation of our rights and power. The War Cabinet left the question of negotiations and turned to an aide-memoire prepared by the Chiefs of Staff, arguments to deter the French from capitulating, which had been circulated. It pointed out to the French that Germany was not as strong as it looked, but that if the French capitulated, they should assist the BEF in any evacuation. It also stated that Britain would continue the fight whatever the French decided, the consequences of which might be that the French would find their cities under attack by the RAF and the whole country subject to blockade. Halifax saw his chance to use the aide-memoire to restate his case for negotiations. Apparently, he had been flicking through the Chiefs of Staff paper on a certain eventuality, and argued that while the service chiefs thought the matter would turn on air superiority, if France collapsed, as envisaged by the aide-memoire, the Germans would be free to turn the bulk of their war production to aircraft. Although Halifax did not state it directly, the implication was that Britain could not win. Newell once more helpfully intervened. The Chief of the Air Staff noted that the aide-memoire did not deal with the matter that Halifax had raised, but that this point would be dealt with by the paper to be written on the Prime Minister's new instructions. That, for the moment, ended the discussion. Churchill then left his colleagues to meet the French Premier. Churchill had every reason to be apprehensive about this meeting. Ever since Reynaud had awoken him on 15 May to claim that France was beaten, following the German advance across the River Meuse, the state of French morale had concerned the Prime Minister, and since then the situation had grown much more perilous. The French had been unable to mount a counter-offensive against the Germans, and the British were occupying only a thin strip of land between Arras and Dunkirk. In the event, the matter of a separate peace did not arise at their meeting, but Reynaud was insistent that Britain and France approach Mussolini and ask what concessions he would require to remain neutral. Only then would the larger question of a European settlement be discussed. The French stance, if not absolutely defeatist, was bad enough. Reynaud was now taking exactly the same line as Halifax. Churchill returned to his cabinet colleagues to give an exposé of Reynaud's position. He told them that the new French commander-in-chief, Maxime Weygand, saw no possibility of winning the land war, and that someone, surely it was Reynaud, had suggested another approach to Mussolini. France had not been offered any peace terms, but Reynaud considered that they could get an offer if they wanted one. Churchill then restated his own position. He said he had told the French leader that Britain was not prepared to give in on any account. "We would rather go down fighting than be enslaved by Germany." Churchill then suggested that Halifax leave the meeting and meet Reynaud. However, the Foreign Secretary was not to be fobbed off by such an obvious ploy and proceeded to have his say. He stated that he too favoured an approach to Italy. Mussolini would not want to see Hitler dominating Europe. He was certain that Mussolini would persuade Hitler to take a more reasonable line. For the first time, Churchill seemed rather on the defensive. He replied that he doubted whether anything would come of an approach to Mussolini, but that the matter was something the War Cabinet might have to consider. The meeting then broke up. Later the same day, 26 May, around 5 p.m. according to Cadogan, after Reynaud had departed for France, an informal meeting of the War Cabinet took place at Admiralty House. As the minutes inform us, this record does not cover the first quarter of an hour of the discussion, during which the Secretary was not present. We will never know exactly what was said during those 15 minutes, but it is clear from what followed that an approach to Italy was back on the table. When the Secretary, Sir Edward Bridges, entered, Churchill was making the point that Britain was in a much stronger position than France. Britain could defend itself. This might prove beyond the French. He was opposed to joining France in any negotiations because there is no limit to the terms Germany would impose on us if she had her way. Attlee, the Lord Privy Seal, added rather unhelpfully that if France went out of the war, Hitler would be able to turn on Britain the sooner. Churchill replied that he hoped the French would hang on, but that we must take care not to be forced into a weak position in which we went to Signor Mussolini and invited him to go to Herr Hitler and ask him to treat us nicely. Halifax then spoke. He began by saying that he did not disagree with Churchill's position, but he attached perhaps rather more importance than the Prime Minister to the desirability of allowing France to try out the possibilities of European equilibrium. He was not quite convinced that the Prime Minister's diagnosis was correct, and that it was not in Herr Hitler's interest to insist on outrageous terms. He went on to say that Britain should not fear such a prospect. Hitler was well aware of his internal weaknesses, and if Britain could save France from being subjected to the Gestapo, so much the better. His conclusion made it clear that any talks should include not just terms for France from Hitler, but terms for Britain as well. The Foreign Secretary thought we might say to Signor Mussolini that if there was any suggestion of terms which affected our independence, we should not look at them for a moment, but, at any rate, he could see no harm in trying this line of approach. The gauntlet had now been thrown down. So far from not disagreeing with the Prime Minister and suggesting that the differences between them were ones of emphasis, Halifax was suggesting a policy diametrically opposed to Churchill's. His European equilibrium meant nothing less than a settlement with Germany. Halifax was restating the position of the appeasers, that a deal could be struck with Hitler and that such a deal would last, thus ensuring British independence. At this point, Churchill might have expected that a restatement of Halifax's policy at the Munich conference would elicit strong dissent from the Labour members of the War Cabinet, but on this occasion it did not. Attlee remained silent. Greenwood said that while he was doubtful whether Mussolini had much influence with Hitler, he saw no objection to Halifax's line of approach. Chamberlain also joined the chorus. He referred back to a statement made by Churchill to the effect that Britain might be better off without the French. If Britain could now obtain safeguards on particular points, why not make an overture to Mussolini? The mention of the Italian dictator and the apparent lack of support for Churchill led Halifax back to the charge. He reminded colleagues of the interview he had had with the Italian ambassador on 25 May. He had told Bastianini that he wished to improve relations with Italy, as he had done with some success over contraband control, which tended to suggest that Halifax had been playing a long game when he opened those discussions. He went on to say that he had told Bastianini he wished nothing left undone to avoid any misunderstanding or something worse between our two countries. Bastianini replied that Mussolini thought problems between Italy and any other country should be part of a general European settlement, which was now the generally accepted code for saying that the Germans must be included in any talks that might take place. Halifax had concluded his meeting with the Italian ambassador by saying that Mussolini should be informed that the British government did not exclude the possibility of some discussion on the wider problem of European security. Churchill then intervened. He said that his general comment on the suggested approach to Signor Mussolini was that it implied that if we were prepared to give Germany back her colonies and to make certain concessions in the Mediterranean, it was possible for us to get out of our present difficulties. He thought no such option was open to us. For example, the terms offered would certainly prevent us from completing our rearmament. Some authorities have suggested that Churchill was making a concession to Halifax, that a colonial deal with Hitler and Mussolini could extricate Britain from its present difficulties. But this was not what he was saying. All he was saying was that this was the implication of the Halifax-Bastianini conversation, and that he disagreed with it. At no time during the cabinet crisis did Churchill ever consent to bringing Germany into the discussions. With Italy, he also maintained a consistent line. He was prepared, without enthusiasm, to listen to what Mussolini required to remain neutral. His lack of enthusiasm reflected his view that Mussolini's price would always be too high. Indeed, Churchill continued in this fashion by concluding that the only way to deal with Hitler was to show him that he could not conquer this country. But, at the same time, he did not raise objection to some approach being made to Signor Mussolini. Despite pressure from Halifax and the lack of help from Attlee and Greenwood, Churchill had the situation well in hand. At the end of the meeting, he invited Halifax to circulate a draft communication to Italy, but added that as the matter was so important, the leader of the Liberal Party, Archie Sinclair, should be present when it was discussed. Sinclair was a firm supporter of Churchill and was bound to agree with the Prime Minister on the undesirability of peace talks. Moreover, Churchill would by then have the revised paper from the Chiefs of Staff to discuss, and he may have estimated that it would be far less gloomy than their last effort. Next day, 27 May, would likely be a difficult one. But Churchill had no reason to doubt that he could weather the storm. The War Cabinet reassembled at 11:30 a.m. on 27 May. The news from the front was grim. The Belgians were wavering, and in the last 12 hours, just 7,600 troops had been evacuated from Dunkirk. Apart from how to deal with the defeatism of the Australian High Commissioner in London, Stanley Melbourne Bruce, the first business of the day was the original and revised reports from the Chiefs of Staff. Churchill opened the meeting by saying that he did not believe the first report gave a true picture of the position, and in particular, he challenged the attached tables of British and German air strength. A very long discussion of the merits of the statistics followed. The revised paper, British Strategy in the Near Future, which concluded that Britain could indeed hang on if the French capitulated, was not even discussed. Instead, the War Cabinet invited the Prime Minister to conduct a searching examination into the strengths of the British and German air forces with a view to revising the chief's figures, and decided that discussion of the two reports be deferred until that investigation was completed. So by diverting the attention of his colleagues to the detail of the first paper, rather than its broad conclusions, Churchill sidelined the entire discussion. The War Cabinet next met at 4:30 p.m. to consider Halifax's draft note on an approach to Mussolini. In part, the note read, "If Signor Mussolini will cooperate with us in securing a settlement, we will undertake at once to discuss, with the desire to find solutions, the matters in which Signor Mussolini is primarily interested. We understand that he desires the solution of certain Mediterranean questions, and if he will state, in secrecy, what these are, France and Great Britain will at once do their best to meet these wishes." Churchill replied by stating that the tone of the note was very like that suggested by President Roosevelt several days before, and it would be better to allow the President to make the approach. Halifax said that since he had circulated the note, there had been three developments. First, Roosevelt had approached Mussolini, and second, the French now required that geographical precision, that is, the precise pieces of territory it was proposed to cede to Italy, be added to the note. Third, he had received a telegram from the British ambassador to Italy, suggesting that it was too late to make any kind of approach to Mussolini. Those developments, it might be thought, would spell the end of any approach to Italy. Indeed, Chamberlain seemed to agree. He thought that Mussolini would not state his desiderata until France was beaten, and therefore the proposed French approach would serve no useful purpose. However, the French should be allowed to go ahead with an approach in order that there be no reproaches with Britain if they were beaten. Churchill had no time for this line. He commented that Chamberlain's argument amounted to this, that nothing would come of the approach, but it was worth doing to sweeten relations with a failing ally. Sinclair agreed. He said he was convinced of the futility of an approach to Italy at this time. Being in a tight corner, any weakness on our part would encourage the Germans and Italians, and would tend to undermine morale both in this country and in the Dominions. Halifax tried to stem the tide by arguing that Mussolini would realize that Roosevelt's approach had been prompted by us, and this would in itself be interpreted as showing weakness. Faced with a definite proposal to approach a fascist dictator for peace terms, the Labour members weighed in. Attlee said, "The suggested approach would be of no practical effect and would be very damaging to us." Greenwood, reversing himself from the previous day, agreed. The approach now suggested would put us in the wrong. If it got out that we had sued for terms at the cost of ceding British territory, the consequences would be terrible. Churchill now had 3 members of the War Cabinet opposed to talks with Italy, and one, Chamberlain, saying that the French alone should be allowed to make an approach. Halifax was isolated. Now was the time for a conciliatory statement from the Prime Minister, to the effect that Britain should be guided by Mussolini's response to Roosevelt. Instead, Churchill, perhaps carried away by the solid support for his position, proceeded to overplay his hand. He started well enough, remarking that he was increasingly oppressed by the futility of the suggested approach to Signor Mussolini, which the latter would certainly regard with contempt. He continued, "The best help we could give to Monsieur Reynaud was to let him feel that, whatever happened to France, we were going to fight it out to the end. At the moment, our prestige in Europe was very low. The only way to get it back was by showing the world that Germany had not beaten us. If, after 2 or 3 months, we could show we were still unbeaten, our prestige would return. Even if we were beaten, we should be no worse off than we should be if we were to abandon the struggle. Let us therefore avoid being dragged down the slippery slope with France. The whole of this maneuver was intended to get us so deeply involved in negotiations that we would be unable to turn back. We had gone a long way already in our approach to Italy, but let us not allow Monsieur Renaud to get us involved in a confused situation. The approach proposed was not only futile, but involved us in a deadly danger. And after an interruption from Chamberlain to the effect that Britain should wait for the Italian response to Roosevelt, Churchill forged ahead. France had got to settle this matter of peace talks for herself. It was a question of her word and her army's honour. He had heard that there had been some change for the better in the fighting spirit of the French troops. There might be some hope in this. Otherwise, everything would rest on us. If the worst came to the worst, it would be no bad thing for this country to go down fighting for the other countries which had been overcome by the Nazi tyranny. To some extent, this statement merely repeated Churchill's call for victory at all costs. But there is little doubt that some of what he said had been better omitted, especially that in fighting it out for other countries, Britain might go down. In any case, this last statement hardly represented Churchill's considered view. He had been scathing about the strategic view of the Chiefs of Staff, and he had a clearer idea than they that Britain had an excellent chance with its air force and navy of preventing a German invasion. Why then did he say it? The impression must be that he was hypnotized by his own rhetoric, and he momentarily forgot to whom he was speaking. He was about to receive a nasty reminder. We can well believe that Churchill's sentiments were anathema to Halifax, the arch-negotiator, who had no doubt entered the meeting expecting that his draft for an approach to Italy would be taken seriously. Never having grasped the fact that it was impossible to negotiate in good faith with Hitler, and there were no conceivable terms regarding British independence to be had from the German dictator, what undoubtedly stuck in his craw was that going down fighting would be no bad thing. This hyperbole from Churchill stung the Foreign Secretary to reply that he was conscious of certain rather profound differences of points of view which he would like to make clear. He could not recognize any resemblance between the action which he proposed and the suggestion that we were suing for terms and following a line which would lead us to disaster. In the discussion the previous day, he had asked the Prime Minister whether, if he was satisfied that matters vital to the independence of this country were unaffected, he would be prepared to discuss terms. The Prime Minister had said that he would be thankful to get out of our present difficulties on such terms, provided we retained the essentials and the elements of our vital strength, even at the cost of some cession of territory. As we have seen, Churchill had said no such thing. Halifax here is summarizing his own position, not Churchill's. On the present occasion, however, the Prime Minister seemed to suggest that under no conditions would we contemplate any course except fighting to a finish. The issue was probably academic, since we were unlikely to receive any offer which would not come up against the fundamental conditions which were essential to us. If, however, it was possible to obtain a settlement which did not impair these conditions, he, for his part, doubted if he would be able to accept the view now put by the Prime Minister. Halifax concluded by saying that if Britain's independence was not at stake, he would think it right to accept an offer which would save the country from avoidable disaster. Once again, the minutes toned down much of what was said. There is no doubt that Halifax threatened resignation at this point. Immediately after the meeting, he told Cadogan, "I can't work with Winston any longer." And that night, Halifax wrote in his diary, "I thought Winston talked the most frightful rot, also Greenwood, and after bearing it for some time, I said exactly what I thought of them. adding that, if that was really their view, and if it came to the point, our ways must separate. Actually, it had been Halifax who would talk to Rott, in the sense that he still thought it possible to negotiate with Hitler. But Churchill had been unnecessarily belligerent at this meeting. He had isolated Halifax in the War Cabinet and then humiliated him. Threatened resignation was the result. Could Churchill's 2-week-old administration have withstood the departure of Halifax? Almost certainly. Halifax had no standing in the country, and was in the Lords, not the Commons. Moreover, it seems likely that Chamberlain would not have followed Halifax's lead, and that this would have been enough to mollify the backbenchers. Finally, the Commons, having voted for war with Churchill, would hardly have reserved themselves over a resignation whose purpose was to institute peace talks. Yet the resignation of a foreign secretary at such a critical point in the war was no small matter. The government would be seen as divided, and the issue of division would be obvious. The whole position of Britain would be weakened, and Churchill had acted foolishly in putting himself in this situation. The Prime Minister immediately realized that he had gone too far. To keep Halifax in the cabinet, he had to demonstrate that in some circumstances he was willing to negotiate. While insisting on his opinion that no acceptable terms were likely to be on offer, he threw Halifax this bone. If Herr Hitler was prepared to make peace on the terms of the restoration of German colonies and the overlordship of Central Europe, that was one thing. But it was quite unlikely that he would make any such offer. Too much can be made of this statement. It was already a quite unrealistic scenario. Hitler was already overlord of Central Europe, and well on his way to becoming overlord of Western Europe as well. Offering him less than he had already conquered, plus Tanganyika, would hardly have brought him to the negotiating table. On Churchill's part, this was a maneuver, not a policy. And the person who immediately recognized this was Halifax. He completely ignored Churchill's gesture and brought the discussion back to what he thought was a realistic proposition. What would happen, he asked Churchill, if France collapsed and the French insisted on Britain joining them in talks with Germany? Churchill, realizing that his first ploy had failed to move the Foreign Secretary, attempted another conciliatory move. He said that we would not join France in asking for terms, but if he were told what the terms offered were, he would be prepared to consider them. This reply also hardly suggested that Churchill was serious about peace offers. All he did was say he would look at terms that had not been formulated. He might have added that after he had considered them, he would certainly reject them. The War Cabinet was finally brought to a definite conclusion by an intervention by Chamberlain. He suggested that Hitler's tactics would be to make a definite offer to France, and when the French said that they had allies, he would say, "I am here, let them send a delegate to Paris." But the majority of the War Cabinet were having none of this. They bluntly concluded that the answer to such an offer must be no. The day ended with Halifax being comprehensively outmaneuvered. He knew that Churchill's conciliatory gestures were essentially meaningless, and he was still angry that his suggestions at compromise had been viewed as defeatist or worse. So after the meeting, he asked to see Churchill privately in the garden of Number 10. We do not know what was said on this occasion, but we have Cadogan's strictures to Halifax that he did not do anything foolish, and Halifax's diary entry in which he says that Churchill was full of apologies and affection. This was enough to keep the Foreign Secretary on board. This day, 27 May, has often been portrayed as the rational Halifax wringing concessions from the emotional Churchill. This is hardly the case. Even after the walk in the garden, and despite Churchill's affection, there was no indication that the Prime Minister had altered his position. His whole stance during that day had been designed to keep Halifax in the cabinet. He had no more intention of making concessions to Germany or Italy than he had on 26 May. His tactical manoeuvres were just that, and recognized by Halifax for what they were. It was the need for unity in a dark hour that kept Halifax from resigning on 27 May. And we must not push the rational Halifax depiction too far. There was nothing rational in trying to arrange what was essentially another Munich conference. Halifax vastly overrated the position of Mussolini, who had absolutely no influence over Hitler. The Führer hardly needed Italy in a war that was virtually won, and anyway, if Halifax had not noticed, at Munich, the only role played by Mussolini was to do Hitler's bidding. Nor should we overrate the emotionalism of Churchill. Perhaps his rhetoric had got a little out of hand on 27 May, but he was surely correct in seeing any negotiations as a slippery slope to a humiliating peace. He also knew that Britain's best weapons, the RAF and the Navy, had not yet been tested, and would be formidable obstacles to an invasion. In this sense, it was Churchill who was being rational, and Halifax not. Yet despite the rejection of negotiations on 27 May, they were back on the table on 28 May. That day was an exceedingly black one for Britain. The Belgians had capitulated, exposing the flank of the BEF, and the number of soldiers evacuated from Dunkirk was again very modest. The morning cabinet meeting went well for Churchill. The War Cabinet had been informed by Halifax that Mussolini had at last replied to Roosevelt, and that the communication had been entirely negative. Yet, at the afternoon session, the Foreign Secretary announced that the chief diplomatic advisor to the government, Sir Robert Vansittart, had learned from the Italian embassy that the Italians would like Britain to give a clear indication that it sought Italian mediation. Halifax then went on to indicate that he still favoured an approach to the Italians. Churchill and Sinclair restated their own positions, Churchill repeating the metaphor of the slippery slope. But after a long discussion, an alarming development occurred. Chamberlain wobbled. Until now, his position was that whereas it would be advantageous for the French to approach Italy, he thought it futile for Britain to do so. Now, however, he stated, it was our duty to look at the situation realistically. He felt bound to say that he was in agreement with the Foreign Secretary in taking the view that if we thought it was possible that we could now get terms which, although grievous, would not threaten our independence, we should be right to consider such terms. This development, so potentially dangerous, was met by a storm of protest from other members of the War Cabinet. Attlee said it would be a severe shock to public opinion if it was known that terms were being sought, and that in that situation it might be impossible to rally the morale of the people. Greenwood added that the industrial centres of the country would regard anything like weakening on the part of the government as a disaster. Shortly after this exchange, the meeting adjourned, and reassembled 45 minutes later. In the interim, Churchill had been busy. He had addressed the group of ministers outside the War Cabinet and plainly put the situation facing Britain before them. When he returned, he described their reaction to his War Cabinet colleagues. They had not expressed alarm at the situation in France, but had expressed the greatest satisfaction when he told them that there was no chance of our giving up the struggle. He did not remember having ever before heard a gathering of persons occupying high places in political life express themselves so emphatically. In his memoirs, Churchill portrayed this incident with more colour. Quite a number of ministers seemed to jump up from the table and come running to my chair, shouting and patting me on the back. There is no doubt that had I at this juncture faltered at all in the leading of the nation, I should have been hurled out of office. I was sure that every minister was ready to be killed quite soon, and have all his family and possessions destroyed, rather than give in. Hugh Dalton, who was present, remembered a murmur of assent at Churchill's declaration that Britain would fight on, and that after the meeting he clapped Churchill on the back. Leo Amery was also present. He states that Churchill placed the situation squarely before ministers, in no way minimizing the extent of the disaster, and that there could be no greater folly than to try at this moment to offer concessions either to Italy or Germany. We then had a little question and answering after that, and then left all of us tremendously heartened by Winston's resolution. There is no doubt that Churchill, in his memoirs, exaggerated the response of the ministers to his declaration. But there is also no doubt that the ministers, many of whom he had appointed, were entirely in agreement with his decision to fight on. Halifax and Chamberlain had now finally been outmanoeuvred. Within the War Cabinet, Attlee, Greenwood, and the new addition Sinclair were at one with Churchill. Outside the War Cabinet, only a few ministers, such as Reith, opposed him. For the moment, that was the end of the matter. Churchill drafted a letter to Reynaud, which said that whatever the attitude of France, Britain did not deem it appropriate, given the firm and resolute morale of the British people, to approach either dictator at the moment. Churchill had prevailed. There would be no further mention of an approach to Mussolini or Hitler by Halifax or Chamberlain. The war would be fought to a finish. Chapter 4. A Close-Run Thing. The BEF's Retreat to the Coast, May 1940. While Churchill had won the political battle to continue the fight, this had been a hollow and probably temporary victory had the BEF fallen to Hitler's forces in France. When the German attack in the West began on 10 May 1940, the British had about 400,000 men in France. By mid-June, approximately 340,000 were back in Britain after a lengthy retreat and then evacuation from Dunkirk and other more westerly French ports. This was nothing less than a colossal military disaster, but the disaster could have been much worse. Although the BEF lost 60,000 casualties, dead and wounded, the return of the bulk of the army to Britain bolstered Churchill's political position. The pressure from the appeasers in the War Cabinet to make some kind of compromise peace with Hitler climaxed as the evacuations from Dunkirk began. Had the great majority of the BEF been captured, leaving Britain without the nucleus of a future army, it is beyond question that the appeasers would have renewed their political attacks with even greater vigor. In these circumstances, we cannot know what the outcome might have been. But the return of the army certainly gave Churchill an additional card to play against those who would have made peace. It was therefore vital in political as well as military terms that the army survive. The army that the British sent to France comprised 10 divisions of infantry, 5 from the regular army, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 divisions, and 5 from the part-time territorial army, 42, 44, 48, 50, and 51 divisions. In April, the 12, 23, and 46 divisions were sent out to dig trenches and maintain the lines of communications stretching back to Rennes in western France. These units had no tanks, no artillery, and were only partly trained. Operating with the BEF was a fighter force of 4 squadrons of Hurricanes to provide air cover. A second force of aircraft, the Advanced Air Striking Force, comprising 11 squadrons of light or medium bombers and 3 Hurricane squadrons, were to operate with the French. The commander-in-chief of this force was Lord Gort, who had been chief of the Imperial General Staff on the outbreak of war. In the Great War, he had been one of Field Marshal Haig's liaison officers and had shown considerable moral courage in 1916 during the latter part of the Battle of the Somme, in conveying to his chief the appalling conditions under which the troops were fighting. Gort had later commanded a battalion and won the VC. But that was his only experience of commanding troops in the field, and his choice as commander-in-chief had raised concerns. One of his corps commanders thought that Gort was still mired in detail best left to a battalion commander, and was unable to grasp the larger picture. He was, however, well served by General Pownall, his chief of staff, who often had to make decisions during Gort's frequent absences from his headquarters. The corps commanders of the BEF, Generals John Dill, Alan Brooke, and Ronald Adam, were extremely competent and were to have distinguished careers in higher office later in the war. In the weeks to come, much would depend on their ability to think and act quickly. Of the divisional commanders, Bernard Montgomery was very skilled, but his abrasive personality and often self-serving remarks tended to blind some to his great abilities. General Harold Alexander was also a rising star. In the end, perhaps he rose too high, and managed his division with skill. General Michael Barker, Dill's replacement as corps commander when he was made CIGS, was less capable. Others, such as Major Generals H.E. Franklin, R.L. Petrie, and H.O. Curtis, were much less well known, but would rise to the occasion and have good, if brief, campaigns. When offensive operations began, the force was to operate under a number of considerable disadvantages, many not of their making. Because the French had 85 divisions in the line, the BEF was the junior partner and was consequently placed under their unwieldy command structure. In overall charge was General Gamelin. Under him was another Frenchman, General Georges, in command of the armies of the North-East, of which the BEF was a part. But the coordination of the armies of 4 countries, Holland, Belgium, Britain, and France, had proved too difficult for Georges, and on 12 May another layer of command had been added. General Biota, a man whose morale would prove highly variable, had been placed in charge of the French First Army, the Belgians, and the BEF. Gort was therefore immediately responsible to Biota, who reported to Georges, who reported to Gamelin, who was ensconced at the Château Vincennes in Paris without a direct telephone line. This sclerotic structure would make it difficult to respond to events with celerity. The second problem for the BEF, though they failed to recognize it, was the plan developed by Gamelin. If Belgium was attacked by Germany, which seemed highly likely, the French armies of the North-East and the BEF would advance, on invitation, into Belgium, probably to the line of the River Dyle in the case of the British. In addition, in the event of the Dutch being attacked, also highly likely, the French 7th Army, on the left of the BEF, would dash to the Dutch city of Breda in order to bolster the Dutch forces. When the British agreed to this plan, they failed to notice that the French 7th Army was the only reserve available to the Allies in the northeast. The so-called Breda variation removed this reserve altogether. For the British, the main problem with this plan was that it played into the hands of the Germans. Initially, the Germans had developed a rather unimaginative scheme, along the lines of the Schlieffen Scheme of 1914, whereby the great mass of their armies would sweep across the Belgian plain. In this scenario, they would have met the advancing Franco-British forces head-on, but many on the German side were unhappy with this pedestrian plan. In the end, led by General Manstein and others, they persuaded Hitler to change it. Under the new arrangements, the Germans would make their main thrust with Army Group A, which contained 37 infantry divisions and 7 of the 10 German panzer divisions, through the wooded Ardennes country in southern Belgium and Luxembourg. This would have the advantage of outflanking the Maginot Line to its north to strike the Allies at an unexpected point. This point was also vulnerable because the French had rather weak forces in this area, their 2nd and 9th Armies. Belgium and Holland would also be attacked, but by a weaker force, Army Group B, consisting of 26 infantry and 3 panzer divisions. This force would attract the Allied armies advancing into Belgium. The Germans were well aware of this advance because they had broken the French radio codes. The further the Allies advanced, the more precarious their position would become, because the southern German armies, after breaking through the French defences, would swing northwards and pin all the northeastern Allied armies against the Channel. This was Plan Yellow. Then in the second phase of the battle, Plan Red, the German forces would turn south and drive the remaining French armies southeast and pin them against the rear of the Maginot Line. For our purposes, however, it is sufficient to note that should the German plan succeed, the further into Belgium the BEF advanced, the greater their danger of encirclement. A further disadvantage for the British was that their air component would operate without early warning radar. The French did not have radar, and the British had no intention of building a system that might fall into enemy hands in France. Any attack on the BEF by hostile aircraft was therefore likely to be undetected. The final disadvantage under which the British would operate was that they would in all probability be squeezed between 2 Allied armies. Should all go to plan and the Belgians enter the war on the Allied side, they would constitute the force on the left flank of the BEF. On the right flank would be the French First Army. Although the whole force would nominally be controlled by Biota, immediate contingencies would require close liaison with Belgian and French troops. Who would carry out this function was unclear, and it seems certain that the BEF entered battle with little knowledge of the composition and capabilities of the 2 armies guarding its flanks. The higher echelons of the BEF, including the commander, Lord Gord, first heard of the German offensive in the early hours of 10 May by telegram from the War Office and from its liaison mission, led by General Swain at French headquarters, GQG. They were informed that the enemy had attacked on a front from Holland to Luxembourg, and that the Belgian government, until then neutral, had invited the Allied armies into their country. The Gamelin plan was therefore implemented. The BEF would advance to the line of the River Dyle, where they would join with the Belgian army just east of Brussels on their left. On their right, the French First Army would also advance into Belgium. Oblivious to the trap into which it was advancing, the BEF, led by the armoured cars of the 12 Lancers, left its pillboxes and trench defences along the Franco-Belgian border and headed for the Dyle. On 11 May, the BEF reached the river and commenced digging in between Louvain and Wavre. On the left was 2 Corps, Brooke, with 3 Division in the front line and 4 Division in close reserve. On the right was 1 Corps, Barker, with the 1 and 2 Divisions in the line and 48 Division in close reserve. First contact with the enemy came on 14 May. On the left of the British front, the Germans penetrated Louvain, but were driven out by the 15-19 Hussars from 3 Division. On 15 May, while the BEF was still holding its own along the Dyle, disturbing news arrived from the French. German armoured columns had reportedly penetrated the hilly country of the Ardennes and forced a crossing of the River Meuse at Sedan. They had then fanned out into a gap between the French Second and Ninth Armies. Some reports suggested that the gap was 12 miles wide, others 5 miles. In any event, the situation was serious. The full extent of the debacle in the south became clearer on 16 May. Reports from the French now stated that the Germans had advanced 30 miles westward from Sedan. The French thought that the southern wing of what was Army Group A was making for the Somme, the northern for Arras, which was where British GHQ was located. The French Ninth Army was in a state of disintegration. The Second Army was in better shape, but falling back. At the same time, reports from the left flank of the BEF were causing alarm. The small Dutch army had been attacked in overwhelming force, and the inundations on which they had mainly relied for their protection had been rendered useless by German paratroop formations dropped behind them. Further south, the Belgian army was under extreme pressure and was falling back. The first crisis of the battle had arrived. On 16 May, General Biota called a conference to discuss the implications for his armies and for the deteriorating situation. Strangely, Gort did not attend this meeting, dispatching instead a staff officer, Major General T.R. Eastwood. Biota made the position clear. In the north, the Dutch had surrendered on 15 May. In the south, because of the rout of the Ninth and Second Armies, he had no choice but to draw back the First Army to maintain a continuous front. This meant that the BEF and the Belgians must also come back. Biota's timetable was that on 16-17 May, his armies must be on the River Seine. On 17-18 May, on the River Dondre, and on 18-19 May, on the River Escaut. Eastwood asked that these moves be delayed to allow the BEF time to prepare for the retreat, but Biota was adamant, and surely correct, that the situation in the south would brook no delay. The disengagement of the BEF was handled by the corps commanders. On the left, the retreat of 2 corps went relatively smoothly. Brooke, though a Francophile, had formed a low opinion of the French army almost from the day he arrived in France. Perhaps for this reason, he had selected a defensive position along the Charleroi Canal to the rear of the Dial, and had moved 4 Division forward on 12 May to deploy along it. His other division, 50 Division, which he had also ordered forward, was merely turned around and sent back to the Dondre. Then on the night of 17 May, 3 Division withdrew through 4 Division on the canal, and by dusk it was on the Dondre, the artillery having succeeded in keeping the enemy quiet. The rear guard of 4 Division, 15-19 Hussars, was not so fortunate. German motorcycle units got behind the Hussars and inflicted heavy casualties. In the end, only 20% of the unit remained. On the right, the orders to withdraw arrived 8 hours late. As a result, transport could not be provided for all units, and at one point it seemed that 48 Division would be overrun by the Germans. However, the 12 Lancers, equipped only with Bren guns mounted on armoured cars, fought off the pursuing Germans, who were equipped with some tanks. Over the next 2 days, and without major incident, the BEF withdrew behind the Escaut. In this instance, the corps commanders and their divisional generals had saved the day without any intervention from GHQ. Gort, as will be shown, had his virtues as commander-in-chief, but the conduct of orderly procedures was not among them. When hostilities commenced, he left GHQ at Arras. In fact, it was scattered over an area of 50 square miles in villages around the city, and established a forward command or battle post, thus making him difficult to contact. He compounded these difficulties by frequent moves over the course of the campaign. Between 10 and 28 May, the command post had 10 different locations, and at these locations, Gort was at the mercy of the French telephone system to relay messages to his commanders. This situation was to prove very frustrating to his corps commanders. As one corps commander diary related, lack of good communications with the GHQ during the last few days made great difficulties. Hours were spent trying to get GHQ, which has also 3HQ, advanced, rear and command post. As often as not, after a struggle of an hour or so, communication would be established, only to find that the officer or branch required was at one of the other places. It was very exasperating. Worse still, Gort frequently left his post to visit soldiers near or at the front. On 14 May, his Chief of Staff, General Pownall, noted that Gort was away for 8 hours today, too long in difficult times. In this sense, Brooks's stricture that Gort was nothing more than a glorified Boy Scout had substance. Gort was soon to show, however, that he was more capable than suggested by these episodes. On 16 May, Biota, who at least demonstrated that there was nothing wrong with his navigational skills, appeared at Gort's command post. He told Gort that he was being attacked by 9 or 10 panzer divisions, which was a guess, but one that happened to be correct, as the 3 panzers with Army Group B were in the process of joining Army Group A. Biota then produced a map which indicated that panzers were already at Cambrai and Péronne, just 22 to 30 miles from GHQ at Arras. Gort realized that the BEF on the Escaut was in danger of being enveloped from the south. His response was to create an improvised force consisting of the 127 Brigade from 42 Division, 12 regiments of artillery, and an anti-tank battery, and send it to the southeastern flank of the BEF. In this area, it could guard against a collapse by the French First Army and prevent the BEF itself from being outflanked by the panzers. This group was entitled Mac Force, under its commander Brigadier Mason McFarlane, the Chief of Intelligence at GHQ. At the same time, Gort sent the undertrained digging divisions, 12, 23, 46, to guard Amiens, the Canal du Nord, and Souclin, all to the southwest of the BEF, in case the panzers turned north when they passed Arras. In addition, on 18 May, he established Petrie Force. General Petrie was commander of 12 Division, to defend Arras in the event that critical location was attacked. Petrie Force consisted of a motley collection of troops from 12 and 23 divisions, with the addition of some GHQ units from around Arras. Then from GHQ reserve, Gort sent 50 Division to secure the heights at Vimy Ridge, just to the north of Arras. Gort has been much criticized for the formation of these and other improvised forces in the course of the campaign. Certainly with Mac Force, he might have sent the entire 42 Division to the southeast, but he was unsure of future developments and had precious few units in reserve. The Mac Force maneuver at least enabled him to retain 2 brigades from 42 Division for future emergencies. In the event, Mac Force was not needed. The French First Army remained intact, though considering what was happening to other French units, Gort could hardly have anticipated this. The one criticism regarding Mac Force, which has substance, is that in giving the command to Mason McFarlane, Gort removed his senior intelligence officer from GHQ, a man who would be desperately missed in days to come during Gort's continuing absences. Overall, however, Gort responded appropriately in this period. Biota's map indicated to him that the panzers were closing in on his southern flank, and could at any time move north and take the regular divisions of the BEF in the rear. By moving some troops to the south and southwest, Gort ensured that he had at least some troops in place to oppose them. In fact, time would reveal how important Gort's moves were. After these moves had been completed, GHQ made a sober assessment of the position confronting the BEF. On the line of the Escaut, much diminished as an obstacle because of a drought, stood from left to right the 44, 4, 3, 1 divisions, and 2 brigades from each of the 42, 2, and 48 divisions. To the south were Mack Force, Pieterforce, and 50 Division. This left in GHQ reserve just 2 brigades of 5 Division, the 3rd having been dispatched to Norway. The conclusions reached were recorded in the GHQ War Diary. If our right rear now becomes filled with Germans, we should be cut off from the French, except for the remnants of 3 French corps around Lille. To go southwest was not possible. To go west almost as bad. By going northwest, we should get the flank protection of the Douai-la-Bassée canal line. A series of water obstacles on the line of retreat gave some hope of conducting the withdrawal in an orderly manner. The narrow corridor would end at the sea at Dunkirk, from which hopes of evacuation of personnel, with French, and of operational material would be possible. This note is of the utmost importance because it indicates that as early as 19 May, Gort was contemplating an evacuation from Europe. Indeed, the note implied that it was the only reasonable course on offer. It also shows that GHQ was aware of the defensive possibilities of the canal line, which ran north from Douai through La Bassée to Béthune, Aire, Blaringhem, to the coast around Gravelines. On the other flank, waterways provided similar protection from the Escaut to the rivers Lys and Isère to the coast of Nieuport. Dunkirk stood squarely in the middle of these 2 lines of canals and rivers. So important did Gort consider the conclusion reached by the GHQ that he had Pownall ring the War Office and inform them, specifically mentioning Dunkirk as a major port of embarkation. However, the authorities in London were not yet of this mind. Indeed, there had been some strenuous objections to the retreat of the BEF from the Dial to the Escaut, until Churchill crossed to Paris on 16 May and discovered the true position for himself. Nevertheless, a retreat was one thing, evacuation quite another. General Ironside, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, was particularly indignant with Pownall, declaring to the War Cabinet that the proposal was unacceptable. Churchill agreed. Ironside was dispatched to France to direct Gort to attack southwest to link up with the French. Ironside arrived at GHQ in the morning of 20 May. It was to prove a day of confusion. Gort immediately informed him that, as most of his troops were in contact with the enemy, any large-scale attack to the south must depend on the French. Gort could provide a few battalions for the operation, but that was all. The British leaders accordingly repaired to Botha's headquarters to see what the French could contribute. What they found shocked them. Botha was in a state of collapse. He told the British that he had no anti-tank guns, and that if any of his infantry were put into the line, they would not withstand an attack. According to some accounts, Ironside responded by lifting Botha from the ground by his coat buttons and shaking him. In any event, while something produced a calmer attitude, it did not translate into troops. Gort would attack with the small force he could spare. Meanwhile, the French had reconstituted their government, with Paul Reynaud appointing himself Minister of National Defence and War, as well as Prime Minister. On this day, too, Gamelin was relieved of his command and replaced by General Weygand, who had been summoned home from the Middle East the day before. One of Weygand's first visitors was General Dill, now Vice-Chief of the General Staff. Dill explained to Weygand that if the German advance continued, the British might indeed be forced to withdraw to the Channel ports, but that energetic action by Botha could ensure that the forces in the north linked up with their companions to the south. Weygand immediately rang Botha. Ironside was still in attendance, and spoke to him in energetic terms. He then spoke to Ironside and assured him that a two-pronged attack from south and north would cut off the German spearheads and restore the situation. Despite these assurances, neither Gort nor Dill expected much from the French. Gort told Anthony Eden, Secretary of State for War, that he was preparing to make a small-scale attack to clear the roads south of Arras from enemy armoured units. And Dill told Churchill that he had no confidence that Botha would take any action at all. Meanwhile, Gort prepared his small force for action on 21 May. He appointed General Franklin, 5 Division, to command. His force, inevitably named Frank Force, consisted of just 2 battalions of infantry, 6 and 8 Durham light infantry, 1 tank battalion, and a battery of anti-tank guns. In all, Franklin would have just 58 tanks, of which only 16 were the heavy Matildas, capable of withstanding most German anti-tank guns. The French contribution would consist of anything that Franklin could cajole out of Botha. Franklin was soon to find that Botha had left his headquarters, and the senior French commander, General Altmaier of 5 Corps, offered no assistance at all. In the end, General Priaulx contributed some units from his light mechanized division, DLM, for flank protection. Gort's orders to Franklin emphasized the limited nature of the operation. Franklin was to ensure the safety of Arras by clearing advanced guards and light forces from the roads immediately south of the town. Gort gave Franklin no intelligence of what enemy forces were lurking south of Arras. In fact, far from being advanced guards and light units, elements of no fewer than 3 panzer divisions and a mechanized division were in the near vicinity. After much confusion and delays caused by having to deploy over roads crowded with refugees, Franklin's 2 small columns set out at 2 p.m. on 21 May. Initially, their progress was unopposed. Then, an advanced patrol from the 12 Lancers encountered a column of enemy guns moving to the west of Arras. A column of 5.9 howitzers was seen approaching down the Douizon road. The German column appeared to be entirely lost, and as they came straight on, C Squadron opened fire on them at nearly point-blank range. The enemy never had a chance and were entirely destroyed. The charred ruins of this column heartened the attackers, who then ambushed a group of motorized enemy infantry. These too were completely destroyed by the tanks. The Germans, finding to their consternation that shells from their anti-tank guns were bouncing off the British Matildas. Progress continued, with the Matildas taking a heavy toll of some German light tanks that had been rushed into action. Next on the scene were some troops from the German 6th Infantry Division, but they turned and fled on the approach of the British armour. By late afternoon, the British columns, protected on their right by tanks from Priaulx's 3 Division, Légère Mécanique, Light Mechanized Division, had swept around the south of Arras. Woluwe, Borin, Agny had been captured, and Wancourt was in sight. The British had made these gains at the expense of 7 Panzer Division, commanded by Major General Erwin Rommel. He found the situation on his front confused and chaotic, with heavy losses in men and materiel. Nevertheless, he soon brought to bear every gun available, anti-tank and anti-aircraft. He was forced to use the 88mm anti-aircraft gun in an anti-tank role, and it proved spectacularly successful, knocking out many of the heavier British tanks. Then Franklin's men, who were without air cover, were subjected to an intense Stuka attack. By this time, the majority of tanks had been knocked out, and the ammunition was running low. At 3 a.m. on 22 May, they were finally forced to withdraw north of Arras. The Arras counter-attack lasted just a few hours, and it failed in all its objectives. It did not clear up the situation to the south of the city, nor did it clear the roads. Yet in some ways, the experience heartened the British troops. In the first place, the British discovered that not all their equipment was inferior to the Germans. In particular, the enemy had found the Matilda tank difficult to deal with. Further, some German troops were found to be of poor fighting quality. The most important outcome, however, was that it misled the German commanders about the strength of the British forces. Rommel had witnessed panic and confusion and thought he was being assailed by 5 British divisions. His impression was confirmed by other accounts. The 6th Panzer Division noted that the situation was tense and confused. They reported strong enemy forces attacking along the Arras-Avesnes road. The 39 Corps reported, "Strong enemy motorized columns of all arms are announced underway west to south in Arras." These reports convinced Army Group A that the situation around Arras was critical. General Gerd von Rundstedt told Hitler that all quick troops should now be deployed on either side of Arras to consolidate the situation before pressing on. At the same time, he asked General Günther von Kluge, 4th Army, whether his armour should proceed to Boulogne and Calais as planned, or whether they should await clarification of the situation around Arras. But before Kluge could reply, Rundstedt had answered his own question. The C-in-C of the Army Group gives decision that first the situation at Arras must be cleared up, and only thereafter should the armour push toward Calais and Boulogne. Later, General Wilhelm Keitel from Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, Supreme Command of the Armed Forces, arrived at Rundstedt's headquarters, acquainted himself with the situation, and informed the Führer of the decisions made. He then returned to OKW and telephoned Rundstedt to say that the Führer was in full accord with the measures taken by Colonel General von Rundstedt. The 2 Panzer Division remained in place at Abbeville, but elements of 6 and 8 Panzer Divisions, which had reached Le Bois and Hesdin respectively, were turned around and dispatched towards Arras. As Army Group A War Diary stated, all quick troops were brought up to the line Arras-Montreuil for the purpose of warding off enemy attempts to break through. The Army Group had in fact overreacted, probably based on Rommel's original reports. They gauged Franklin's operation as far larger than it had been. Also, as we know, but Rundstedt at the time could not, this was not an attempt at a breakthrough. It was merely a minor operation aimed at road clearing south of Arras. 5 Panzer Divisions, 6, 8, 2, 5, and 7, and 1 motorized division, SS Totenkopf, were now gathered around Arras to counter a British thrust that they had no intention of making. In short, the first halt of the Panzers occurred on 21 May as a direct result of Franklin's efforts. But if Gort thought that the counterattack at Arras had fulfilled his obligation to attack south towards the French, he was mistaken. Churchill still had confidence that the appointment of Weygand might galvanize the French. He told Sir Roger Keyes, then at Belgian HQ, on 21 May, that Weygand was coming up your way tomorrow, 22 May, to concert action of all forces. Gort was also to be instructed to meet Weygand, but the message never arrived. The meeting, therefore, went ahead at Ypres with Keyes, the King of the Belgians, his Chief of Staff, Van Overstraeten, and Weygand. Nothing much was decided until Botha arrived. He again emphasized that the French First Army was incapable of offensive action. The only force that could be provided for a southerly thrust must come from the BEF, and such a force could only be released if the line was shortened by the Belgians retreating to the River Yser. Finally, Gort arrived to find that Weygand had left and was heading back to Paris. The Belgians expressed the fear that withdrawing British divisions from the line would leave their army exposed to major German attack. If forced away from the British, they may well surrender. They might also surrender if they were forced to give up most of Belgium by retreating to the Yser. In fact, it was becoming difficult to envisage a scenario in which the Belgians would not surrender. Despite this alarming news, Gort reluctantly agreed to adopt a form of the plan discussed earlier. He then returned to his command post to plan the necessary moves. One can imagine that Gort set about this task with the utmost trepidation. For if the Belgians collapsed, the Germans could push through to the north and cut the BEF off from the sea. His position did not improve on the next day. Churchill had again crossed to France and met the French leadership at the Supreme War Council. He came away with his confidence in Weygand strengthened. He told Gort that it had been agreed with the French that the Belgians must withdraw to the River Yser to release British and French divisions for the attack. That operation would be made with 8 divisions, and it must be made tomorrow, that is, on 23 May. This message caused much consternation at GHQ. Pownall fumed at impossible Churchillian orders. However, the determination by the politicians to impose Weygand's plan on the military got no further. The French command ignored them and made no moves. Gort soon realized that nothing would happen. He therefore ignored Churchill's importunings and got on with the practicalities of the situation facing the BEF. This was dire enough. German armour was now across his lines of communication, which stretched back to Rennes in western France. Supplies of ammunition and food would therefore have to be improvised through the Channel ports, and Dunkirk in particular. There was also the matter of the canal line on Gort's right flank. The Arras garrison was still intact, and Mack Force was further north, as was 50 Division. But more troops were needed in the certain event that the German armour would recommence its move northwards towards Boulogne and Calais. And the fact was that the British had no troops to block their path. In ignoring the directives from London and reorganizing the BEF to meet the situation it actually faced, Gort played an important role in saving the army. He made a number of crucial decisions between 21 and 23 May. First, he drew back the eastern flank of the BEF from the Escaut, where it was under increasing pressure from Army Group B, and directed it to retreat to the frontier defences from which it had commenced the advance into Belgium on 10 May. This allowed Gort to hold this shorter line with 4 divisions, 42 and 1 division from 1 corps, and 3 and 4 divisions from 2 corps. The 2 and 48 divisions could now be freed to assemble southwest of Lille to defend a section of the canal line. The 5 and 50 divisions would remain around Arras. Even these moves would leave just one division, 44, in GHQ reserve. Meanwhile, the situation along the canal line was rapidly changing. Intelligence told Gort that German armour was on the move and threatened to outflank his recently assembled forces around Saint-Omer. The commander-in-chief, therefore, created yet more improvised forces, often assembled from line of communication troops, searchlight battalions, and other miscellaneous units available. In short order, a ragged but continuous line was established. From north to south along the canal line on 23 May were deployed Usher Force, a group of miscellaneous troops who held the line from Gravelines to Saint-Momelin; Wood Force, a similar collection of miscellaneous troops formed around Asbrook; Mack Force, redeployed north to Nieppe; Pole Force, formed around 139 Brigade at Saint-Pol and instructed to move forward to defend the La Bassée Canal. The 2 and 48 divisions, as previously ordered, were to defend the southern section of the canal line from La Bassée to Arras. As noted earlier, Gort has been much criticized for the creation of these forces, but in the circumstances, it is difficult to see what other options were open to him. On 21 and 22 May, the canal line north of La Bassée was almost devoid of troops. The small improvised forces could at least be sent there with a minimum of delay, and this line was not as substantial as perhaps is implied by its name. The canals were often narrow, and there were many bridges over them. In this situation, any defending troops were better than none. However, this redeployment of forces did put the BEF in a rather curious position. Facing the infantry divisions of Army Group B along the frontier defences stood some of its best divisions, while the improvised forces, plus the 2 and 48 divisions, faced the elite panzer divisions from Army Group A. The first crisis developed, though not on the canal line or on the frontier defences, but at Arras. Here Franklin's depleted forces had attracted the attention of 7 and 5 panzer divisions, attacking from the west and east respectively. By 23 May, the defensive lines around the city had narrowed to just 5 miles. Franklin describes what happened next. Although during the afternoon of 23 May, after reporting the situation to GHQ, I had been instructed that Arras was to be held at all costs. At 2200 hours, I rang up to explain that unless I withdrew during the course of the night, subsequent withdrawal would probably be impossible. I was informed that orders to withdraw were already on the way. Owing to the late hour, the bulk of the infantry had to be moved across the enemy's front along the road Arras-Douai. Arrangements had been made with the French Cavalry Corps to cover the withdrawal from Vimy Ridge. But these arrangements miscarried, and the 17th Infantry Brigade had to fight a running rear guard action for some miles. The Arras garrison was successfully extricated and withdrew, but certain detachments ran into parties of the enemy after daylight and suffered casualties. Despite these mishaps, the great majority of troops from Arras were safely withdrawn northward to Lille by the evening of 24 May. Along the canal line, the situation was far more serious. After the halt on 21 May, the Panzer recommenced their advance on the morning of 23 May. The forces they could deploy against the improvised British lines were formidable. The 39 Corps had the 7 and 5 Panzer divisions to the north of Arras, as well as 2 motorized divisions, 20 and the SS Totenkopf. The SS Wehrfang's motorized division had 2 regiments between Aire and Lillers on the Canal Line, and a 3rd in close reserve. Further back was 4 Panzer at Avesnes, 1 day's march from the front. The 41 Corps had 6 Panzer across the Canal Line at Saint-Omer, and 8 Panzer across it between Aire and Blaringhem. The 19 Corps had 1 and 2 Panzer on the River Conche, 20 miles from the Canal Line and ready to move northwards, 10 Panzer being in close reserve, and 9 Panzer not far behind at Doullens. In total, Army Group A had 9 Panzer divisions and 3 motorized divisions in the near vicinity of the Canal Line, and elements of 2 of them, 8 and 6, had bridgeheads across the canal at Saint-Omer and around Aire. These bridgeheads were no more than 30 miles from the units of the BEF along the frontier defences. If just 3 or 4 of the Panzer divisions and, say, 1 motorized division had been concentrated for a thrust eastwards, the British would have had only the improvised forces to stop them. Certainly such a concentration would have taken 1 or 2 days to organize, but a force of this size would have been irresistible. And if the thrust had been made from Saint-Omer, or Blaringhem, or Aire, and aimed at Ypres or points south, the vast bulk of the BEF would have been cut off from the coast. In this instance, surrender must have soon followed, because all the ammunition and food required by the British were being delivered through the Channel ports. Without these supplies, no matter what the fighting qualities of the troops, the BEF would have been doomed. There is no evidence that anyone in Army Group A line the situation was far more serious. After the halt on 21 May, the Panzer recommenced their advance on the morning of 23 May. The forces they could deploy against the improvised British lines were formidable. The 39 Corps had the 7 and 5 Panzer divisions to the north of Arras, as well as 2 motorized divisions, 20 and the SS Totenkopf. The SS Wehrfang's motorized division had 2 regiments between Aire and Lillers on the Canal Line, and a 3rd in close reserve. Further back was 4 Panzer at Avesnes, 1 day's march from the front. The 41 Corps had 6 Panzer across the Canal Line at Saint-Omer, and 8 Panzer across it between Aire and Blaringhem. The 19 Corps had 1 and 2 Panzer on the River Conche, 20 miles from the Canal Line and ready to move northwards, 10 Panzer being in close reserve, and 9 Panzer not far behind at Doullens. In total, Army Group A had 9 Panzer divisions and 3 motorized divisions in the near vicinity of the Canal Line, and elements of 2 of them, 8 and 6, had bridgeheads across the canal at Saint-Omer and around Aire. These bridgeheads were no more than 30 miles from the units of the BEF along the frontier defences. If just 3 or 4 of the Panzer divisions and, say, 1 motorized division had been concentrated for a thrust eastwards, the British would have had only the improvised forces to stop them. Certainly such a concentration would have taken 1 or 2 days to organize, but a force of this size would have been irresistible. And if the thrust had been made from Saint-Omer, or Blaringhem, or Aire, and aimed at Ypres or points south, the vast bulk of the BEF would have been cut off from the coast. In this instance, surrender must have soon followed, because all the ammunition and food required by the British were being delivered through the Channel ports. Without these supplies, no matter what the fighting qualities of the troops, the BEF would have been doomed. There is no evidence that anyone in Army Group A considered these options. This might seem strange from an army that had brushed aside everything in its path for the past 2 weeks. However, Onstedt's attention was elsewhere. He was anticipating a French response against the armoured units that were strung out over a distance of 60 miles. The German southern flank along the Somme was thinly held. A thrust from the south by French units not yet engaged in battle might place the whole German position in danger. It would be prudent in that circumstance to have at least some panzer divisions in hand to deal with it. In fact, a thrust eastwards had never been part of Wanstead's battle plan. That plan called instead for a sweep along the coast to attack Boulogne and Calais, and then presumably Dunkirk. A deviation from an established plan is a matter of considerable substance in war. Units have to be reoriented, new orders issued, and the consequences of the change rapidly thought through. Besides, the plan had worked well enough until this point, so why change it? Also, Wanstead was well aware that German tanks had suffered considerable wear and tear in the previous 2 weeks. The Kleist group of the German Fourth Army reported that tank casualties had reached more than 50%. In an adjoining group, it was reported that casualties in 5 and 7 Panzer and 20 motorized divisions had reached 30%. So when Wanstead met the commander of the Fourth Army, Kluge, on 23 May, we can safely speculate that dashing panzer thrusts across northeastern France was not on the agenda. Kluge no doubt reiterated the sad state of his divisions. Wanstead no doubt pointed to the open flank along the Somme and noted that it would take the infantry divisions several days to close it. In any case, an order came forth from this meeting to the effect that the Fourth Army would, in the main, halt tomorrow, 24 May, in order to close up its formations and consolidate. The panzers would therefore be halted for a second time. Back in Berlin there was consternation at this decision, but no clear alternative to it emerged. Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief, wanted no pause. He suggested that the armour be transferred to Army Group B, in order that one commander could control operations in the increasingly confined spaces in which the 2 army groups were operating. But this plan, too, would inevitably have led to a pause, while the armour was reoriented and General Fedor von Bock from Army Group B reorganized his forces to take the new situation into account. Franz Halder, Chief of Staff to Brauchitsch, disagreed. He wanted Wanstead's group to retain its armour and press on without pause. This did not meet with the approval of his chief, so Halder passed on Brauchitsch's decision transferring the Fourth Army to Army Group B, but sourly expressed his disapproval by not signing the order. Enter Hitler, who at this moment happened to be visiting Wanstead's headquarters. Not surprisingly, he backed the man on the spot. The armour would remain with Army Group A, and there would be a pause for consolidation. Hitler had arrived at the same conclusions as Wanstead, but possibly for different reasons. The war diary of Army Group A recorded him as saying, "There is an all-round need to preserve the armoured forces for the coming operations against the French, and that a further tightening of the enclosed space would merely result in a most unwelcome curtailment of the effectiveness of the German Air Force." Later in the day, he expanded these thoughts in Führer Directive No. 13. 1. The next object of our operations is to annihilate the French, English, and Belgian forces which are surrounded in Artois and Flanders. By a concentric attack by our northern flank, and by the swift seizure of the Channel coast in this area. The task of the Air Force will be to break all enemy resistance on the part of the surrounded forces, to prevent the escape of the English forces across the Channel, and to protect the southern flank of Army Group A. The enemy Air Force will be engaged whenever opportunity offers. 2. The Army will then prepare to destroy in the shortest possible time the remaining enemy forces in France. He then went on to give instructions for the next 3 phases of this latter operation in some detail. Hitler's and Wannstedt's halt order has received much attention from historians, but in fact, not all the panzers halted on the evening of the 23rd. The 2 panzer headed north for Boulogne, and the 1 panzer followed on to Calais. It was deemed essential by the German command to capture these 2 ports because they lay on the flank of the canal line, and British reinforcements, there were in fact very few, but the Germans were not aware of this, could be sent to France through them. More importantly, it was thought the capture of the ports would deny the British essential supplies. In fact, no supplies were reaching the BEF through Boulogne or Calais, but the Germans were also unaware of that. It might be thought that the Germans were making an error of judgment in sending panzer divisions to attack fortified cities with mazes of narrow streets in which tanks could not easily operate. But here, perhaps for the first time, the weaknesses in the structure of the German army began to reveal themselves. There were no infantry divisions remotely near the Channel ports on 23 May. The infantry divisions, it must be remembered, were horse-drawn and lagging well to the rear. The closest infantry formations were the 12th and 32nd Divisions, and they were just north of Arras and designated for operations against the Canal Line. Boulogne and Calais would have to be attacked by panzers or not at all. The panzers, therefore, headed for the Channel ports. The British were mindful that these ports were important, not because of supply or reinforcement, but because their retention might delay any German move on Dunkirk. So late in the day, the 20 Guards Brigade was rushed across the Channel from Canterbury to shore up the defences, which until that time consisted of a motley force of about 2,500 British, French, and a few Belgian troops. When 2 Panzer Division attacked Boulogne, the Guards were in place, and the Germans met a resolute defence. Moreover, they were now within range of aircraft based in Britain and came under violent bombing attacks. When they attempted to enter the city, they soon found that battles degenerated into house-to-house fighting, hardly the ideal conditions for a panzer division. Later in the day, the Corps reported, "Corps has impression that the enemy is fighting toughly in and around Boulogne for every inch of ground in order not to let this important harbour fall into German hands. Luftwaffe moves against warships and transports laying before Boulogne. Is it a landing or an evacuation? Our inadequate 2 panzer divisions attack only progresses, therefore, slowly." Eventually, the Germans managed to surround Boulogne, but not before the 20 Guards Brigade was evacuated. Some French and British troops who could not be rescued held out for another 24 hours and then surrendered. In the end, the defence of Boulogne occupied a considerable proportion of the German 19 Corps for the best part of 3 days. Attention must now turn to Calais, the last major port in Allied hands before Dunkirk. On 20 May, it had been held by just 1 platoon of troops and 2 batteries of 1 searchlight regiment. On 23 May, 30 Brigade was ordered from England to Calais, its initial task being to reinforce the garrison at Boulogne. In the event, the brigade arrived too late to carry out this order. Its actions were confined to Calais, where 10 panzer divisions had now taken over the attack on the port from 1 panzer. The capture of the port again proved more difficult than the Germans had anticipated. After 3 days, General Heinz Guderian, who was the corps commander in charge of the siege, was sufficiently concerned about the tenacity of the defence to order a mass Stuka attack on the port. Even this did not do the trick. It was the lack of ammunition that eventually led the British troops to surrender on the afternoon of 26 May. Were these troops sacrificed to any purpose? Certainly Churchill thought so. He was furious that the War Office had ordered the evacuation of Calais on 24 May, and had immediately countermanded it, ordering Brigadier Nicholson to fight to the last, and inquiring of Ironside whether there was not defeatist opinion in the General Staff. No doubt this outburst reflected the pressure Churchill was under from Halifax concerning peace moves. But he was surely correct in his determination that the Channel ports hold out as long as possible. In the end, the defence of Calais and Boulogne occupied 3 panzer divisions for 3 or 4 days, 2 panzer division against Boulogne, 10 panzer division against Calais, and 1 panzer division in a blocking position between the 2 ports. This time gained would prove vital for the Allies in the days to come. While these operations were proceeding, along the Canal Line there was little action because of the halt order. In the south, the British 2 Division arrived and was able to take up its place along the La Bassée Canal unhindered. Opposite them were the German 20 Motorized Division and 5 Panzer Division, which rightly considered that only weak forces opposed them along the canal, and that bridgeheads across it could easily be seized. A request to probe the canal crossings was sent to the higher command, but was rejected. Further north, Gault's various forces were having a more difficult time. For example, Pole Force encountered 6 Panzer Division and the SS Wehrfung's Motorized Division east of Asbrook. Despite hard fighting, during which their artillery managed to take some toll on the enemy tanks, the British were forced back to the outer defences of the town. But then the higher command reminded the Germans of Hitler's halt order, and they broke off the attack. Our attention must now move from these dramatic events along the Canal Line and the Channel ports to a crisis on the frontier line to the east. On 24 May, an order from the German Sixth Army was captured by the British. It indicated that a major attack was being prepared against the Belgians just to the north of the BEF along the frontier positions. This was a matter of the utmost seriousness, because if the Belgians gave way, it would place the Sixth Army between the BEF and the coast. What could be done to stymie this move? Gort had just 2 divisions in reserve at this point, 5 and 50 divisions. The problem was that they were still earmarked for the drive to the south, as outlined in the Weygand Plan. A larger problem emerged, however, when the 12 Lancers reported that the Belgians were already under attack, and that a gap between the British and their ally was appearing around Mounat. This was one of the decisive moments of the campaign, as far as the British were concerned. As the news came in about the gap between the Belgians and the British, Dill was visiting Gault's headquarters. Discussion between the 2 men had centred on the timing and the extent of the British contribution to Weygand's scheme. But now, with the Belgians apparently disintegrating, Gort, with Dill's approval, abandoned all thought of an attack south. He immediately sought out General Brooke from 2 Corps, and at 1700 hours, on 24 May, decided that the 2 reserve divisions must be used to close the Mounat Gap. 1 hour later, this decision was noted in the war diary. Decision not to use 5 and 50 divisions southward. Although Dill was still informing the Prime Minister that the Weygand Plan might take place on a small scale, this marked the end of any attempt by the BEF to break through to the south. Attention would now shift to the coast. Next day, Gort confirmed this decision with General Maurice Blanchard. They decided that the northern armies should withdraw behind the River Lys and the Canal de Dérivation. In London, Anthony Eden confirmed Gort's decision. He suggested that plans for an evacuation be urgently prepared, and told Gort that he could expect a maximum effort from the Navy and the RAF to cover his movements. Later, Eden telegrammed that Churchill had met Premier Reynaud, and that all thought of an attack to the south had been abandoned, and that you are authorized to operate towards the coast forthwith in conjunction with French and Belgian armies. As Gort was aware, however, this was easier said than done. The German attack against the Belgians was making ground, and the route to the coast was in peril. He had already ordered Franklin's 5 Division to move north to the Ypres-Commines Canal, and to take under his command 143 Brigade of 48 Division. In addition, he now ordered 50 Division to Ypres, and arranged for 2 Corps artillery to move north to assist these forces. General Brooke immediately motored north to the Ypres-Commines Canal, only to find that it was completely dry. The situation was critical. The Germans were attacking the canal, and 5 Division were only beginning to arrive. Brooke, therefore, began adding to Franklin's force any other units he could find. During the next few days, 3 battalions of infantry and 2 machine gun battalions arrived from 1 division, the field artillery from 48 Division, and the 1 Corps heavy artillery. Later, 10 and 11 brigades from 4 Division were added to Franklin's command. The fighting that ensued between the Germans and the improvised force was some of the fiercest faced by the BEF in the entire campaign. Between 25 and 28 May, no fewer than 6 enemy infantry divisions attacked Franklin's force along the canal. Some ground was lost on the British right, but the position was stabilized by intense artillery fire. The 1 Corps heavy artillery alone fired 5,000 rounds in 36 hours. A last attempt by the Germans to gain ground was stopped by the accurate shooting of our medium artillery, and this together with good infantry shooting not only stopped the attack making any progress, but caused the enemy to vacate some of his more advanced positions. There were similar tales from all along the front. On 26 May, some crucial ground on the far bank of the canal was gained by the Germans, but an attack by 150 Brigade, assisted by some French troops, restored the situation. By these means, the British were still clinging to the canal on 28 May. These were useful days gained, but the eventual collapse of the Belgians was inevitable. Their battle-worn and under-equipped army was gradually forced away from the British. As early as 26 May, Gort considered them on the brink of collapse. So did Brooke, and in order to shore up the position between the extreme left of the British line and the sea, he ordered Montgomery's 3 Division to execute a sidestep which would help fill the gap. This was no easy matter. The maneuver had to be carried out by night, along roads congested with refugees, parallel to and only 5,000 yards distant from the front, held by the composite 5 Division group. Brooke, who carried this move through largely on his own initiative, admitted that he had some bad moments, wondering whether Montgomery would complete his move before daylight. But by then, the 3rd Division was through. The British front had now edged to within 20 miles of the sea. However, news from the Belgians indicated that this might not be enough to save the BEF. Gort, through Keyes at Belgian GHQ, heard on the morning of 27 May that the government was considering a surrender to avoid a debacle. By evening, it was clear that this was no rumor. The Belgians had decided to seek an armistice. The king ordered his commander-in-chief to send a plenipotentiary to the Germans. The diarist at Army Group A recorded the scene. At 20:30 hours, Colonel General V. Reichenau reports that a Belgian general has presented himself at 11 Army Corps headquarters with a message from the King of the Belgians, asking for the terms of an armistice. The bearer of the flag of truce had been given the following reply: "The hostilities should cease only after the acceptance of German conditions. Unconditional surrender. At 2100, the Führer's decision is reached. Only unconditional surrender. No further assurances or supplications." That was the end of the Belgians. Their army had fought well against impossible odds. Nevertheless, their surrender came at an awkward moment for the British. There were no Allied troops in the 20-mile gap between 3 Division and the sea. If the gap could not be filled, it might be the German army rather than the BEF that arrived at Dunkirk first. It was the swift reaction, first by Montgomery and then by Brooke, that ensured the gap would be filled. As early as 27 May, Montgomery, whose 3 Division would hold the extreme left of the British position, met the commander of the 12 Lancers and ordered him to destroy all the bridges over the Yser Canal between 3 Division and the sea. This was accomplished with some difficulty and many casualties the next day. News then arrived that substantial German reinforcements were heading for Nieuport, with the last remaining bridges between the enemy and the Dunkirk perimeter were still intact. One was blown, but the 12 Lancers had run out of explosives. The desperate expedient of trying to destroy the remaining bridge using hand grenades brought forward by a detachment of Royal Artillerymen failed. As the town was now under air attack and heavy bombardment by German guns, the 12 Lancers had little alternative but to withdraw under cover of darkness. The bridge, therefore, fell into German hands. This situation was potentially disastrous, because if the Germans could force their way along the coast, the BEF might yet be trapped, but Brooke had already seen the danger. He sent orders for a brigade of 4 Division, it was 12 Brigade, to proceed to Nieuport at once to block any German move west. This the brigade was able to do. Its plans to recapture the bridge had been overtaken by events. There were now too many German infantry formations across it for any such action to be possible. But the brigade was able to block the Germans as they attempted to move across the bridge towards the Dunkirk perimeter, which brought at least a semblance of order to that flank of the BEF. While these actions were taking place in the east, 2 events of great importance were occurring on the southern flank of the Allied forces and along the canal line. On the night of 26-27 May, the German halt order was lifted, and the panzers began to move. In the south, under pressure from 5 and 7 panzer divisions, the British withdrew to the line of the River Lys. But the bulk of the French First Army, which had been fighting with the British around Lille, did not move. Its 3 corps and part of its cavalry had followed the British to the Lys. But Blanchard had not been told of the order to retreat to Dunkirk, and despite the pleadings of Gort and Pownall, he refused to move the remainder of his force. It soon became trapped by the rapid moves of 5 and 7 panzers. Although surrounded, the remaining French troops fought hard, and until 30 May continued to engage the attention of the panzers. The final surrender of these troops did not take place until 31 May and 1 June. They therefore performed the valuable task of keeping many German divisions away from the Dunkirk area during several vital days. While the French fought around Lille and the British had managed to improve their defences along the Bassy Canal, the 2 Division had arrived and was well dug in along it. To its north, it was supported by 44 Division. From there to the coast, there were elements of 46 and 48 divisions, with the French 68 Division completing the line from Bergues to Gravelines. Facing them from south to north were 7 Panzer, 4 Panzer, SS Totenkopf, 3 Panzer, SS Wehrfang, 8 Panzer, 6 Panzer, 20 Motorized Division, 2 Panzer, and 1 Panzer. The inequality in the two forces is obvious. The British and French had no armoured division north of the Somme, and what tanks they had were scattered among the infantry formations. The first British unit to feel the force of the renewed panzer attack on 27 May was 2 Division. Assaulted by 3 panzer divisions and 2 motorized SS divisions, the result could not be in doubt. Although the canal crossings were stubbornly defended, the British were gradually forced back. The fighting was so fierce that neither the divisional nor the brigade commanders could exert much control. The sole action that day by the commander of 2 Division was to commit his only reserve, 25 Brigade, at mid-morning. At the front, this action made little difference. His troops were being attacked by panzers, accompanied by Stuka dive bombers. There was no air cover because the RAF back in Britain had no idea of exactly which units were under fire. By the evening, orders had finally got through to the front for the remnants of the 3 brigades to withdraw to Pobranga, some 20 miles to the north. The surprising news was that their next destination would be Dunkirk, and after that, England. This attack by massed panzers is a demonstration of what the Germans could have achieved on the canal line had they put their minds to it. The British regulars fought well, but they were no more able to withstand this type of attack than the French earlier in the campaign. There also seems little doubt that the Germans could have made life even more difficult for the British had they attacked 3 days earlier, before 2 Division joined the line. Yet they did not take this course. And what is even more surprising is that this attack by massed armour would be the only one of its type to be carried out against the defenders of the canal line for the remainder of the campaign. Further north, the 8 Panzer and the 20 Motorized Division attacked the very weak 44 Division, which could only manage to place 2 battalions in the front line, yet the Germans made little progress. They reported that they had encountered an enemy who fought obstinately and who were holding a line of fortified emplacements east of the Rouge-Croix-Caestre road. Rouge-Croix could not be taken during the day. 8 Panzer Division's losses during the house-to-house fighting in Rouge-Croix were considerable. The 4 and 5 Royal Sussex Divisions would no doubt have been bemused to see the roadside ditches they occupied described as fortified emplacements. But there is no question that their defense was spirited. They knocked out 6 German tanks and captured their crews. Nevertheless, there was something half-hearted about the German attack. Perhaps the units involved had not yet met stiff resistance. Perhaps they were tiring because of the efforts of the previous 2 weeks. We do know that Field Marshal Paul von Kleist was concerned about the conditions of his panzers, and on this day, 27 May, he made no intervention to insist that the attack be pushed. Yet there is something odd about the actions of 39 Corps on this day. Why, for example, did they engage in house-to-house fighting in a village as small as Rouge-Croix? This tiny strongpoint could have been bypassed with ease, as the panzers had bypassed so many similar positions in their journey west. There is a similar tale to be told of the attack on the town of Cassel, just to the north of this battle. Cassel was attacked by the 6 Panzer and elements of the 20 Motorized Division. Cassel was, however, a much stronger position than Rouge-Croix, the town being atop one of the few prominent hills in the area. Cassel stands out from the plain and can be seen for miles. The town and its outskirts were defended by 1 battalion, 2 Gloucesters. During the day, these few hundred men were attacked by tanks and infantry and shelled by mortars and artillery. Gradually, the Gloucesters were forced to give up their outpost positions and withdraw towards the town. Their artillery, which consisted mainly of 18-pounders, was practically useless because the field guns did not have the elevation to fire over Castle Hill. Enemy tanks started to assemble at the foot of the hill to deliver what they must have imagined to be the coup de grace. But at this moment, they were subjected to a bayonet charge by Captain Chumley and 6 men. The infantry protecting the tanks fled, as did 2 of the armoured vehicles. In the end, just 1 enemy tank remained, but it made no attempt to advance. By early evening, the Gloucesters in the front defences could report that the enemy was withdrawing. The shelling, which had been constant all day, slackened. There were several more infantry encounters, but the Gloucesters fought them off, and by nightfall they were still in control of Castle. Once again, the German actions seem inexplicable. They attacked frontally several hundred men well dug in on the top of a hill when they might have bypassed the town, leaving the Gloucesters to wither on the vine. Once again, poor tactics by the Panzers gave the British an unexpected respite, and another precious day was gained. Further north, the Allied position was not so secure. The 48th Division and the French units between the British and the coast had been driven back. Gravelines, which was actually on the coast, had fallen. There were now German formations within 4 miles of Dunkirk. Because of the disintegration of 2 Division and the collapse along the coast, 28 May was just as crucial in the west as it was in the east. In fact, as the day progressed, fewer distinctions could be made between east and west. From all directions, British units were streaming back towards the perimeter defences around Dunkirk, about which more later. But this day was as important for the actions taken by the Germans as it was for any stalwart defence put up by the British. By 28 May, the Germans were certainly aware of British intentions to evacuate. Army Group A reported the day before that in Dunkirk and in the Flanders ports, the enemies are embarking. This was even more obvious to commanders close to the front. As early as 23 May, Guderian had identified Dunkirk as the last major port available to the British and observed that if it fell into German hands, the encirclement of the BEF would be complete. On 26 May, he reported that transports were, with certainty, evacuating British forces from Dunkirk. The following day, similar views were expressed by 41 Corps. Yet despite clearly recognizing what was occurring at Dunkirk, on 28 May the Germans did not undertake an armoured thrust to the coast. Instead, at various levels, German commanders chose to emphasize the difficult conditions under which they were operating. For example, the 41 Corps noted, "Fighting is severe at every position, and at every village, indeed at every house, so that the Corps cannot gain ground to any extent. Casualties in personnel and equipment are considerable. The enemy fights tenaciously and stays at his post until the last man. If he is shelled out of one position, he appears in another a short time later and resumes the fight. The enemy artillery is firing with apparent good observation." The Corps commander, Reinhardt, reported to Army Group A that damage to his tanks had been considerable. He advised that his corps should not rush in head-on, but rather preserve itself for fighting in the greater tasks which were ahead. Heinz Guderian of 19 Corps agreed. He noted the severe casualties suffered by the SS Adolf Hitler Regiment and concluded that he could see no point in continuing his assault, which would only lead to useless sacrifice. Later, he added, "Attack on the marshy terrain with tanks is considered futile. Useless sacrifice of our best soldiers. Speedy restoration of the attacking panzers of the regiments will become more and more difficult, it appears more fighting to hold the positions reached, and to let the 18 Army Group B's infantry divisions attack from the east to take effect. Later he sent a message to the Army Group as follows. 1. After the capitulation of the Belgians, continuation of operations is not desired here, because the continuation of the battle costs unnecessary sacrifice. The panzer divisions have only 50% of their armoured strength. This is an urgent need of reserves if the corps is to be again ready in a short time for other operations. 2. A tank attack is pointless in the country which has been considerably soaked by the rain. The troops are on the high ground south of Dunkirk and on the Castle-Dunkirk road, and they have favourable positions on the high ground of Kroch and Pitzen, where they can fire on Dunkirk. Moreover, approaching Kleist Group from the east is 18 Army, which, with its infantry forces, is more adapted to fighting in marshy country than are the tanks, and to which, therefore, the closing of the gap can be left. Army Group A was already in possession of a report from 41 Corps entitled Unsuitability of Tanks Against Well-Defended Field Positions. It read, From the fighting of the last few days, which has cost severe losses in personnel and equipment, as already stressed, the following brief conclusions can be drawn. The Panzer Division is little suited for fighting against an enemy who obstinately defends himself in a partially fortified field position, especially in barricaded villages, because it has too small an infantry force under command, and because the tanks afford too good targets for the numerous AT weapons dug in. On 28 May, a major realignment of German forces took place. In the north, Kleist asked for his panzer divisions, 2, 10, and 1, to be pulled out, and in the terse words of the 39 Corps War Diary, Group agreed. All 3 panzer divisions were withdrawn. A glance at a map will show the import of this decision. The 1 Panzer Division had captured Gravelines and was approaching the French 68 Division, the only unit between the Germans and Dunkirk. The 2 Panzer Division was slightly to the south and approaching Berge, the hinge between the French and British forces holding the Dunkirk perimeter. Between this division, Chapter 5, The Great Escape, the BEF, May, June, 1940. After Gort, as Commander-in-Chief of the BEF, ordered the retreat to the Channel on 26 May, the army began its final series of withdrawals. Dunkirk was its destination, but if it was to be the major evacuation port for the force, a defensive perimeter would have to be established to prevent German attacks during embarkation. Late that evening, Gort held a conference at GHQ to discuss this. At the conference, he relieved General Adam from command of 3 Corps and instructed him to liaise with the French in establishing a perimeter defense. Adam, accompanied by a few staff officers, left immediately. He directed his staff to set up headquarters at Le Pan on the Belgian coast, while he proceeded to Kassel to consult the French. There he found assembled General Blanchard, commander of the French First Army, Admiral Abrail, naval commander at Dunkirk, and General Fagaldi, military commander at Dunkirk. An agreement was soon reached, although the purpose of the perimeter does not seem to have been discussed. The French zone would be to the west of the port and extend just past the port itself. The British would occupy the ground from there to Nieuport in the east. The location of the perimeter line was relatively straightforward. A series of canals ran from just west of Dunkirk, through Berge to Fern, and then to Nieuport, and provided the best protection from a German thrust from the south. The canal line gave a perimeter of some 30 miles long and 8 miles deep, a depth sufficient to keep all but German heavy artillery from shelling the beaches. the centre of the perimeter could also be flooded, and steps were taken to prepare the sluices for letting in the sea when this became necessary. General Adams' main problem was to find troops to man the perimeter. He gave the task to Brigadier Lawson, commanding 48 Division Artillery, some units of which happened to have made their way to Dunkirk. Lawson found a group of gunners and infantry under Lieutenant Colonel Usher Force, and moved them into the line around Berge. To their left, a motley assortment of infantry from 3 Corps occupied the canal line to Fehn, and yet another improvised force of gunners and engineers moved in between Fehn and Nieuport. Future movements would see 3 Corps occupy the western section of the British perimeter, 2 Corps the eastern section near Nieuport, and 1 Corps the centre near Bray. Some evacuations from Dunkirk had taken place before the perimeter had been established. As early as 20 May, Colonel Whitfield had been ordered to Dunkirk to arrange for the evacuation of unwanted mouths already in the area. The men, rather unflatteringly referred to, were some headquarters staff moved from Arras, administrative and line of communication staff, and other non-combatant soldiers who happened to be near the port. Whitfield found his task challenging. Many of the officers and men who had been cut off from their units for some time, and their morale not improved, according to Whitfield, by being described as unwanted mouths, was low. An attempt at an orderly evacuation broke down. Officers left their men and rushed the boats. Groups of men also panicked. Military police sent to restore order took the first opportunity to embark for England. The miracle in this period was that anyone got off at all. But from 20 to 25 May, Whitfield managed to send about 28,000 men to England. Nevertheless, such a shambles could hardly continue if large numbers of the BEF were to be saved. Fortunately for the British, planning for a major evacuation had been underway in London for some time. It was General Pownall's phone call on 19 May that provided the trigger. Churchill immediately alerted the Admiralty that Gort might retreat to the sea and that they should make provisions against a necessity that seemed far away. Next day, the prospect of an evacuation seemed not far away at all, and Churchill instructed the Admiralty, as a precautionary measure, to assemble a large number of small vessels in readiness to proceed to ports and inlets on the French coast. Later that day, a committee of representatives from the new office and the Admiralty met with Admiral Ramsay, naval commander, Dover, to arrange for the assembly of as many ships as possible to meet the War Cabinet's demand. The number of ships at Dover available for such an operation was listed, though at the end of the minutes the following note was appended. It will be realized that these notes provide for an emergency which may arise only in certain circumstances. Nevertheless, they hastened with their preparations for these circumstances. Ramsay immediately consulted other naval bases around the coast about additional craft, and was alarmed to find that he would have at his disposal no more than 40 destroyers. To these he added requisitioned passenger vessels and ferries, 50 Dutch motor vessels, and a host of smaller privately owned pleasure vessels, fishing boats and yachts. Would they be sufficient? Ramsay hardly had time to contemplate. The evacuation, codenamed Operation Dynamo, was to begin on 26 May. Ramsay made 2 decisions on receipt of the evacuation order. He immediately dispatched what passenger vessels he could muster to Dunkirk, and sent Captain Tennant to act as senior naval officer there, along with 160 naval ratings, sailors, to help him organize the evacuation. Tennant set sail from Dover on the destroyer Wolfhound in the afternoon of 27 May, and arrived at Dunkirk at 6 p.m., after suffering a series of attacks from Stukas. What he found appalled him. Dunkirk town and harbour had been under attack by the Luftwaffe for most of the day. Tennant saw a town ablaze from end to end, the streets being littered with wreckage of all kinds, and every window smashed. Great palls of smoke from oil depots and refineries enveloped the docks and town itself. After a quick reconnaissance, Tennant signalled Ramsay that embarkation was impossible from the docks, and that ships should be sent to the beaches east of the harbour. The naval ratings were ordered to spread out along the 10 miles of coastline to act as guides to troops making their way towards the sea. The destruction of Dunkirk port on 27 May raises questions about the effectiveness of the RAF. For the first time since the shooting war began, they should have been operating at some advantage. Until Dunkirk, the Air Force had found it difficult to give direct support to the troops. The position of British units was often not known with certainty, and the numerical superiority of the Luftwaffe usually made support a hazardous undertaking anyway. Now, however, the exact position of British troops would be known, and the bulk of the Luftwaffe would be operating at the outer limits of its range. The Germans had brought a few forward airfields into operation, but most of the fighters, and all the bombers, would have further to fly than the RAF squadrons based in southeastern England. In particular, the ME-109 fighters would have less time over Dunkirk than the British squadrons. But the potential advantages favouring the British were not really exploited by Air Chief Marshal Sir Hugh Dowding, the Commander-in-Chief of Fighter Command. With a force of some 40 squadrons of 16 aircraft, he allowed Air Vice Marshal Sir Keith Park, the commander of 11 Group based in the southeast of England, just 16 squadrons for operations over Dunkirk. No doubt, Dowding was concerned with the heavy losses that the Germans had inflicted on his fighter forces during the French campaign. Since 10 May, 290 Hurricanes had been destroyed, the equivalent of 18 squadrons. This left Dowding well short of the 60 squadrons he deemed necessary for home defence. Yet 60 squadrons may well have been an excessive estimate, especially considering that such numbers were never deployed during the Battle of Britain. And his Dunkirk policy was parsimonious to the point of danger. With only 16 squadrons, Park could not maintain standing patrols over Dunkirk during daylight hours, giving the enemy free rein over the beaches and port. If the Luftwaffe could wreak enough havoc on troops, ships, and port facilities to prevent the evacuation of the BEF, then what good would Dowding's anti-invasion force of fighters be? A government that had just lost its army might well have made peace rather than face invasion. By his policy, Dowding had elevated fighter command to the front rank of Britain's defences, ahead of both the BEF and the Navy. This was not only a risky decision, it was not Dowding's to make. However, the political leadership seemed unaware of what he was doing. The troops and sailors at Dunkirk would have a greater awareness in the days that followed. So on 27 May, while Dunkirk was being destroyed as a port, Park flew single squadron patrols over it with lengthy intervals between each patrol. Even when the Hurricanes and Spitfires encountered German aircraft, they were often so heavily outnumbered as to be unable to inflict serious damage on the enemy. Moreover, as well as destroying the port, the Luftwaffe mounted 12 attacks against the few ships sent from Dover that day, in some cases forcing them back to Britain before they arrived on the French coast. As a consequence, at the end of the day, just 7,669 men had been evacuated. Given the damage done to the port, most ships that sailed from England on 28 May assembled off the beaches, mainly at Malo, Bray, and La Panne. 2 passenger ships did attempt to enter Dunkirk harbour, but one was sunk, and the other so badly damaged that it had to limp back to Dover. Ramsay made an immediate decision to confine embarkation from Dunkirk during daylight to warships. Meanwhile, the difficulty of evacuating troops from the beaches was making itself apparent. The gentle slope of the shore along the beaches to the east of Dunkirk meant that heavy craft such as destroyers and passenger ships had to anchor at least half a mile offshore. As few of the little boats had yet arrived from England, these ships had to row their own boats to the shoreline, fill them with soldiers, and then row them back. Not surprisingly, the crews soon became exhausted, and the intervals between trips became longer and longer as the day progressed. Moreover, on this day, a lop was running inshore, that is, a choppy sea with waves at short intervals. This meant that many boats had difficulty in maintaining direction and finished broadside onto the beach. The waiting soldiers had little understanding that these small boats had to be pointed directly out to sea, and attempted to clamber into them as they found them. The result was that the boats often capsized, but even when they did not, the sailors found it impossible to get them in the correct position to row. Furthermore, given the exhaustion of the naval crews, the inexperienced soldiers often took over the rowing, which made the journeys to the big ships even slower. Finally, if soldiers successfully rowed to a destroyer, they often cut the boats adrift as they hauled themselves on board. As the day wore on, therefore, there were fewer and fewer boats available for evacuation, but a great many drifting up and down the coast well out to sea. The air cover provided by Fighter Command on 28 May was no better than the day before. But in the afternoon, low cloud descended along the coast, reducing the frequency of the enemy attacks. Indeed, the RAF reported no combats at all during the afternoon and early evening. Nevertheless, 7 ships were lost or damaged this day, and the total number of troops evacuated, while an improvement on the previous day, only amounted to 17,000. In 2 days, only 1/10 of the BEF had reached the safety of home soil. A significant problem which added to the slow progress of the evacuation was the long, indirect route that some ships were forced to sail. Because of the treacherous sandbanks off the coast of southern England, Belgium and France, and the uncertainty concerning the whereabouts of German minefields, ships were forced to sail from Dover via Route Y. This took them due north and then due east across the North Sea until they approached Ostend, where they performed a sharp right turn to navigate between the sandbars off the Belgian coast to Dunkirk. All told, this route was 97 miles long, about 3 times the direct distance between Dover and Dunkirk. At its eastern end, this route also left vessels potentially vulnerable to German U-boat or motor torpedo boat attack. The alternative was Route Z, which was much more direct, just 39 miles. From Dover, it led to the French coast off Calais, where the ships turned left and travelled parallel to the French coast to Dunkirk. The problem with this route was that after the fall of Calais, the Germans mounted heavy artillery along the coast, which placed ships sailing this route in great danger, especially during the daylight hours. Yet for the first days of Operation Dynamo, these were the only routes to Dunkirk available to the Royal Navy. Despite these setbacks, 28 May was in some ways the vital day for the success of Operation Dynamo. Captain Tennant had discovered that the Eastern Protective Pier outside Dunkirk harbour might be suitable for embarkation. The pier, or the mole as it was soon to be called, was not constructed to be used by ships. It was nothing more than a lattice-work concrete breakwater with a wooden walkway on top. A heavy ship might well smash the wooden planking, making it impassable for troops. The walkway was also narrow. It could take no more than 3 or 4 men abreast. It did have some advantages, however. It was 1,600 feet long, which meant that a number of ships could tie up to it together, and even while narrow, the walkway could accommodate several thousand men at once. It was true that these stationary ships and the long queues of men might present enviable targets for dive bombers, but given the difficulty of lifting men from the beaches, Tennant considered this a risk worth running. The next day, 29 May, would test whether he was right. Of course, the evacuation of troops could only proceed if the perimeter held. On 27 and 28 May, it was held only by Lawson's improvised forces, with the addition of some stragglers from various units of 3 Corps. On 29 May, this situation improved. Brooks' 2 Corps, consisting of 3, 4, and 50 divisions, began to arrive around Fehn, and at the other end of the perimeter, 42 and 46 divisions began to improve the defences at Berg. Attacks were mounted by the Germans against both these positions, but they were in general penny packet operations that were easily seen off by the British. Indeed, the Germans showed a surprising lack of coordination and energy in this phase of the campaign. They allowed the British forces to disengage at night without making the slightest attempt to interfere with the withdrawals, and they seemed incapable of mounting attacks across a reasonable proportion of the front. Perhaps 2 weeks of hard campaigning were starting to tell on forces that had so far proved unstoppable. So, untroubled by close German pursuit, by the end of 29 May, the perimeter was defended by elements of 4 Division around Nieuport, 3 Division on either side of Fehn, by 50 Division around Bucon, and by various units of 42 and 46 divisions around Berg. And the canal line they were defending was in some ways a more formidable position than their original position along the Dial. The Berg-Fehn Canal was on average 15 to 20 meters wide, and in most places had steep banks. Berg was an easily defended old town. The weakest point was Fehn, where the southern bank of the canal was in general higher than the bank occupied by the British. Moreover, the enormous piles of destroyed trucks and other detritus allowed the Germans to occupy some excellent sniping positions, which made movement in the town hazardous. In many ways, the picture sketched above of the movement of British troops inside the perimeter is far too neat. Most units struggled along roads crowded with refugees, blocked by burning and disabled trucks, tanks, and equipment of all kinds. Attacks on these columns by the Luftwaffe seemed incessant, and the appearance of the RAF was an event rare enough to be noted in most accounts of the retreat. The British official history displays an unusual vividness in describing the scene. The roads to the coast presented an astonishing spectacle in those days when motor and horse-drawn transport of 2 armies, refugees on foot, stragglers, and the fragments of units, and the withdrawing divisions all sought to find a way northwards. In the roadside fields, burning equipment and abandoned stores heightened the appearance of disintegration. The path to the coast was often tortuous. Ken Anderson was an RAF meteorological officer traveling with a small group of men from an artillery survey team. They had retreated from Pobranga, throwing all wrecked instruments, clothing, the ashes of documents, gas cylinders, anything that could be abandoned, into the roadside ditches. They arrived in Hoogstad, where they wrecked any remaining small vehicles, and in Bast for Bucca, which they reached late on 28 May. There they joined with other men, were split into parties of 25, and force marched to Tettegem. They then set out for the sea, losing their way on numerous occasions, and at one point making directly towards the enemy until they were turned around by an officer from the RASC. At Tettegem they rested for 30 minutes, had a rudimentary meal, and headed towards the flames of Dunkirk. Over the last mile they stumbled forward, a cursing motley crew, calling on our ebbing physical and mental strength to push one foot in front of the other. So we came to the dunes, where we halted to fall asleep in the sand and the coarse grass. Some divisions had great difficulty in maintaining cohesion. The 44 Division was one of the last to withdraw from the south. It was then involved in bitter fighting at Mondicat, where it was dive-bombed and attacked by enemy tanks. The command had received orders on 28 May to retreat to Dunkirk, but next day the division was scattered over the following locations: HQ 131 Brigade, en route to Dunkirk; remainder 131 Brigade and 5 Queens, Mondicat; 6 Queens, en route to Dunkirk; Buffs, some at Mondicat, remainder unknown; HQ 133 Brigade, Mondicat; remainder 133 Brigade and 2 Sussex, on road Bailleul and Poperinge; 4 and 5 Sussex, Mondicat; 132 Brigade and attached troops on road Bailleul and Poperinge; Engineers, Mondicat; Field Ambulance, en route to Dunkirk; 57 Battery Royal Artillery, no guns, unknown; 58 Battery Royal Artillery, no guns, en road Bailleul and Poperinge; 65 Battery Royal Artillery, 16 guns, no ammunition, Mondicat; anti-tank guns with 132 Brigade. In the event, the division was never entirely reunited. One section of it made its way to the Dunkirk Mole, while the other ended up at Bray. So chaos there certainly was, but perhaps too much has been made of it. For within the chaotic scenes described above, there was some kind of order. At most roads that led into the perimeter, Adam had placed officers to direct men in the general direction of their corps. Thus men from one corps were directed to Bray, 2 corps to La Panne, and 3 corps to Malo. Further reordering in these locations ensured that eventually most brigades and battalions were more or less united. In addition, not all units retreated in disorder. The 1, 3, 4, and 50 divisions in particular retired together in good order. Despite complaints from the British about being intermingled with French soldiers, most Frenchmen eventually found their way to the west of the perimeter, except for General Benoit Laurency's 12 and 32 divisions, the remnants of which chose to remain with the British around Nieuport. So the men on the beaches were, despite appearances, in units cohesive enough to be embarked under the control of their commanding officers. The canal line was better defended on 29 May than the day before, but the increased strength was soon needed as German infantry divisions finally made contact with this last line of Allied defence, and the British suffered from one considerable disadvantage. Only one of the 16 regiments of medium and heavy artillery was still operational. The remainder, too cumbersome to retreat at speed, had been destroyed. The regiments of field artillery were largely intact, but they often lacked reliable supplies of ammunition. The 3 Division was the first to notice the disparity in firepower on 29 May. They were shelled heavily all day in their positions around Furnes. Then the enemy attacked and penetrated the front in several places. Counter-attacks drove them back, but German shelling continued, and Allied casualties mounted. Only one night saved the division from further harassment. The major attack that day, however, came at the western section of the British front. At Bergues, and points south and west, the motley force from 42 and 48 divisions was attacked by 20 motorized division and regiments from the SS Adolf Hitler and Grossdeutschland regiments. Tanks and artillery were employed, and those British positions guarding the south of the canal were soon lost. But once more, nightfall saw hostilities cease. The British were now entirely behind the canal line, but it was still intact. It would clearly take more than these uncoordinated attacks to break it. The defense of the perimeter saw a remarkable change in Luftwaffe tactics. As the French could attest, at the Meuse, the Stuka dive bombers could bomb with great accuracy, especially when unopposed, confident even when their own troops were nearby. But very few such attacks took place on the troops defending the perimeter. Apparently, the Germans adopted a policy of concentrating their air effort against the port of Dunkirk, ships offshore, and troops on the beaches. Indeed, at times the priority seems to have been to bomb ships at sea in order to avoid hitting friendly troops advancing on Dunkirk. Why the Luftwaffe changed policy at Dunkirk is hard to fathom. Perhaps it arose from the fact that they were now liaising with Army Group B, which had little experience with dive bombers, instead of Army Group A, which had directed the bombing along the Meuse. These rather ineffectual German attacks against the perimeter gave the British a chance to improve the rate of evacuation. At first, conditions did not seem promising. A moderate surf was running along the beach from Bray to Le Pen, hampering the efforts to row the soldiers out to the larger ships offshore. But Captain Tennant at Dunkirk had been informed about these conditions by Commander Elwood at Bray, and Tennant had also observed that the Mole was working well as an embarkation point. Just after 7 a.m., he signaled Ramsay, "No enemy interference at present. Embarkation going at 2,000 an hour. This can be kept up, provided supply transport is maintained. Swell prevents use of beach, all ships to Dunkirk." Ramsay was not, however, willing to go this far. He held it essential to maintain lifts off the beaches as well as Dunkirk harbour, which certainly underestimated the difficulties caused by the Lop at Bray and Le Pen. It also ignored the experience of those on the spot. Ramsay therefore continued to dispatch some ships to the beaches, but there would be a delay in sending some of the most useful vessels, the passenger ships, to any destination that day. Ramsay discovered that in certain vessels the crews were unwilling to sail when ordered. Consequently, he had to send to the Nore Command for officers and naval ratings to take over. These useful ships that could load several thousand soldiers would not, to the chagrin of Tennant and others at Dunkirk, appear for some time off the French coast. Meanwhile, Tennant had increased the embarkation rate from the Mole to 4,000 men per hour. He was impressed with the greater discipline of the fighting troops, which made this speed possible, compared to that of the straggling non-combatant troops who had been lifted in previous days. All proceeded smoothly until noon. Then Tennant was forced to cable Ramsay. Bombing of beaches and Dunkirk Pier, the Mole, has now commenced without opposition from fighters. If they hit Dunkirk Pier, embarkation will become very jammed. Beach at Le Pen covered with troops congregating in large numbers. Very slow embarkation taking place from Eastern Beach. In fact, the RAF had increased its effort during 29 May, flying patrols of 2 squadrons instead of 1. Nevertheless, because of Dowding's policy, the beaches and harbour remained uncovered during the following hours: 6:10 a.m. to 7:20 a.m., 9:25 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., 12 to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. to 2:50 p.m., 4:20 p.m. to 5 p.m., 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., 8:30 p.m. to 9:10 p.m. In short, for nearly 7 hours of daylight, there were no Spitfires or Hurricanes over Dunkirk or the beaches, and the Luftwaffe engaged in more or less continuous attacks from noon until 8 p.m. The results of these attacks were disastrous for the Navy. Between 4 and 6 p.m., the destroyers Jaguar and Canterbury were so badly damaged that Jaguar had to be towed to Dover, and Canterbury was not used in Operation Dynamo again. Then the passenger ship Fenella was hit alongside the Mole, as was the destroyer Grenade. Both threatened to flounder in the fairway, but quick work saw them towed away to sink in less critical waters. In addition, 2 more passenger ships, 2 paddle minesweepers, and 4 other miscellaneous ships were also sunk. These disasters were all inflicted by the Luftwaffe, but there were other causes of loss that day. A passenger vessel, the Mona's Queen, was sunk by a mine as it neared Dunkirk. And earlier the destroyer Wakeful had been torpedoed by a German motor torpedo boat. Almost all troops went down with the ship. Chaos quickly ensued after this incident. The nearby Grafton, another destroyer, was torpedoed by the same German boat. The escorting warships then saw a craft loom out of the murk and opened fire. It was another British destroyer, the Comfort, which they sank in a few minutes. All told, on 29 May, 12 ships were sunk, including 2 valuable destroyers and 4 passenger vessels, all capable of carrying substantial numbers of soldiers. In addition, 8 other craft were damaged, some so badly that they could not be used again. The Admiralty took fright at these losses and told Ramsay that he must sail the modern destroyers, H, I, and J class, to safer ports. There were now just 15 destroyers available for Dynamo. There was yet more confusion ashore. A signal from the beaches at La Panne reached Dover to the effect that Dunkirk harbour was blocked, and all evacuation should proceed during the night from the beaches. As a result, Ramsay directed ships away from the Mole, and during the whole of the night of 29-30 May, just 4 trawlers and a yacht entered the harbour. Had there been a regular flow of ships, it is likely that 10,000 additional troops could have been lifted from the Mole, which was largely free from air attack during those hours. Nevertheless, despite the sinkings and confusion, the Mole had proved its worth on 29 May. While just 13,700 men were lifted from the beaches, 33,500 were taken from the Mole, making a total for the day of 47,200, more than the preceding 2 days combined. 73,000 men from the BEF were now back in England. One of the factors that helped speed up the evacuations on this day was the opening of a new sailing route by the Navy. Minesweepers had cleared a new passage, Route X, which went almost direct to Dunkirk, from just north of the Goodwin Sands. It had the advantage of being much shorter, 55 miles, than Route Y, and much safer than Route Z, being out of range of enemy artillery. What of the Germans? We have seen that on 29 May, only small probing attacks were made on the Dunkirk perimeter around Berg and Furnes. The next day, a more serious attack was launched on Furnes. However, the brigadier in charge of the defence soon established that the Germans invariably advanced along the area's roads to avoid a more arduous trek across country with its many irrigation ditches. To counter these moves, he placed patrols of infantry and anti-tank guns in areas covering all approaches to Furnes by road. These tactics worked. The Germans advanced along the roads and were wiped out on them. Soon they ceased their attacks. They would make no more attempts to cross the canal line at Furnes until the British had left the area. At Berg, there was a small probing attack from a few tanks that quickly withdrew when shelled. On the British side, this lack of action was particularly welcome. In this area were the exhausted remnants of 2, 23, and 44 divisions, plus the improvised Usher Force. So dire was their situation that when the weakened digging divisions were withdrawn, Usherforce had to remain in the line until one corps could take over the whole area from 3 corps. Any large-scale attack in this area would have been disastrous. But the small attacks at either end of the perimeter constituted the only action that day by the Germans. To seek an explanation for this surprising lack of resolve, we have to identify those elements of the German army approaching Dunkirk on 30 May. On the left, there were elements from the Fourth Army, including Panzer Group Kleist, within Army Group A. In the center, the Sixth Army, and on the right, the 18th Army, both from Army Group B. For the Germans, the main problems were that the 3 armies were converging on a relatively small area, and that the attentions of Army Group A increasingly turned to its realignment to deal with those French forces south of the River Somme. This last matter especially was of concern to Panzer Group Kleist. Around midday, the Chief of Staff of Army Group A, Colonel Zodenstern, inquired of Kleist Group whether an attack was to be made on Dunkirk, because the impression exists that nothing is happening today, that no one is any longer interested in Dunkirk. He urged General Kleist at least to fire on the harbour and town to hinder the evacuation and create panic. Rote Voetman, the Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, of which Kleist's group was a part, resisted. If mobile troops were used against Dunkirk, it would cost considerable casualties, and artillery fire might endanger units of the Sixth Army that were understood to be advancing on Dunkirk. Nothing happened for 3 hours. But then the Fourth Army commander, General Kluge, returned from visiting the southern front of Abbeville. This visit had given him a different perspective from Voetman's. He was concerned that a French drive from the south was imminent, and that it was necessary to finish off the operation at Dunkirk rapidly so that the armour could be reoriented against the French. Kluge therefore ordered Voetman to propel the group of armour nearest Dunkirk, Kleist Group, against the perimeter. Kleist replied that his armoured troops were not suitable for such an attack. Voetman, now falling into line with Kluge, curtly informed him that this fact was known, but on orders from a higher authority, an end must be made of the evacuation in progress from Dunkirk. Therefore, a thrust is to be made past Dunkirk to the coast. Kluge personally reinforced this order, stating that the divisional commander is to say that he unquestionably stands on the coast today. But this seemingly imperative command by no means resolved the matter. Kleist Group replied at 4:15 p.m. Note how the day was slipping away. That they were attacking towards Bray to cut off the enemy's line of retreat, but that their left was held up by the fortified bridgehead of Dunkirk, and that to get forward it was essential that X Corps from the adjoining Sixth Army advance on their right. This message was pure invention. There is no evidence that Kleist Group carried out any large-scale operations against the perimeter on 30 May. Certainly neither the British nor the French recorded such an attack. But before Kluge could make further inquiries about Kleist's attack, Kleist informed the Fourth Army that he had received a message from X Corps stating that they had captured Dunkirk. Voetman was incredulous. He signalled back that he thought X Corps were much further back, and that Kleist should continue in spite of such reports. But Kleist remained stationary, now suggesting that no further moves were possible because the Germans had run out of ammunition for the heavier caliber guns. All they could do was to fire their lightest calibers at the port. The day ended as it had begun. Kleist had not intended to attack in the morning, and he had no intention of attacking now.
Recriminations travelled right through the German command system regarding these non-events. Army Group B thought their infantry divisions inferior to armour for the task of rounding up the British. When it was apparent that there would be no armoured attack on 30 May, they commented, "They, Army Group A, are halted because they are soon to be extracted from the front in compliance with the deployment orders for Rot, Red." This is a matter of the deepest regret to the Army Group Command, because thereby the attack against Dunkirk from the west, the importance of which is of a decisive nature, is abandoned once again. But so far from upbraiding Army Group A for their failure to act, at OKH in Berlin, Halder issued instructions for Army Group B's 18th Army, which consisted only of infantry divisions, to take over the entire operation against the Dunkirk perimeter, commencing on 31 May. As a concession, some additional infantry divisions from X-Corps of the 6th Army were added to this force. But Army Group A, which contained all the panzer and mobile forces near Dunkirk, was to be directed away from the perimeter, against the French to the south of the Somme. Apart from General Bock at Army Group B, there was little dissent from this decision. As noted, Guderian had decided as early as 28 May that Dunkirk was not for him. Kleist clearly had no stomach for the operation, and Kluge, who seemed momentarily to favour it, made no comment. As for Hitler, he played no conspicuous part in this series of decisions, although it is known from his earlier remarks that he was worried about the French acting against the so-called open flank along the Somme. We can never know what an attack by the elements of the Kleist Group, 9 Panzer and 20 motorized, and the motorized brigades of the Grossdeutschland and SS Adolf Hitler regiments might have accomplished had they attacked the perimeter. While some of the land between Berg and Furnes was being flooded by the Allies, an attack parallel to the coast from west to east would have found some good going. Certainly such an attack would have tested, in particular, the improvised units from mainly territorial divisions that were concentrated around Berg. Had that citadel fallen or been bypassed, the perimeter defences would have been outflanked with disastrous consequences for the BEF and the French. It is true that the German mobile units might have become mired in the low land and the attack brought to a sudden halt. What seems so extraordinary about German decision-making on this day is that no one on the ground or in Berlin thought the attack a chance worth taking. The risk of incurring casualties in 3 or 4 motorized units was not deemed worth the prize of eliminating the BEF from the war. One of the continuing problems faced by the British in the evacuation was the difficulty of communicating from the beach embarkation points at La Panne and Bray and the mole at Dunkirk. It was also difficult to communicate from the beaches to ships offshore. In the haste of evacuation planning, insufficient signal lamps and radios had been dispatched to Dunkirk. Partly to remedy the communication problem, Ramsay sent Rear Admiral Wake Walker to Dunkirk on the night of 29 May. He was not to land, but remain offshore on a destroyer, where it was hoped, by travelling up and down the coast, he could communicate both with Tennant, Dunkirk, and Ramsay, and keep them up to date with the situation on the various beaches. This was vitally necessary, as the following example demonstrates. In the early morning of 30 May, 3 a.m., Tennant signalled to Ramsay that he had no destroyers. In fact, 15 destroyers were either on the way to Dunkirk, off the beaches, or at Dover, discharging troops. If the troops on the mole were to be readied for embarkation, Tennant desperately needed to know when he might expect large ships to arrive. In the days that followed, Wake Walker was to prove an invaluable conduit for such information. As it stood, Ramsay was aware by 6 a.m. that Dunkirk harbour was not blocked and that passenger ships and destroyers could use it. But considering the carnage of the previous day, Ramsay and Tennant decided that only one destroyer at a time would enter the harbour, though no limit would be placed on the passenger ships. Meanwhile, Tennant was receiving reports about a huge build-up of troops on the beaches at La Panne and Bray. He telegraphed Ramsay this news and asked him to direct ships accordingly. As a result, Ramsay sent most destroyers to the beaches. This was undoubtedly a mistake. Destroyers off a beach, given the continuing shortage of small boats, could embark about 600 men in 12 hours, whereas in good conditions at the mole, this number could embark in 20 minutes. But Ramsay was doing the best he could with the limited knowledge available to him, and Tennant had asked him to direct the ships. The result was, however, that few destroyers entered Dunkirk harbour on the morning of 30 May. Meanwhile, at Bray, Commander Richardson had had an idea that would at least mean that the destroyers approaching the beaches might take more men than hitherto. He went to the headquarters of one brigade and suggested that what trucks there were now in the vicinity of Bray be assembled and driven onto the beaches at low tide to form a rudimentary pier. This the engineers from the brigade did. The trucks were run out onto the beach, head to tail, with a plank footbridge connecting them. Then heavy objects, blocks of concrete, old engines from unusable trucks, were placed in the vehicles to give them some kind of stability. When the tide came in, small craft could moor at the end of the pier in a reasonable depth of water and ferry the troops on the footbridge out to the larger ships. In this way, a continuous procession of men was embarked until the tide went out too far. On 30 May, elements of 1, 50, and 42 divisions were lifted to safety. In due course, a similar structure was erected at La Panne. This was a timely move because there was a distinct shortage of heavy craft at the mole. This was partly offset by the efforts of one man. The normal rate of loading troops was about 3,000 per hour, but at Dunkirk, Commander Elwood, one of Tennant's right-hand men, decided that in the absence of air attack, the rate could be improved. In his words, "I therefore went down to the eastern arm, the mole, and rigged up a loudspeaker and addressed the troops in the following terms. Remember your pals, boys. The quicker you get on board, the more of them will be saved." This worked like a miracle. The thousands of troops, tired, depressed, and without food or water for days, broke into a double and kept it up for the whole length of the eastern arm for more than 2 hours. During that period, I estimate that more than 15,000 troops were embarked. The work at the mole and the pier at Bray boosted the figures that day. A total of 24,000 men were taken from the mole, and with the pier at Bray, 29,500 were taken from the beaches. The only day of the evacuation where beach embarkations exceeded those from the mole. In all, then, about 54,000 men escaped that day, bringing the running total to just over 125,000 men. One factor that helped boost these numbers was the increased effort made by the RAF. On 30 May, they flew patrols in 3 or 4 squadron strength. There still remained periods when there were no aircraft over the beaches, but now, when the stronger RAF patrols clashed with the Luftwaffe, they found accurate bombing impossible. The weather also played a part. In the early morning, visibility was poor, 10/10 cloud being reported between 300 and 3,000 feet. In the afternoon, the cloud lifted a little, but visibility was still limited. Just 2 destroyers were damaged that day, but these were more than compensated for by the Admiralties reversing their decision and returning the modern craft to Ramsay's command. All told, 30 May was the best day yet for the British. The following day was to be fraught with difficulty, mainly because political factors entered the operation and threatened to disrupt it. In a sense, this was bound to happen sooner or later. The British were leaving. The French, until this point, were not. And the command structure at Dunkirk was complicated. In nominal control was the French Admiral Abrail, but he commanded few ships, and the majority of troops in his area of control were British. Lord Gort was nominally under his command, but he had the escape clause of every British commander who fought overseas in the 20th century. He could appeal to his own government if he thought decisions by his ally imperiled his force.
In the perimeter were also General Blanchard, Commander-in-Chief of the remains of the French First Army, and General Fagaldi, commander of 10 Corps, the main French force protecting Dunkirk.
Above all these men were, for the British, General Dill, who had replaced Ironside on 27 May as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, Anthony Eden, Minister for War, and Winston Churchill. And for the French, General Weygand, Commander-in-Chief of all French forces, and Paul Reynaud as Prime Minister. In general terms, the further from the action the participants were, the less they understood of the day-to-day position inside the perimeter. Tensions arose on 31 May because of differing French and British perceptions of the operation. When General Adam set up the perimeter, some on the French side thought that the position was to be held indefinitely. As late as 30 May, Admiral Abrail still held that view, despite the fact that 125,000 British troops had left for England. Others on the French side considered that the entire BEF was indeed going, leaving French troops the ignominious tasks of first covering the British evacuation and then themselves surrendering. General Fagaldi was one who held this view, and a few days earlier had threatened to use force to prevent the British from embarking. Yet others thought that the evacuation should be shared, and that any capitulation that followed should also be shared. Churchill was of this opinion, and as early as 29 May had suggested to the Chiefs of Staff, via General Hastings Ismay, that to maintain alliance harmony this might be the best solution. Gort, sensing trouble, sought written confirmation from London of his instructions. He then proceeded to Dunkirk, where he arranged with Admiral Abrail that the British would play a considerable role in holding the perimeter, while as many French troops as possible embarked for Britain. But whatever Gort's intentions expressed to Abrail, he soon issued another set of instructions to General Alexander, who was to take control of the bridgehead when the Commander-in-Chief sailed for England. In these orders, Gort emphasized that while he was to assist the French, his prime responsibility was to the BEF, and if any order of Abrail's imperiled that force, he was to appeal to his home government. The allotment of facilities for evacuation between the French and the British would be made by the authorities at home. Armed with these instructions, Alexander made his way to see Abrail at the Bastion, his fortified headquarters. They soon clashed over Alexander's plan to proceed with the evacuation of the BEF as rapidly as possible. The position was now delicate, for if Abrail closed the port to prevent any further embarkation, Operation Dynamo would grind to a halt with over 100,000 of the BEF still on French soil. Alexander announced that he must consult higher authority in London and left for La Panne. That same day, 31 May, Churchill had flown to Paris for a meeting of the Supreme War Council. At the meeting, it was decided that French troops would join the evacuation. Churchill agreed that the British would keep 3 divisions in the line for as long as possible, and that the evacuation would proceed on equal terms between the British and the French, bras dessus, bras dessous, arm in arm. This did not dissuade Alexander from reiterating to Abrail
that the BEF was his first priority, to which Abrell reported that this would dishonour England. In the event, the perimeter held at least 3 days longer than had been foreseen, which allowed the numbers evacuated to be approximately 50-50, British and French. Meanwhile, the situation at the perimeter grew steadily worse. The main German offensive took place against the eastern section of the line, near Nieuport. 4 Division were subjected to attacks for most of the day. They were forced back along the dunes, and the situation appeared serious until a unit of the East Surreys counterattacked and stabilized the line. Later in the day, a renewed attack was broken up by some Blenheim and Albacore bombers that happened to be in the area. One of the few instances where the RAF was able to support ground troops. Just to the left of this, a heavy German attack developed against the junction of the 50 and 30 divisions near Buchan. The troops were forced back, but later in the day machine guns were sent forward, and under cover of a barrage fired by them, the British were able to reoccupy most of the lost territory. The best opportunity for the Germans lay around Berg, which had only 500 defenders. But although shelling was heavy, the German infantry did not press the attack, and the defenders were able to hang on for another day. Nevertheless, it was clear to the commanders on the ground that the defences could not hold for much longer. They therefore decided to evacuate the eastern end of the perimeter on the night of 31 May and abandon Le Pan the following day. However, choppy conditions in the early part of the evening raised doubts that any troops could be evacuated from the beaches. Admiral Wake Walker, offshore on the Keith, certainly thought they could not, and signalled Ramsay that Dunkirk, our only real hope. This seemed to be confirmed by the experiences of at least some of the boats. The minesweeper, HMS Sutton, operated off Le Pan for most of the day and night, and managed to evacuate just 120 soldiers. But at the same time, Ramsay was receiving reports that Dunkirk was under heavy air attack, and that accurate artillery fire was beginning to land around the mole. He decided to hold passenger ships off the coast until the situation improved, and asked for additional flotillas of small boats to proceed to the beaches. The last move proved important because in the afternoon the swell subsided, and many men were embarked from La Panne and Bray with the assistance of these flotillas. The improvised pier of trucks at La Panne, which had been hastily thrown up on 30 May, proved useful, and by the end of the day, no fewer than 5,000 soldiers, mainly from 4 Division, had been embarked. In addition, despite the air raids and shelling, the Mole and the Western Pier, from which French troops were embarked, continued to be used throughout the day and night, and in the end, 46,000 troops were lifted from the port. Added to that were 23,000 from the beaches, making a total of 69,000 men, the most successful day so far at Dunkirk. On the morning of 1 June, the situation at Dunkirk was this. 195,000 troops had been embarked, of which about 160,000 were British. This left about 40,000 British troops in the perimeter and an unknown number of French, but possibly in the region of 100,000. On the British side, those evacuated consisted of a few men from 1 Division, or the remaining men of 2 Division, the whole of 3 and 4 divisions. The very few soldiers left in 12 and 23 divisions, and more substantial numbers from 44 and 48 divisions. Remaining were most of 1 Division, a few men from 5 Division, 42 and 46 divisions, and some from 50 Division. In addition, most of the senior commanders were now also in Britain. Brooke, Adam, Montgomery, Franklin, Petrie, Osborne, Thorne, Martel, and many of the brigadiers. Here was the nucleus around which a future British army might be built.
However, about 3 divisions of British and 6 divisions of French troops still remained to be evacuated, and the area left to them had shrunk. On the night of 31 May, 1 June in the east, Nieuport, Furnes, Le Pen, and the intervening territory had been given up. The perimeter was now no more than 9 miles long and 6 miles deep. But once more, German attempts to liquidate the perimeter seemed half-hearted. Army Group B War Diary records the constant lament that its infantry divisions were required to attack when the job could have been much more easily accomplished by the armour in Army Group A. Thus, although there were attacks of one kind or another along the entire front, they were uncoordinated, and while much was made of the ground gained on 1 June, most of this had been abandoned by the British the previous night. Overall, 4 German divisions attacked the canal line this day, which was defended by no more than 6 battalions of British troops, with significant help from the French 12th Division covering the Franco-Belgian border defences. The main German attacks came against Berg. The troops there were driven back, but later re-established their position on the canal line further east. However, the canal could not be held. Despite heroic efforts by the East Lancashires, the British were driven back to the Canal des Champs, only a few miles from the beaches. This defence allowed the Navy to have another successful day, albeit with heavy losses that were having a depressing effect on many ships' captains. In some cases, drastic action was needed. There was an increasing unwillingness to sail on the part of passenger ships, so steps were taken to place on board each a naval lieutenant commander or commander, with 10 seamen acting as a moral stiffening. The officer acting as adviser and persuader to the master of the ship, and the seaman for handling the wires and going alongside under fire. These methods not only persuaded the ship's crews to sail, but ensured that they entered Dunkirk harbour and embarked troops instead of lurking around outside the harbour and then sailing for home empty. By now, most troops had been evacuated from the mole or the beaches near Malo. Even so, morale was deteriorating. Rear Admiral Wake Walker offshore on the Keith had to have a gun trained on a tug to force it to rescue a minesweeper that had breached near Bray. Nevertheless, a maximum effort was made at Dunkirk this day, 1 June. At one moment, in Dunkirk harbour were 7 passenger ships, 8 destroyers, and 9 drifters and special powerboats. By these means, 64,500 men, about half of whom were French, reached safety in England. The cost in terms of ships lost was high. Although the RAF flew 8 patrols of 3 or 4 squadrons for considerable periods, they did not coincide with the main Luftwaffe attacks. The losses for the day amounted to 3 destroyers, 1 passenger vessel, 1 gunboat, 1 corvette, 1 yacht, and 1 minesweeper sunk, and 3 destroyers, 3 passenger vessels, 2 minesweepers, 1 trawler, and 1 harbour defence craft damaged. In total, 8 vessels sunk and 10 damaged. As a result of these losses, Ramsay decided to abandon daylight evacuations. Any remaining troops would have to be evacuated by night. The remainder of the Dunkirk story can soon be told. The perimeter, which was increasingly defended by French troops, was held with undiminished tenacity through 2 to 4 June. During each of these nights, about 25,000 men were embarked, most of them French. The British rear guard got away on 3 June, when Alexander and Tennant sailed for England. As it happened, the British, during the period 30 May to 4 June, fulfilled their promise of 50-50 to the French. Some 139,335 British troops were evacuated in this period, and 139,097 Allied troops, the vast majority of whom were French. Probably about 40,000 French troops, many of whom bravely defended the perimeter in the final days, surrendered. This was not quite the end of the affair, however. The British had considerable forces south of the Somme, including their own armoured division. There was also 51 Highland Division, which had been serving with the French along the Maginot Line when the Germans attacked, and which had never been able to reunite with the main BEF. In addition, there was a large number of lines of communication troops who had staffed the main British supply bases at Rouen and Rennes. It is not intended to describe the actions fought by these troops. Overwhelmingly, the German operations were directed against the remaining French armies. The 51 Division suffered the saddest fate of all, being trapped at Saint-Valery. A rescue mission by the Navy had to be abandoned because of thick fog, and in the end about 8,000 Highlanders surrendered. A half-baked plan was then developed, whereby the west of France, and especially Brittany, might become a permanent redoubt, from where a counter-offensive could be launched against the Germans. General Brooke was dispatched on 12 June to investigate this possibility. It soon became clear to Brooke that the French intended to surrender come what may, and that the Breton redoubt was impossible to defend. No more than a pipe dream. He telephoned Eden to say that all British forces must be evacuated immediately. Churchill then came on the line, accused him of having cold feet, and stated categorically that he must continue to fight. Brooke, after 30 minutes of exhaustive argument, convinced Churchill that he, Brooke, was right. All British forces south of the Somme were to be brought home. The numbers were considerable. All told, 140,000 British troops and 46,500 allies. The majority were Polish forces serving with the French army, were evacuated from various western French ports. Taking these men into account, the total number of troops removed from France and Belgium was about 560,000. Of these, about 370,000 were British, the nucleus of the armies that were to fight in later years in the Middle East, Italy, the Far East, and northwestern Europe. Most of the French troops were immediately returned to France, only to find that the Vichy government had surrendered. They would take no further part in the mainland battles of the Second World War. The cost to the British of the campaign in France and Flanders was considerable. About 70,000 troops were lost, either killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. In addition, the BEF lost almost all of its equipment. Of the 2,294 guns dispatched to France, just 322 returned to England. For vehicles, the figures were 68,618 and 4,739 respectively. Only a fraction of the supplies, stores and petrol sent across could be returned. In terms of ships, approximately 200 vessels took part in the evacuation, along with a host of small craft. Of the larger vessels, the most important were the destroyers, passenger vessels, and minesweepers. Of the 39 destroyers that took part, 6 were sunk and 24 damaged. For passenger vessels, the figures were respectively 29, 6, and 8. 36 minesweepers took part, 5 were sunk and 6 damaged. As for the RAF, they downed 132 enemy aircraft for a loss of 106 of their own fighters. But considering that the Germans were operating further from their bases than the British, it hardly amounts to the overwhelming success claimed at the time. Nor do the figures support the wisdom of Dowding's policy of husbanding his forces. Had more aircraft been used, then the casualty rates between the British and the Germans might have been more in favour of the British, and perhaps the totals of British ships lost, 37, and damaged, 50, might have been lower. Nevertheless, Dunkirk was at least some kind of success. The vast bulk of the BEF had retreated in good order and had been rescued from the beaches in the teeth of German military superiority. The BEF had fought hard, and when it was opposed by German infantry divisions, had often fought them to a standstill. German armour was another matter. The BEF was fortunate only to suffer sporadic attacks from concentrated German panzer divisions. On each of these occasions it had been beaten, but due to confused German orders and an ambiguity in German aims in the last days of the campaign, the German panzers had not greatly affected the evacuation. The Navy had also proved effective in operating during periods when there was only sporadic British air cover. When better cover was provided, the Germans had very little success in sinking or damaging even unarmed ships. As for the RAF, it could have been used more effectively, but the presence of the Spitfire demonstrated to the Germans that daylight operations over Britain would be bitterly opposed by first-class machines. The greatest result to flow from Dunkirk was probably political. Churchill had been under pressure from the appeasers, especially Halifax, to make peace. The presence, even of an unarmed army in Britain, strengthened his position, and the actions of the Navy and the RAF gave encouragement that an attempted Nazi invasion might be fought off. In any case, there was no question that after Dunkirk, Germany would be fought to the end.